Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The inscription appeared that he was killed. The survival time was 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 34 seconds. The guy stretched his hand forward and said, "Damn." Grabbing the ground, he added, "How is that possible?" He clenched his teeth tightly and asked, "What is it like to die in such a place?" The guy slowly crawled and wheezed. He was lying among the ruins. Looking up, he was breathing heavily. Then he added, "Damn." It was written that he was killed. The survival time was 0 days, 0 hours, 12 minutes, 7 seconds. A ruined city appeared. The thought arose that he was dying, but was reborn again in this hell. Grabbing a stick, the guy exhaled. Looking to the side, he said, "Freaks, they have already killed for the umpteenth time." Looking around, he thought that he did not know when it would end. The guy looked ahead in surprise. Rushing straight ahead, he thought that it was clean there, he should make it in time. A shot came from behind him, and he added that he just had to run to cover. Suddenly, someone struck him. He was killed. The survival time was 0 days, 7 hours, 42 minutes, 8 seconds, and he thought that he was just reliving death over and over again. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that he was broken. A blow appeared, and he added that he was cut up. The monster struck him, and he thought that he was torn apart. The hero stood in front of the monster and thought that this was a nightmare come true. The question is, who would willingly rush into a place like this to eternal torment? Suddenly the monster rushed forward. Sparks spread from the sword. The hero extended the stick in front of him. The sword was pointed at the hero's head. A pink moon appeared, and he thought that he would answer them. The hero fell to the ground. He lay there. A message appeared that he was killed. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he thought that someone like him, for example, in the recent past. Dungeons began to open all over the world. People began to realize what was happening, and the world smoothly entered a new era. However, a user with a level of 0 stars, an amateur, has no chance of developing superpowers. Someone stepped into a black liquid. This is the assessment given to him by the system. The man stretched out his hands forward. His destiny is to filter wastewater for the presence of mana residue. Looking at his hands, the guy said that nothing for today. Such was life in the sewers. The protagonist raised his head up. A glowing stone appeared. He froze, looking at it. Suddenly, the hero began to climb the wall. He reached for the stone. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, he fell into the liquid. A man ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Holding his shoulder, the hero replied that he was fine. The girl took off her mask and said that it was not worth it. Why did he do this? No future was foreseen in his life. Stretching his hands to the liquid, the man said that it was impossible to reach there. The hero laughed, hearing that it was true. Work is not a wolf. In the room, it was heard that the clan was fighting today. On TV, it was said that the raid on the Tibik dungeon 5 stars was successful. This is the 3rd successful raid of a 5-star dungeon in the world. If he is not mistaken, everything is correct. Sitting in front of the TV, the hero heard that the leader of the expedition commented on the reason for the success. He owes this victory to all the members of the expedition. The man turned to the hero and said that his name is Lee. He is a lawyer. First of all, let him accept his sincere condolences, to which the protagonist asked again, and he added that he found him to give him his father's inheritance. The man held a coin in his hands. The guy was sitting in front of the girl, smiling. He said that he was proud that with this raid they showed the whole world the power of Korea. The guy looked away, and the hero thought that he also wanted to escape poverty. The protagonist frowned and thought that he would be in his place now. Clenching his fist tightly, he added that he had nothing to lose. They would see what he was capable of. Suddenly, a glow appeared from his hand. The hero winced in pain. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking at the glow. A welcome sign appeared. The hero looked away in surprise. Turning his head, he asked what kind of terrible place. The hero grabbed his hands and wheezed. Suddenly, he spat out blood. The hero was lying among the ruins of the city. The difficulty level was hell. The location was the planet Apocalypse. Suddenly, the creature swung its hand. It struck the hero. Having spat out blood, the hero thought that he was dying. It was written that he was killed. The survival time was 5 days, 5 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. The club flew up, and he added that he was dying. Suddenly, the protagonist hit the ground. Chuck screamed furiously for them to back off. The protagonist struck the monsters many times and thought that he was dying. Chuck clenched his teeth furiously. The protagonist struck the monster and thought that he would survive for a short time, and then again. The goblin raised its head and laughed. Suddenly, its eyes widened in fear. The protagonist swung his stick and thought that, but if you think about it. After striking the goblin, he added that doesn't that mean that he is immortal? The protagonist fell to his knees. He was killed. The survival time is 12 days, 6 hours, 58 minutes, 4 seconds. The protagonist raised his knife up. He swung it furiously at the monster. He quickly chopped off the zombies' heads. The protagonist looked straight ahead furiously. The protagonist looked to the side. There were many corpses lying in front of him. The crowd of zombies rushed forward and screamed. The zombies raised their hands up and wheezed. They attacked the hero and he thought it was hell. The zombies' eyes were glowing, and he added that it was the apocalypse planet. The protagonist stretched his hand up. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, the zombie flew up. The protagonist screamed furiously. Suddenly, he bit the zombie. The protagonist furiously raised his head up. Chuck grabbed the monster's head. He struck the monster's head. Holding the knife in his hand, he thought that it didn't matter one or the other. The hero fought with the zombie. It was written that he cleared the location. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The survival duration was 36 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. The hero stood on a pile of zombies. It was written that the crushing star was watching his stream. The hungry star was watching his stream. The chattering star was watching his stream, to which he thought that even the stars that chattered incessantly. The protagonist's eyes were glowing red. Images of people appeared, and he thought that he was all of them. The hero smiled widely. Chuck walked straight. Smiling, he added that he would destroy. The man stepped into the liquid. People were digging in the water. The hero looked down. He stretched his hands forward. Looking at his hands, he said that nothing for today. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise. Looking at the stone, he thought that it was the same. Walking straight, he added that a crystal of this size would certainly allow him to pass the daily standard. The hero began to climb up. The protagonist reached for the crystal. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Chuck fell into the water. The man started running to him and asked if he was okay. Holding his hand, he said that he was fine. The girl took hold of his glasses and said that it was not worth it, asked why he was doing this. The man bent down and said that he could not reach there. A liquid appeared. Someone said that it was dangerous to splash in this water because it was infected with the mana of the crystal moss. For them, ordinary people, it was a deadly poison, one careless movement, and you could kick the bucket. The hero smiled, hearing that he should not strain himself, to which he responded approvingly. A loud scream was heard in the building. Holding a bill in his hand, the protagonist asked that it was only $30. Clutching his head, he asked how he was supposed to live on this. He thought that there was no justice in this world. 30 years ago, dungeons began to appear all over the world. In them, people awakened superpowers in themselves. He did not get any abilities. The hero bent down. It was written that the user level was 0 stars. An amateur had no chance of developing superpowers. The hero looked away, hearing that they were addressing him, and then thought that there was no chance for a better life. Standing behind the hero, the man said that his name was Robert. He was a lawyer. He found him to give him an inheritance from his father, to which the hero asked what inheritance, and he was told that first of all, let him accept his sincere condolences, to which he thought that he was a beggar of beggars. Pointing to himself, the hero apologized and said that he had no parents. Chuck's life, it is like that. Holding the decoration in his hands, the hero asked what this pendant was, to which he was told what exactly. Mono processing working quarter of Hwasam. Sitting on a bench, the main character said that it did not look like a valuable thing, to which Kate said that it was a return stone, and the protagonist asked what it was. Looking to the side, the girl said that it was an artifact that hunters used to return from dungeons. Looking at the medallion, she said that it seemed to be its only purpose, to which the hero asked why he would need it, and she answered that she did not know, he had no need to go to dungeons. The girl arose from awkwardness. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that he should excuse her. She didn't mean it, to which he replied that it was okay, he understood. The bus pulled up, and the girl asked what he had heard about that man. News about him was constantly trending lately, to which Chuck replied that he wasn't interested. The bus had arrived. Good. In the room, he could hear that the clan was fighting today. The hero was sitting in front of the TV and listening to the raid on the 5-star T-Beak dungeon was a success. This was the 3rd successful 5-star dungeon raid in the world. If he was not mistaken, that was right. On TV, he could hear the expedition leader commenting on the reason for the success. He owed this victory to all the members of the expedition. The guy was sitting in front of the girl. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was proud that with this raid they showed the world the power of Korea. The guy grinned. The thought arose that Adam, incredibly rich and strong, in addition also popular and handsome, was born with a gold spoon in his mouth. Holding the medallion in his hands, the protagonist thought that at the same time, all he got was this useless stone. The protagonist frowned and thought that he was not envious, but if he had at least one chance. Clenching his fist, the protagonist added that he would use it to the fullest. He would do everything for wealth. Suddenly, a glow appeared from his hand. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly. A welcome sign appeared. The main character looked away in surprise. Looking around, he asked what kind of terrible place this was. The hero looked at the notification in surprise. It was written that he should overcome himself. His body had found a source of mana. The circulation of mana in the body had begun. Chuck opened his eyes in surprise and said that mana, he has mana. Notifications appeared that he had achieved the impossible. Having the lowest of levels, he entered a hell level location. He received the SSS level luck effect. This effect will increase, compensating for the difference between their level and the level of the location. He is in a hell level location. The title of the strongest in hell has been received, to which the hero asked what hell. The protagonist looked in surprise at the sign, which said that he had achieved the impossible. He is the only survivor, to which he thought that he was the only one. Standing still, the hero asked what was going on. Is anyone alive? Turning around, the hero was surprised and asked what it was. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist said that it was crystal moss. The man reached for the crystal, and he thought that the crystal he tried to get in the sewers would be worth a couple of $100s. Chuck opened his eyes in surprise and thought that how much they would give for something like that. Sitting on the ground, he asked what a couple of thousand, no, a couple of tens of thousands. Looking at the crystal, he added that this is not a dream, he hit the jackpot. The protagonist smiled widely. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and wheezed. The protagonist grabbed his hands and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he spat out blood. The state of the body was poisoning, paralysis. Lying on the ground, he thought that he could not breathe. The level of endurance was reduced. He was attacked. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Lying among the ruins, the protagonist thought who attacked him? There was no one around. A notification appeared that he was killed. The killer was poisonous dust of the first level. The duration of survival was 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 32 seconds. The protagonist was lying on the ground and thought that dust. Looking at his hands, the protagonist asked what this was. This was a dream. In front of him was written that the task had begun. The first night in hell, the goal is to survive until dawn. The protagonist's eyes widened. Running forward, the protagonist screamed loudly. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought that he did not know who had set this all up, but looking straight ahead, he added that he would get revenge on them for this. A notification appeared that he had been killed. Survival time was 0 days, 0 hours, 5 minutes, 22 seconds. 8 deaths later, the protagonist was kneeling and praying. This was plan number 1. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist recited the names of the gods. He was killed. Survival time was 0 days, 0 hours, 11 minutes, 13 seconds. 11 deaths later, the protagonist was sitting on the floor. His resistance to toxic substances had increased. His resistance to nerve agents had increased. Plan number 2 was more toxic dust. The protagonist bent over. He was killed. Survival time was 0 days, 0 hours, 24 minutes, 55 seconds. 14 deaths later, the protagonist sat and thought that he had survived longer just by breathing this dirty air. His resistance to toxic substances had increased. He closed his eyes and added that what they used to call them, breathing exercises, his resistance to nerve agents had increased. The man pointed at the boy and said to inhale deeply, deeper than usual, exhale also deeper, to the point below the lungs. The protagonist breathed and the man said that there you go, good, doing great. Looking straight ahead, the man added that out of all the children he had worked with, he was the most promising, which he thought was worth it. The protagonist lowered his head. He had earned a new level. He was killed. Survival time 0 days, 1 hour, 41 minutes, 21 seconds. 28 deaths later, the protagonist thought that it was strange. He felt so light. A message appeared that the concentration of poison in the blood was exceeded, and he asked what happened to his level. Chuck asked in surprise, seeing that he had received a rare skill, poisonous blood. The poisoning effect no longer deals damage to him. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it was. Looking at his hands, he said that it was okay, he just breathed in poisonous dust, and now he was immune to poisoning. Grinning, he said that it was nonsense. City ruins appeared. Looking at the crystal, the hero said that there was crystalline moss everywhere. Taking it in his hands, he added that if only they were real. Looking at the sign, the hero said that of course. The protagonist was surprised to see that he had an inventory. Looking at the message, he asked what he didn't understand. He was real. He said that he didn't know he could do that. Smiling widely, Chuck said that yes, he can do a lot of things, it turns out. Turning around, the hero said that he just heard something. Looking up, the protagonist asked in surprise what was familiar. The insect suddenly rushed forward. Running forward, the hero shouted what it was. It was written that a level 3 mosquito was attacking him, to which he replied that it was clear that these were mosquitoes. The hero raised his hand and shouted why only them. It was written that the achievement strongest in hell brought him an increase in abilities. The hero was bitten on the hand, and he asked what was attacking in such a swarm. The insects attacked Chuck and he shouted. The hero was completely surrounded by mosquitoes. A view of the insects opened up. Suddenly they began to die. The insects began to explode. The hero was killed. The survival time was 0 days, 6 hours, 18 minutes, 1 second. The hero opened his eyes. He reached a new level. An average achievement was received. He killed more than 100 monsters at the same time. The level of the poisonous blood effect was increased. Lying on the floor, the protagonist asked what to understand this. The hero stretched his hands forward and asked what. Mosquitoes were poisoned by his blood. Seeing that he was infected, health will decrease by a small percentage every minute. He asked what kind of nonsense is this? The protagonist crashed into the wall and asked what he just revived. What the hell? A new medium skill disassembly worked, to which he asked what is this? It was written that the infection affects the cells of his body. Health dropped by 10%, the effect of the last survivor was activated, the regeneration process began, and he stretched his hand up. Looking at the messages, the protagonist said that they got notifications. He talks to himself. Looking at the new skill, the main character said that disassembly. When did he get this? Although there is nothing supernatural in it. But it helps, and it looks like he got it by breaking the leg of a chair. Looking at the insect, the protagonist thought, well, this world, if even the mosquitoes here are the size of a fist, really, there are more opportunities here. Picking up the chair, the protagonist said, well, okay, he'll get it, then he'll try to disassemble it. A disassembled chair appeared. Looking at it, the hero said, that's cool. Raising the stick up, the protagonist thought that if he got a skill by breaking the chair, then maybe if he creates something, he'll also get a skill. It was written that a new medium skill build, and Chuck shouted that it worked. Looking at the notification, he thought that he got 2 skills. He thought that he would do this later, but perhaps it's better now. Smiling broadly, the hero said, okay, then he'll make himself a shelter. A glowing sphere appeared at the protagonist's hands, and he thought that he didn't know how much longer he would have to stay in this ruined world. The glow spread throughout the room, and he added what enemies he might encounter. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he would have to make himself a shelter, and then he would be able to survive longer. Looking at the notification, the protagonist asked what was cool. He would probably use up all his crystal moss. Standing still, the hero said about the newspaper. Looking at it, he asked what was written there, a star. It was written that the new medium skill was a foreign language. Waving his hand, he added that only it was not considered a skill. Holding the newspaper in his hands, the protagonist said that the double star, Adam, is this the one from the T-Sun Guild? Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he did not know what happened here, but it seemed like he was on the same planet, but it was unclear what time. Frowning, he said that it could be. Ruins appeared, and the hero asked that this was the future of their planet. The protagonist scratched his head and said that even if so, he could not do anything about it. Looking at the insects, he added that he could do something else right now. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he should disassemble. Lying on the floor, he added that he was so tired of it. That was all he did. It was written that the sting of a hellish mosquito, the wings of a hellish mosquito, the blood of a hellish mosquito were obtained. Holding a test tube in his hands, the hero said that there were many ingredients, asked what he should do with them. Looking down, the protagonist said that he should create. It was written that a hellish dart was created, to which he asked again. Holding the dart in his hands, the protagonist said that he did not know how effective it was, did not know how he made a rare weapon on the first try. Grinning, Chuck said that he needed to test it. Stretching his hands, he asked that was all. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that he should create. It was written that it was a great success. He had created the legendary secret egg item. He had the achievement to create the first legendary item. He had increased the level of his creation ability, which surprised the protagonist. The protagonist said with wide eyes that it was almost a fist. The hero lowered his head. It was written that the legendary secret egg needed to be looked after so that it could hatch. The chance that the embryo was alive was 50%. They would be able to revive the item if it met certain criteria, or spend their rewards to revive it, to which he asked that it was only 50% likely. The hero looked at the egg. Then he tucked it under his sweater. The protagonist closed his eyes. He thought about the embryo. The protagonist was overwhelmed by reality. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what was there. A monster was sitting on the window, and he thought it was a goblin. The protagonist looked out from around the corner in surprise. Looking at it in fear, he thought that there were goblins here. The goblin angrily clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he jumped forward. The hero clenched his teeth in fear and said what he saw. The goblin hit the wall, and he added that it was him. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. Looking at the stairs, he exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist ran up sharply. Looking to the side, he shouted that it was a damn goblin. Turning around, he shouted about the inventory. The hero stretched out his hand to the side. The goblin jumped up sharply. Suddenly, he landed on the floor. It was written that it was a goblin red helmet level 20. Suddenly, the monster rushed forward. He attacked the hero. The protagonist dodged its attacks. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was fast. The goblin said something. Opening his eyes in surprise, the protagonist wondered what he was even saying. Chuck dodged the blow. Gritting his teeth, he wheezed. Chuck stretched his hand forward and spoke about the inventory. Waving his hand, the hero shouted for him to eat. Suddenly, darts flew at the goblin. The darts were approaching the monster. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The goblin smiled evilly. Looking at his hand, he was surprised. Suddenly, he swung his weapon. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was a fool. For some reason, he cut off his hand. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that his blood was on the darts. Maybe he was poisoned. Is his blood really that poisonous? The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Not seeing the goblin, he thought that he had disappeared. Where did he go? Chuck froze in anticipation. Looking at the goblin, he was scared. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he was finished. Suddenly, a blow flew at the protagonist. Chuck rolled his eyes. The goblin stood on his corpse. The monster smiled evilly. As he left, he said that the humans had not killed everyone yet. The protagonist smiled widely. His clothes were torn. It was written that his stamina level had dropped below 10%. The regeneration mode had been activated using the last man standing perk. Lying on the floor, the protagonist said that the damn goblins, he would take revenge. The task was completed and the hero sighed. Looking up, he cursed. A message popped up that the first night in hell had been completed, to which he said that he had done it. Notifications appeared that he had received 1 silver chest. A compensation bonus had been activated for the difference between their level and the task level. Instead of 1 silver chest, he would receive 1 gold chest. The hero gritted his teeth. He would be able to use the return stone item until the start of the next task. The hero held the medallion in his hands. It was written that the time until the next task was 14 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The protagonist squeezed the medallion and thought that he should go back quickly. Chuck looked up. Lying on the ground, he sighed. Looking up, he said that this is it. Looking straight ahead, he laughed and said that he was back. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he was back. The protagonist held onto the medallion. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he was called Daddy. What was he even thinking, leaving him this? Suddenly memories arose. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Clenching the medallion, the hero said that damn. Someone was watching him through the bars. Suddenly the girl turned to the hero. Running to him, she shouted that God, why is he getting wet here in the rain? Taking off her jacket, Kate said that this is Mana rain, he will poison himself. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that they would quickly go indoors. Looking straight ahead, the hero exclaimed. The protagonist wrapped himself in a jacket and said hello. Looking at the man, he asked that he could hear him. The girl grinned and said that here, this is a disinfectant against mana sediment. Handing over the disinfectant, Kate said that it needs to be cleaned of mana, to which he replied that no, he says he is not poisoned. The girl furiously screamed that it is not poisoned, as if he does not work as a collector of crystal moss waste and does not know how dangerous it is. When the poisoning begins, it will be too late to regret, to which the hero replied that okay, he will wash himself. Coming out of the shower, the protagonist asked what day it is today, to which she replied that today is the 11th of September, and he asked again. Lowering his head, the hero asked what the 11th. Kate looked at him in surprise and asked what happened, said that it was impossible to reach him by phone for 2 days and she was working alone. Standing in front of her, Chuck thought that it was only 2 days, but it felt like he had been there for several years. The hero raised his head and added that that place seemed to be a working class district. Why did he end up there? The girl looked at him and he thought that before the teleportation he was at home. Looking away, the girl said that he should pull himself together, to which the protagonist asked again. Closing her eyes, Kate said that he needed clothes. She would go and buy them for him, to which he replied that he had clothes. Pointing to the bag, the girl said that he shouldn't even think about wearing them. They were infected and, besides, all torn. Peeking out from around the corner, she added that she would be right back and she would never set foot here. Looking away, the protagonist asked why she had left. Looking at the inventory, he asked what he had here. It said about a gold chest, a reward for the trial, to which he said that he definitely remembered something about the reward. A notification appeared that the SSS rank luck perk positively affected the quality of his rewards. Several cards appeared. A card appeared. It said that he had received the legendary skill support in battle, to which he asked what legendary. Oh well. Looking at the message, the protagonist said that any skill is difficult to get, and a legendary one. How can this be? It seems that only 7 hunters around the world have the legendary skill, then this means. The hero stood in front of people and thought that he was the 8th. Stretching his hand forward, Chuck said that support in battle, support is for him, he hopes, there is no description. The protagonist clenched his fist tightly. Kate held out her clothes and said that here. Suddenly, the hero punched sharply. Looking at him, she asked what he was doing. Raising her finger, the girl said that she would probably just pretend that she hadn't seen it, to which he replied that he should be kind. Sitting at the table, Kate said that she should have taken him to the hospital, but he seemed safe and sound, so she decided to take him home, to which the hero replied that it was understandable, and she added that those with superpowers did not have to worry about mana poisoning, unlike them. The girl handed over the cup and asked that maybe he had powers, then why did he work as a collector? The girl thought about it, hearing that in fact he had only recently gained powers. Sitting in front of her, Chuck said that in fact, he remembered that she had talked about some research she was taking part in, to which she replied that yes, a study of crystal moss. Grinning, the hero asked that great, then maybe she could help him. Surprised, her eyes widened, Kate asked what was what. A flame appeared on the hero's hand and he said that he had loot something here, and did not know how much he could ask for it. Kate looked at him in amazement. He grinned and said that it was crystal moss, 1 kilogram. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that since she was researching crystal moss, she should know how much it cost. The city appeared, and she shouted that it couldn't be. Looking at the crystal, she shouted that it was impossible, that's it. Sitting in front of the hero, she asked where he found it, to which he asked again that it was important. Kate grinned and said that of course, he thought it was so easy to find crystal moss of such purity, it wasn't even 4, it was 5 stars. The main character closed his eyes and said that she was collecting samples for research. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and said that she did. Smiling widely, Chuck asked what made her think in the first place that he would give it to her. The girl frowned, hearing that he showed it to her only because he needed her help, and she angrily told him to talk. Grinning, the hero said that he should help him sell this sample legally. Clutching her head, Kate said that this was the task he had set. A sample of such volume and purity would require a whole pile of paperwork, to which he asked that it was just the volume, and she said that if it were smaller, it would be easier to sell, but that was not the problem. The hero split the crystal and said that here, and she screamed at him, what was he doing? She began to hit the hero, and he screamed that yes, he had more, even more, and that he should not fight. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she asked if he was serious. Wiping away her tears, she asked what else he had, to which he replied that yes, he did. Now she would be able to sell it, to which she replied that yes. The protagonist held out his hand and said okay, he had 2 conditions. Firstly, not to tell anyone how he got this crystal moss, and secondly, not to tell anyone that she was selling it for him. Looking at the crystal, Kate said that if that was all, then okay, at least it was better than seeing him break the sample. It was horrible, to which he asked if it was true. Holding out a photo, the girl shouted that it was because he didn't know anything about crystals. Crystal moss of such purity could only be obtained in the very first dungeon in history. Crystals of the highest quality, of course. These samples are unique and priceless, their value is more than the money they cost. And he takes such a priceless sample and breaks it right in front of her eyes, to which the hero apologized and thought that they were all the same. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist said that he should sell this sample and, depending on how much they give for it, he will think about what to do next with the rest, to which she asked that he was leaving. The hero took the bag in his hands and answered that well, yes, and she offered to go tomorrow to buy him clothes. The protagonist asked again in surprise, hearing that he could spend the night. It was dark outside. Morning came. The girl waved her hand and said that she would go to meet the buyer, to which the hero answered that yes and thought that she sometimes scares him. In a week, walking straight, the girl asked why he went, to which he answered that just in case, you never know what will happen. Sitting on a bench, Kate said that he should stop, this is not such a dangerous business as he thinks. The protagonist frowned and thought that even though he had asked her himself, he knew that many crystal merchants were desperate outlaws with nothing to lose. The girl took the hero's hand, and he added that they would offer a very high price for the man to bring them all his supplies, and then, frowning, Chuck thought he had a bad feeling about this. The man was sitting at the table. Behind him sat a man in a hat. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was a suspicious guy. It was good that he went with Kate, and she said that here was their client, they would go. Approaching the man, Kate greeted him and said that she was with a business partner today, if she didn't mind. The hero looked away and thought that this was the wrong guy. The man extended his hand forward and said that I understand, his name is Charlie. The hero shook his hand and introduced himself. Looking at his palm, the protagonist thought that he was surprisingly strong, such a grip. The man sat down, and he added that he was not even sure that he could defeat him if he attacked. A notification appeared, and the hero thought that he should leave, not now. There was a bag on the tablet. The man was holding a crystal in his hands. Standing in front of the girl, Charlie asked that the money be transferred to the same account, to which she replied that yes, and he added that it was good. The man lowered his head and said that it was nice to deal with them, see you later, and then turned to the hero. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The girl looked away and said that it was strange that he had never said goodbye like that before. An image of a man appeared, and the hero thought that he was acting strangely, which meant that maybe he had guessed that he was the miner of these crystals. Having hit the hero on the shoulder, Kate asked, well, what, did you think he would pull out a knife and shout at them? Stand there and be afraid, let them give up the goods. She slapped him on the back and added that he was so upset, he shouldn't worry, he should admit it could have gone the way he imagined, it happens. Looking at the phone, Kate said okay, maybe he should tell her how he felt about it then. Pulling the phone forward, she asked what it was like to see $1 million in his account, for example. Getting into the car, the man heard how the deal went, to which he replied that it was successful like the others today. A bag of crystals appeared, and he added that if you count the total volume of samples for today, it will be quite a lot, to which he was told that it was great. It's amazing how the crystal trade is flourishing now. The man picked up the crystal and asked Charlie what he thought about it. An image of the protagonist appeared, and he replied that the sample was similar in purity to those that can only be obtained in 5-star dungeons, and this means that the hunter who got it is very strong, and he is alone. The guy raised his hand and said that it was clear that it would not be easy to find him. He could be from a foreign clan, but why would they come to Korea? The protagonist looked straight ahead. The question arose that who sold him this crystal, to which he replied that a girl, but this time she came with her business partner. He needed to gather more information. The man lowered his head, hearing that whoever got this crystal was able to overcome very difficult challenges. Thank him for his work, to which he replied that it was not worth thanking. The man reached out to the bag and said that a hunter who got such a product alone, what kind of strength must he have? Looking to the side, Charlie said that only the captain was capable of such a thing, to which he was told not to make fun of him, asking him to collect everything he could on the student Kate and her business partner. Charlie replied that of course it would be done. Holding the crystal in his hands, Adam smiled. A couple of days later, the hero was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Gritting his teeth, he counted 148, 149. Jumping off the horizontal bar, he said 150. It was written that he had broken his record, to which he said that hell, if he were at home and not in hell, he would have easily done another 1,000. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that everything here is achieved with such great effort. Lying on the ground, Chuck asked how long he had been here. It was written that 0 days, 18 hours, 14 minutes, 58 seconds until the next task. Holding the medallion in his hands, the protagonist thought that after a couple of sorties, he seemed to be beginning to understand. Looking at the city, he said that the amount of time he spends here is the same as in real life. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that if he subtracts the current indicator from the original value of the time before the task, he will get the time spent here. The hero drew on the sand with a stick and said that what he still couldn't understand was why he kept teleporting here to unpredictable places. He closed his eyes and added that everything else was at least somewhat understandable, but this. Looking up, the main character shouted that what the hell, couldn't you teleport to a normal place? Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that he did not understand. It was written about help in battle, remembers the user's techniques and helps to perform them with greater accuracy, also helps to predict the strategy and techniques of the enemy, to which the hero said that help in battle. Winding bandages on his hands, he added that in this game such a skill could be classified as a cheat or hack. Clenching his fist tightly, Chuck said that the fact that he received such a skill from the system itself means. Standing in front of the punching bag, he added that without it, you simply cannot survive at this level. The protagonist took a step forward. He struck the punching bag. The help in battle skill was activated. The hero struck from the left. The protagonist struck many blows. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. Swinging his fist, he thought, wow. The hero rushed forward and added that each time he hits more accurately. Chuck tore the punching bag into 2 parts. He extended his fist forward and was surprised. The bandages were torn, and the protagonist said that this skill remembers his movements and regulates their accuracy, so that's what help in battle means. Grinning, he added that it was incredible. A new task was received. The companion task for a newbie was started. The task was to kill the initial level scarecrows 0 out of 5. The hero asked again in surprise that he was a newbie. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he shouted that he was not a newbie at all. Why was he giving him this task only now? It was written about a clan of the 7th level. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what scarecrows were, said that he had not met anything here that looked like scarecrows. Putting on a sweater, he added that there was nothing he could do. The level needed to be raised. Grinning, the protagonist said that he would go then. The hero walked among the crystals. The protagonist moved along a narrow alley. Suddenly, a basement appeared in front of him. Having descended, the hero said that damn, it was like he was in a horror movie. Entry-level scarecrows appeared. Looking at them, the hero asked what kind of androids they were. There were inscriptions on the androids. The scarecrow looked straight ahead, and the hero added that it couldn't be that these were entry-level opponents. Gritting his teeth, he said that they were so scary. Looking at the sign, Chuck asked why the level wasn't indicated. The hero trembled and said that he hoped they wouldn't suddenly come to life, otherwise he could die of a heart attack. The hero took the piece of wood in his hands. Putting it in front of himself, he said that he didn't know what they were capable of. He had to be careful. Suddenly, the protagonist swung a dart. The dart flew at the scarecrow, and he shouted that he should get it. The hero froze in anticipation. Suddenly, he sat down at the board. Looking out, he said that they were not moving. Did they not work at all? Swinging his fist, he shouted that well, then he would deal with them quickly. The protagonist struck the Scarecrow. Gritting his teeth, he thought about what. Standing on one leg, he added that he hit with all his strength. Standing in front of the robots, the protagonist thought that, but it did not look like he broke anything. The Scarecrow leaned back. Suddenly, their eyes lit up and they said about recognizing the enemy. Starting a level 1 fight, their level was 7. Chuck looked surprised and asked what the hell, these things just set their own level equal to his. Dodging the blow, he added that the system, maybe it will warn next time. The robots ran at him, and the hero thought that luckily, at least they were not as fast as the goblins. Images of people appeared, and the hero thought that in real life, the 7th level is equal to 5 years of military service or work as a bodyguard. The protagonist slid along the ground and thought that, but in hell, the 7th level is a newbie. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth. Stretching his leg forward, he said, well, creatures. Walking forward, he added that now they are finished, the skill help in battle was activated. The protagonist clenched his fists. He looked around furiously. The android struck. The hero deftly dodged it. Suddenly, he struck back. The Scarecrow grabbed the hero. Chuck hit him with his elbow. Looking away, he said, damn it. Having hit him in the face, he added, let him fuck off. Cracks appeared on the Scarecrow's face. Looking at him, the hero asked what didn't work. The android's eyes lit up and he said that the target data was updated, starting a 2nd level fight. Several hands rushed towards the hero. A robot grabbed him by the hair. Another grabbed his arm. A robot grabbed the hero by the legs. While imprisoned, the hero screamed that they were bastards. The protagonist screamed furiously that they should let him go. The robot struck the hero in the face. The protagonist screamed furiously. The hero was being hit, the density of his body tissues increased, blood clotting increased, and his pain threshold increased. The hero fell to the ground. He lowered his head down, his stamina level was below 10%, the strongest skill in hell was activated, and regeneration had begun. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Breathing heavily, he said that they were damned. The protagonist sat in front of the robots. Looking at them, he thought that maybe he could run away. No, he had never broken any of them. The hero raised his hand and said that since they, buckets of nuts, had learned martial arts. Lightning appeared around the hero's hand. Raising his hand up, he said that he would try something. Suddenly, a wooden stick appeared. Grabbing it, the protagonist said that for balance, it was written that a reinforced hellish club was created. This weapon will not serve him for long, but it has great lethality. Rushing forward, Chuck shouted that they should meet his little friend. Swinging, the hero shouted loudly. The robot raised his hands up. The protagonist struck him. The robot's hand was broken off. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The Scarecrow looked at his hand and said that the target data was updated. Suddenly, a weapon appeared from his hand. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. Weapons began to appear from his hands. Objects fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at them in fear. It was said that he was killed. The survival time was 5 days, 8 hours, 4 minutes, 16 seconds. The protagonist clenched his fists tightly. He deftly dodged the blow. After striking, Chuck shouted loudly. The robots were tied to a pole, and the hero thought that it was unfair, but what can you do? Gritting his teeth tightly, he added that reinforcements help in battle. He is able to kill one of these scarecrows. The hero struck the robot many times. Bright beams from the blows appeared. The core in the center appeared, and the hero thought that he needs to break this with it. The hero swung his fist. The target data was updated. Clenching his fist, the hero heard that the level 3 battle had begun. Sitting above the robot, the protagonist laughed and said that yes, let him start his battle there. Grinning, he said that the stronger they are, the stronger he becomes. Squinting, the main character asked what time this was already. The robot was strangling the hero. He was killed. The Scarecrow struck the hero. He was killed. The robot threw the hero. He was killed. The protagonist was kicked and defeated. Chuck was killed after being kicked in the face and said it was like being in a hand-to-hand combat tournament. Sitting by the wall, he said that they were bastards. How many martial arts are in their database? The robot raised his leg up. The android stood in a stance. He looked at the protagonist. The protagonist smiled widely. Flexing his fist, Chuck said that he didn't think he would die in a fist fight. Okay, let's start. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. Chuck struck the robot. Suddenly, Chuck was in front of him. The protagonist was sliding on the ground. Suddenly, he struck with a kick. Looking at him, the robot said that the target data was updated. The protagonist smiled when he heard that the 4th level fight had begun. Looking at the robot's hand, the hero thought that the 4th level had already begun. Sitting on the floor, the hero screamed loudly. The robot opened its mouth and he screamed, "What nonsense!" Suddenly, the Scarecrow bit the hero's leg. The hero held his head and screamed. Looking at the robot, Chuck screamed about its leg. Tears appeared in his eyes and he added that he was a terrible dog. He was killed. On the 9th time, Chuck realized something. First, that the 4th level of combat is the limit for scarecrows. The hero struck with a fist, and that the variations of techniques ended there. The protagonist fought with scarecrows. Chuck deftly dodged the attack. He clenched his teeth furiously. Second, scarecrows have a script of movements and techniques beyond which they are unable to go. The hero grabbed the robot by the leg. If you interrupt the script halfway, the scarecrow slows down because it is adapting the new script to the situation. The hero gathered the robots in a bunch. The protagonist rushed forward. Thirdly, the scarecrows do not necessarily have to be destroyed. Having received a certain percentage of damage, they turn off. Chuck quickly ran to the robots. Therefore, there is no need to break them to the end. And after Chuck understood all this, the hero raised his leg up. He won. Having struck the robot, he won. The protagonist looked furiously and won. Raising his fist up, the hero shouted that he did not care. Swinging his fist, he added that he would smear them all. A huge beam appeared, and he asked when it would finally count. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The inscription about the victory appeared. Chuck shouted loudly. Seeing that the task was completed, he completed the task of the newbie assistant. The protagonist looked away. Looking at the robots, he said that it was so good. Grinning, the protagonist said that finally. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Lying on the floor, Chuck said that fucking scarecrows. He wanted opponents of his level. Raising his hand, he said that down. His hands were shaking, and he added that what kind of assistant for a newbie, this was a fight at the master level. Looking up, the hero said that but every cloud has a silver lining. The fight was so grueling and long that he memorized all their martial arts scripts. Looking away, Chuck thought that he should look at what kind of reward he would receive and then come back. The hero looked at the card. It was written that the SSS level luck perk increases the value of his rewards. The protagonist looked at the glow. Looking at the fabric, Chuck asked that his reward was a handkerchief. It was written that he received the item Heavenly Cradle. The effect of the item Heavenly Cradle is a textile product with the effects of stimulating growth processes, healing wounds and mechanical damage, to which the hero said that stimulating growth processes, like this. Looking at the fabric, the protagonist said that with healing everything is clear. But the growth of what? This is of course a legendary item, and he is glad, but he has no idea how to use it. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked what if he becomes smarter if he ties it on his head. The hero grinned slightly. Chuck looked up. Taking off the scarf, he thought, God, how good that no one sees him. Clutching the scarf tightly, Chuck asked what, if you think about it, why does he need it? Because when he dies and is reborn, he is always fresh as a cucumber and 100% health, a stupid rag. He does not need it. Scratching his head, the protagonist said that okay, he'll sell it then. After all, it's a legendary item. It should be worth a lot. An egg appeared in the inventory, and he said that he had one, which he created from a mountain of mosquitoes. Grinning, the hero said that the description of the scarf had something about growth, so maybe it would help the egg hatch. Sitting on the floor, Chuck asked if the scarf was really useless for the egg. Stretching his hand forward, he added that okay, if he's going to sell it, then sell it. Suddenly the scarf burst. The hero raised his head up in surprise. Looking at the egg, he asked what it was. Chuck trembled with fear and wondered what if a bloodthirsty monster hatched from it. He didn't know if he could handle it if that was the case. Suddenly the egg began to crack. The hero covered his face with his hand. A bright glow appeared from the egg. There was a human in the egg. She was unconscious. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Bella rubbed her eyes. Looking at her, he asked what the fairy was. The protagonist grinned slightly. Pointing at her, Chuck said that she was smaller than he expected. Suddenly, she bit his finger. Raising his hand, the protagonist shouted that it really was a bloodthirsty monster. The fairy fell to the ground and said that she was hungry, to which the protagonist asked that this was also called a reward, and that they were crazy. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Sitting on the floor, Bella said that she was hungry. The protagonist sighed heavily. Holding out the treat, the protagonist asked if she wanted candy. Bella shook her head, to which he asked that no, then what was she eating? The protagonist looked at her in surprise. She pointed at him. Bella grinned, and he said that indeed, he had come across a bloodthirsty monster. The tube stuck into the skin. Looking at it, the hero said that it was enough, otherwise it would suck everything out. Stopping his finger, Bella said that he should not interfere. She could hear him. Let him wait a second, the blood would stop. The protagonist looked in amazement and wondered what on the other hand, what did he expect from an egg obtained from a mountain of mosquitoes? Looking at her, he added that the mosquito fairy, his hand was itchy. Putting her hands on her hips, the fairy said that overall it was a good dinner, now let her serve dessert, he was a slave. Grabbing her, Chuck asked what was what did she call him, to which she replied that yes, she said, it was delicious, a good servant. Bella winced in pain and screamed that thank you very much, he had good blood, her butler. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he should forget his name was Chuck and hers. Looking at him, she replied that it was hers. Suddenly Bella froze. She added, wide-eyed, that she had forgotten. Sighing, the protagonist replied, well, okay, then he would be a mosquito fairy, to which she replied she was not a mosquito fairy. Bella looked at him in surprise and said she remembered she was a post-apocalyptic fairy, to which the protagonist asked, what, post-apocalyptic? Was she born to save the world after the end of the world? Bella grinned and said, no, she swore that she would devour every single living organism that was left alive. The protagonist looked at her in amazement. The city appeared, and he thought, it seems, he should kill her before it is too late. Bella grinned and said, no, she swore that she would devour every single living organism that was left alive. Chuck opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this little brat was going to eat all the living things on the planet. He looked down and added that it was some kind of nonsense and his blood was very poisonous. The goblin looked at his hand, and the protagonist thought that when the dart with it hit the goblin's hand, it immediately went into blisters. Bella closed her eyes and asked what was going on, was it scary, to which he thought that she had eaten her fill and was fine. Pointing his finger at her, he added that he couldn't even call the battle support effect now because she was hostile and had no idea what her combat skills and level were. The protagonist frowned, thinking that it didn't look like he could get rid of her. Maybe he could make friends and make her a companion. Clutching his head, the hero said, well, let it be so, since she was going to devour the whole world. He didn't care, to which she responded approvingly. The fairy smiled, hearing that then she would be Bella, to which she responded that it was a wonderful name. Looking up, the protagonist said, wow, it's good that at least she liked the name, to which she responded that in the fairy language this name was similar to the phrase Herald of the Apocalypse. The protagonist froze from what he heard. Collapsed houses appeared, and Chuck said, okay, they will forget if she is going to be his companion. She must promise him one thing, to which she asked that it was only one, and he said yes. Raising his finger up, Chuck said that there are no people, to which she asked that even him. Stretching his hand forward, the hero replied that of course he didn't care about others, just let him be left alone. To which she asked that even if she was very hungry, and he said that if she was very hungry and dying, let her find someone, just not him, of course. She smiled, hearing that in exchange she would receive blood from him, to which she replied that she agreed, they, fairies, are gourmets. The protagonist grinned and thought that gourmets are gourmets, but they should eat less. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing that those were not people. Robots were lying on the floor, and he replied that they were victims of his magnificent fighting skills. Surprised, his eyes wide, he asked to wait. Part of the robot appeared, and he added that he did not remember him tearing any of them in half. Memories of the battle surfaced, and he said that it couldn't be, he wouldn't have enough strength. The protagonist looked at the notification in surprise. Looking at the message, he asked what the upgrade was. This upgrade only works within the framework of the skill application. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought. Suddenly, he picked up the robot. Flexing his fist, Chuck said that instead of guessing, it would be better to check. Swinging, he added that practice is always the best test. The protagonist struck the robot. He opened his eyes in surprise. Bella looked out and said that how he did it, just a blow and no hand, so cool, she also wants to try. Suddenly, she struck the scarecrow. The hero looked surprised, hearing that the enemy was identified, and she asked again. Suddenly, the scarecrows began to stand up. The hero stood in a stance. The robots moved forward. Having surrounded him, they said that he was identified as a superhuman. The attack mode was disabled. Looking away, Chuck asked again. Gritting his teeth, he added, what other superhuman? What was it about? Looking at the ruins, the hero said that he did not notice it when he came in. Looking down, Chuck gritted his teeth. The hero took a step forward, and the fairy said that she smelled something delicious. The protagonist asked where it was from, to which she replied that it was from there. The skeleton was lying on the table, and she said that here it is. The hero said that it is a skeleton, to which she replied that it is delicious. Chewing bones, Bella said how delicious it is, to which the protagonist asked what she was gnawing on bones. Looking at the fairy, the hero said that people cannot be eaten, and the dead too, and she replied that he took the deliciousness away. Holding a bone in his hand, the protagonist said that a letter. It was written that he made a lot of mistakes, and Chuck said it was a dark beginning. The hero read that it had been 3 years since the difficulty level had increased to a nightmare. Life had been getting worse since then. Children died immediately after being born and breathing in the poisonous air of their world. The family looked straight ahead in fear. The superpower holders also could not stand this life and died one after another. Hope was fading every day. Humanity would not survive. Standing still, the protagonist asked what this was, really. Looking at the notifications, the protagonist thought that this was a letter, and the first notification from the system, when he first got to hell, clarified a lot. In fact, the hell he was in now was their future. A letter appeared, and he added that it turned out that the highest caste of superpower holders would also die out. Throwing his hand behind his head, the hero asked whose letter this was, and the fairy exclaimed in surprise. Showing the stone, the fairy said that he should look, to which he replied that it was the stone of return. Looking at the medallion, the protagonist said that it did not look like his, to which she asked that this thing belonged to a skeleton. Standing in front of her, Chuck said that he should give it to her, to which she responded approvingly. The hero took it in his hand, a bright glow appeared. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted what was happening. Gritting his teeth, he added that he cannot take his hand away. Chuck extended his hand to the stone. A bright light appeared in front of him. The protagonist froze. He squinted and gritted his teeth. The protagonist looked at his hands. A mark appeared on his palm and he asked what it was. A message appeared that the stars were watching him. Suddenly a black hole appeared. Bella waved her hand and said that he could survive alone. For now, let him come back, to which he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted that he should come back now. The hero found himself in another dimension. The protagonist stretched his hand forward. Chuck looked at him in surprise and asked where he was. He raised his hands and started calling for the fairy. A notification appeared that the advancing star knew that he had absorbed the star fragment, to which he asked again. Looking at the beam, the protagonist asked what it was. The advancing star was disappointed by his reaction. The beam flew away, the star refused his fragment and left. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was so angry that he was ready to rage and throw. Suddenly, Chuck screamed furiously that who the hell was he to be disappointed in him. Hitting the tablet, the hero screamed what the hell was this, he had never heard of any such stars, the information was unlocked. A being appeared. It was said that the lords of the stars are cosmic beings, each ruling their own kingdom. The stones rained down. It was said that these beings put particles of their power into star fragments and send them across the universe, so that these fragments would find worthy agents who could serve the lords of the stars and help them expand their domain, to which the protagonist asked why someone like them would be interested in him. The hero asked in surprise, hearing that the user Chuck had found a star fragment, and that meant that the lords of the stars wanted him to become one of them. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he said that he did. A memory surfaced, and the thought arose that this was the same stone that Bella had found. It was not a return stone, it was a star fragment. Looking up, the hero asked what that sound was. A mark appeared in the sky. Multicolored rays rushed down. It was written that the Whispering Star wanted to develop his talent for charm, with which he would be able to captivate and mislead everyone around him. The Conquering Star promised to teach him how to command an army of steel and fire, to which the protagonist asked again. The protagonist raised his head up. It was said that the Hungry Star invited him to go with him in search of the snake that swallowed this planet. The Star of Destruction offered him a whole world that could be ruled by someone else's hands. The Star of Tears promised that one day he would become the ruler of the world of the dead. Looking surprised, Chuck asked what they were talking about. Looking at the star, he asked what to invest in its development, and he was asked to choose a star. Pointing to the side, the hero shouted that how could he choose a star if he did not understand anything? He needed details. The image of a monster appeared. This is the Star of Destruction Jack, the Grey Cardinal, enjoying strategies and conspiracies. He rules the masses, remaining unknown. His weapon is a dagger and poison in the hands of others. He is the mastermind of any conspiracy. His adepts are secret organizations that rule the world. The image of the Star of Tears appeared. He is the father of grief and sorrow, the ruler of the army of the dead. His element is human despair and the grief of loss, unfulfilled hopes, and hopeless struggle. The eyes of the snake glowed. This is the Hungry Star Luke, insatiable greed embodied in the form of a snake. In his kingdom there is always hunger, and he wants to devour the universe. The Whispering Star appeared. Her element is the kindling of passion in the light of day and deceit under the cover of night. She shines brightest next to the one who himself radiates light. Anyone, even the most powerful creature, will fall at her feet if she wants it. Arden stood in the middle of the fire. This is a star of madness and impotent anger. He burns everything with fire and cuts out every single enemy. In his senseless anger, he wants the world to burn with fire, and he doesn't care if he is left to rule only the scorched earth. Looking away, the protagonist asked why they were all like this, as if they had a personality disorder and a mental hospital was crying for them. The hero remained silent, seeing that the stars were reaching out to those like them. Raising his head up, the protagonist said that, well, I see. He was hinting at the fact that he was. His eyes wide open. He continued, which meant that, in his opinion, he was an intriguer, a womanizer, a sadist, possessed of insatiable greed, and also a maniac capable of genocide. Chuck furiously shouted that it was easy for him to say. He could admit that he was a bad person. The hero fell to the ground and thought that no matter how you look at it, there was nothing good about him, but there was no need to be so upset. Lowering his head, he added that he admitted that he was not that good, but, it seems, not that bad either. It seems he had not done anything shameful. Raising his head, he thought that maybe he just did not remember his bad deeds. Glowing stars appeared, and he added that in any case, He was not as crazy as these stars. Stretching his hand to the side, Chuck said that he had a question, asked what would happen when he made a choice. The protagonist looked at the star. The star was spinning around. Images of monsters appeared. The hero winced in pain. The guy spread his arms out to the sides. The officer stood still. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked what all of this they could give him. A message appeared telling him to choose a star. Frowning, Chuck thought that he had been through so much, they were clearly not telling him something, some kind of catch. Looking at the star, the hero asked what was required of him in return. It was said that to serve the chosen star, nothing more, to which he asked again. Messages appeared that the stars patronize and help their subordinate grow, and then act through him. These are all the conditions. Raising his head up, the main character asked that it was necessary to make a choice right now, to which he received the answer that the opportunity to choose a star is a very rare and important event. The star was shining brightly. It was said that when the stars are convinced that he is able to overcome any obstacles, they will elevate them to incredible heights of power. Raising his head, the hero asked what this means. They want to say that they, in fact, cannot offer him anything right now, but only in the future, to which he was answered that the stars are outraged by his arrogance. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that they were outraged. They were telling him, like, to watch his language. The pink star lit up, and the hero said that getting power and might without effort is great, but, smiling, Chuck asked that it was they who found him, not he them, right. The stars flew around him, and he added that he did not know them, and this was the first time he saw them, and they were asking him to make a choice for life. He had no guarantees, no contract. In their world of people it was customary to give guarantees. Even a used car salesman cares more about the buying party than they do. Arden, the star conqueror, lost interest in the hero. Waving his hand, the protagonist replied that yes, please. The hero asked again, seeing that the stars were telling him that they would give him time to think. Chuck grinned and thanked them for their concern. Suddenly the dimension began to disappear, and he added that he would try not to delay with the answer. The hero looked at the yellow star in surprise. Looking at it, he asked what it was up to. Suddenly it began to emit lightning, and Chuck said that it pricked. The star flew away, and he added that it stung. The protagonist looked in surprise, seeing that the whispering star Agatha awakened a skill in him, a new skill, a master, a legendary class, to which he asked what a legendary skill. Looking at the message, the protagonist said that he understood that she was giving him a generous bribe. Putting his hand on his side, he added that it was strange that they were so powerful that they could give out legendary skills to anyone they wanted. A pink moon appeared, and he said that then why couldn't they stop the extinction of humanity under the yoke of the hell difficulty level? In his time there were many people who could become their agents. The hero put his finger to his face and thought that, however, even people with superpowers couldn't stop the end of the world. Looking at his palm, he added that what if this was the plan of these very stars, to destroy life on Earth? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they needed to learn more about these stars. When Chuck returned to the present, 3 days had passed. In hell, all the guy had to do was be strong, but when the hero returned to reality, he realized that there was nothing to worry about. Chuck knew that when he returned to the real world, he did not know where he ended up. When the guy comes back, he looks like a tramp, so he should go home and avoid prying eyes. The hero answered Kate with a smile on his face that he needed to buy a house. The girl did not understand why he decided this so suddenly. The main character wanted to buy a house that was like a hospital, with solid walls and a disinfection room. Chuck asked Kate in surprise why he would not have a house. The heroine calmly answered the guy that he had a lot of money that he earned illegally. Besides, the guy had 0 stars and the hero was an ordinary person who was not even registered as awakened. Chuck turned away from the girl. The hero himself began to understand that buying houses was very unwise, since he needed to find a house with suitable conditions. The guy understood that due to the sudden purchase of a house, the hero could arouse suspicion among others. Chuck looked at the potatoes in his hands, thinking that first he needed to register as a capable person. The hero decided to think about what would happen to him after that. Chuck looked at the 1 star he had to choose with confusion. All stars have great power. The hero answered with laughter that he wanted to have everything they offered him. Chuck knew that if he got a strong power, he would be able to survive. Keith looked at the guy with anger, asking him to take the chopsticks and stop pretending to be cool. After a while, the guys were already watching the news, where they were talking about the blockade of the Baekdu dungeon. Adam confidently answered that after North Korea collapsed due to the flood, the North Korean side was left without attention. The heroes did not understand what due to the flood meant. All the monsters appear outside the dungeon. Such monsters cannot be compared even with weapons imbued with mana. Kate understood that going to such a place was risky, but Adam was the first in Korea who succeeded in tactics. The hero looked away with interest, realizing that all the clans said that an expedition to the north was impossible. The news answered that there were 3 days left before the ability registration test. It would be the largest test. Next year, the clan would continue the expedition. Chuck heard that Adam was going to hire many awakened for this expedition. Chuck turned off the news, answering that it was a registration test that had to be taken once. Kate began to offer food with incomprehension. A huge number of people had gathered in one place. Chuck did not understand how much longer he had to wait. The hero looked away with anger. The man with a smile on his face told the guy that he had also come for the test. Chuck scratched his head. The hero remembered that there was a time when the guy was given a unique rank at the shelter when he was little. The man laughed, answering that the crowd gave him goosebumps. The hero answered that they all did not separate the lines between newbies and active hunters, which was absolutely terrible. The guy understood that everyone was in a hurry here. The hero laughed, answering that he was too lazy to participate in this, so he came to update his registration level. Chuck listened to him with incomprehension. The hero understood that this was a level registration, where everyone gained points. The crowd did not move. The hero pushed Chuck out of fatigue, trying to move him from his place. The protagonist understood that he needed to quickly raise his level before they paid attention to him. Testing for the Awakened consists of 3 tests and includes a personality check, an ability check, and a skill check. The girl looked at the sheet in fear. The background check is only a ceremonial aspect of the bureaucracy, so everyone passes it very quickly. The verification of characteristics began. The first test ends with the collected blood on a test strip, and then a series of tests were conducted to identify abilities. Status check. Simply put, a combat power meter. For normal men, it is about 100, but can be both higher and lower. Chuck stuck his hand into the sensor, realizing that hunters are not good only because their abilities are high and no one cares about the number. The doctor told Chuck to hold onto the ball on the bottom. The guy tried to touch it. His hand was reaching for something round. The hero decided in surprise that this was it. All the doctors looked at Chuck with fear and incomprehension. The heroes quickly began to write something down without saying anything. A few seconds later, Chuck pulled his hand out in surprise, looking at the sensor reading. The hero did not understand what was wrong with the numbers and that it was broken. Chuck and the doctors did not understand how the rating could be so high. The man answered the guy that the sensor was acting up and they would immediately reconfigure it. Chuck decided to control the strength. The hero decided to carefully stick it in, not knowing if this changed the reading. The doctors continued to look in surprise. Chuck was waiting for the result. A few seconds later, someone shouted that they were now dividing people into 3 parts, so people with the attack system skill were on the far right and the appearance with the defense system skill was in the center. The girl replied that if someone still didn't know anything, they should go to the far left row. Chuck understood that he was waiting for the result and he didn't know if he needed a detailed check. The girl decided to quickly check it. Chuck looked away thoughtfully. Suddenly, the hero was called out, asking to take a basic test. The girl began to give the guy many different sheets. The heroine replied that this time the test would be a little different. All hunters look strong, so you can get injured or die. There are very few people who earn a lot of money, so most hunters earn poorly and do other work. Chuck said that all this was not for the money. The girl was surprised to hear the hero answer that he had a sense of duty to protect humanity. The guy took the sheet with the task with a smile on his face. The girl smiled, answering that the topic was a dungeon. The hero decided to read all the information, as it could help. Chuck was interested to see what the dungeon looked like. The building. People were calmly looking around. The car was carefully parked on the road. The hand slowly opened it. Adam began to get out of it to thunderous applause. The hero began to ask if he was ready. The hunter answered that the red butterfly was already in place, but it looked like many clans were targeting it. The hero laughed. Adam did not understand why such North Korean stars ignored invitations to the clan. The man answered that if they had applied, he would have accepted it. Adam slowly walked away, asking about the others. One of the guys had something written about special abilities. The hero answered that he was awakened with the skill of poisonous blood. In the guy's hands was a video where everything was clear anyway. Adam answered that this was great, but blood poison is a skill that has many disadvantages, so if the guy is splashed with blood, he can harm his colleagues, including. The guy asked everyone to keep this in mind. The office. All the heroes were doing their own thing. Someone was looking away. Someone was thinking about something. Chuck was smiling, looking away. The guard was calling the guy. The man was handing something over. Chuck asked what it was, but never received an answer. The guy was wondering what this thing was. Chuck was left alone. The participants were told to go through. There was the 3rd dungeon in front of the guys. Adam was slowly walking into the office. The hero was watching all of this. Chuck listened to the fact that the goal of the task was to collect the cards that everyone received upon entering. After this exam, many would gain experience. The girl stood confidently to the side. Adam was smiling. Chuck was holding her hand, realizing that he would cope within 3 hours. There is 1 card for each person, from 1 to 3 monsters. The person who collected the most will win. One of the guys suggested moving together. Chuck looked away with displeasure. The hero replied that he did not like it. Chuck laughed, knowing that this was bad. The hero asked the boys what they knew about this task. Chuck answered that they wanted to take first place, but first place could not be divided. Everyone was surprised that the hero had such a reason. One of the boys told Chuck that they would have to fight 4 of them. The hero looked back. The hero answered the boy that if he was ready to give up the victory, he better do it right now. Chuck answered that he agreed with everyone. A few seconds later, the guy quickly turned around. The hand confidently hit the hero's face. Chuck laughed. The guy with a smile on his face understood that he forgot to ask something. The main character approached people, asking who would be there first. One of the guys answered out of fear that he was giving up. Chuck understood that he would not leave so easily. His leg was approaching something. Chuck asked the guy what would happen to him if he gave the card to the hero. The guy began to laugh. One of the students shook his head. Someone began to think. Adam understood that this was similar to the actions of the red butterfly when the guy began to take cards from everyone who entered. Adam knew that if all the members of the red butterfly gathered together, they would be able to pass the 3-star dungeon. The guard understood that this was great. Everyone understood that they would not have to try hard to get a high score. Endurance is an important test. On the way, there will be monsters that were prepared for people. Adam understood that even talented people have to fight. The hero answered that it was an autonomous android. It was an android that used spores and skin material from a mushroom monster caught in the Chernobyl dungeon to learn how to attack with gloves. The official name was a mushroom droid, a name that was a kind of synopsis of the best technologies. It had excellent combat qualities, as well as excellent durability and mana reflection. In addition, its repair cost was very low, since the spore component of the epidermis was a regenerating material. The robot aimed its fist. The heroes fell one after another. People did not know how to deal with it. Everyone understood that the robot was completely weak against several attacks. Their problem was that they acted alone. It took a long time to get used to it. The card was deeply embedded in the android's body, so it was very difficult to get it out. Adam looked at their tactics in surprise. The guard looked at him in surprise. The guy showed some distance. Adam understood that something strange was happening. The robot looked calmly. Chuck looked at him with confusion. The guy decided that he expected a real monster. A few seconds later, the leg bounced off. The hero's fist quickly rushed at the robot. The monster itself also responded. Chuck was surprised that he could move. The robot could no longer do anything. Chuck's hands grabbed his legs. The robot quickly flew away. Chuck laughed. The guy was bored. The hero began to examine the robot. The guy's strength made everything explode. The card flew from the sky. Chuck was surprised that it was hard to get. The guy did not believe that it was very easy. The game time was 34 minutes. Chuck looked around. Third place was taken by the girl Red Lotus. Second place was the Red Butterfly. First place was taken by the main character, holding 16 pieces in his hands. A pumped-up girl appears in front of us, she takes third place. Then a girl with red hair, around whom butterflies fly, she takes second place. And finally, the protagonist, who takes first place. Chuck throws his head up and says that he knew he would be first, although it would have been better if they had put goblins as opponents. It was boring, even the scarecrows were stronger than the monsters here. He picked up a regular skin, and then said that he needed to see what he got. Looking at it, he added that it was just a regular material, but interesting. He remembered his fight with the mannequins, thinking that if this is what the scarecrows from hell are made of. Then he put the fabric on his hand, saying that now he understands why they are so durable. Suddenly the skin began to tremble. Looking at it, he said that this material is alive, maybe he will be able to make something out of it. Then he said create. A bright flash appeared. He made durable scales on his legs and arms, saying that it looks good. Smiling, he raised his fist, saying that that's it. Then he took a few steps forward, adding that he needed to deal with the others. Someone looks at the system message, in which they see that Chuck is in first place. He thinks about how this is possible. The girl clenches her teeth in displeasure, continuing to think that how is it that he has more than she does. Then suddenly someone appears behind her, shouting that this is where she is. The guys, looking menacingly ahead, use spells, shouting that she needs to be destroyed. Several plasma beams are directed towards her. Then she kicks the floor with all her might. She flies up, and the beams rush after her. She does a few dexterous somersaults, calmly parrying their attacks. And then she comes close to the wall, pushing off from it. She begins to spin around herself, and the plasma beams create a vortex. A moment later she falls down at great speed, and a strong explosion occurs above her. Menacingly looks ahead, and then they examine the defeated enemies. The guys, despite her, say that she is surrounded, and does she really think that she can defeat them all? The girl gets into a stance, after which, suddenly, a strong explosion happens behind her, and several guys fly up. Turning around, she sees a pumped-up girl, who says in fear that why did she break away from them, she could have gotten hurt. Her friend replied that she did not have enough points, to which the pumped-up girl replied that she should not chase after them. Then, stretching her hand forward, she added that their only goal is to be accepted into the expedition to the north. The four of them have enough knuckles. The guy with glasses, pointing to his hand, says that of course, together they collected 88 pieces. The girl with red hair, taking a step forward, answered that no, she does not want to connect their knuckles, she has something else in mind. Her friend asked in surprise why she did that. In front of her, she added where she was going. The girl, turning around, answered that she should not lag behind. After which she made a strong jerk, rushed into the sky. Her comrades looked up in fear. Yes, with transfer to a young guy, here, looking in front of him, asks who is Chuck. The man standing next to him answered that he had not heard of him before. Frowning, he added that the results of his characteristics are still not ready. The guy answered that this is the one with poisonous blood. Imagining him in his head, he added that it does not seem to him that he feels somehow calm. The man answered that yes, all his behavior suggests that he has experience. The guy, crossing his arms, answered that so, it means he can be one of the illegal raiders. Hearing this, the man asked in surprise what he thought. According to his information, Chuck had no criminal record and no license for vacations. The guy replied that maybe he was a foreigner. Throwing his leg up, he added that it was true that other countries did not have such strict legislation. They would not rule out that he could be a foreigner. After which he smiled and looked ahead. In his head, he told Chuck that he couldn't wait for these two to butt heads. After which an image of a red butterfly appeared in his head, and he thought that it would be an interesting battle. We are transferred to the protagonist. He tries to chew the skin. After which he vomits and says that it is incredibly disgusting. His face turns pale, and he adds that he needs to wash his mouth with soap now. He is not able to eat something like that, even with how hungry he is now. Suddenly, he stood in a stupor, thinking that he feels danger. Clenching his fist, he continued to think that it was someone fast. Turning around, he saw a girl who waved her hand, and he thought it was another user. For a second, he held his hands out in front of him. Looking at the girl, he thought it was a red butterfly. The girl, standing in a stance, asked that he was alone. Yes, the protagonist, smiling, answered that he had 100,500 henchmen, and they were all waiting for his order. The girl looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Then she opened her mouth and said that he was a joker. Approaching, she added that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Looking at her, Chuck thought that he was only level 7, she was twice his level. The girl made a quick dash forward, she hit the protagonist with all her might. He managed to put up a block. Frowning, he thought that she had incredible strength. Then the girl swung her leg. She hit him with all her might, and Chuck thought that if he didn't dodge at least once, she would kill him. Squinting his eyes, he made a small dash to the side. At that moment, the girl swung her leg to strike. At the last second, the propagandist managed to jump back. Frightened and looking ahead, he thought that if it weren't for the help in the fight, he would already be a corpse. Then he returned from her blow. Looking at her, he thought that only thanks to this skill he dodges, he reacts to her movement in real time. The girl turned half-turned and prepared to hit with her leg. Turning around, she made a strong swing. He thought that he could not guess the moment for a counterattack. The protagonist, sitting on the floor, said that it is possible to lose. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that it was certainly dangerous for people to use the skill, but she was higher in level than him, maybe he should try it on her. Then she made a dash forward, and the protagonist stretched out his hand, in which a blue sphere began to appear, and he thought that he was already starting to get tired. He used the theoretical strength upgrade for the skill help in battle. His hand glowed brightly. The girl, stretching out her hand to attack, clenched her teeth. She was quickly approaching him. The girl, clenching her teeth, flew forward. The protagonist, putting out his fist, was ready to strike. A second later, there was a strong explosion. Chuck looked forward with a smile, and the girl recoiled in fear. Her hand trembled. Then her whole face turned pale, and then she, opening her mouth wide, grabbed her hand and screamed. Lowering his head, he approached her. Looking at the dissatisfied girl, he told her to give her knuckles. The girl threw the bag and replied that she lost. Let him take it. Raising her head, she asked what kind of skill it was. Bishop was silent for a few seconds, staring ahead. Then he looked away in surprise. The pumped-up girl flew into him and threw him aside. The protagonist, who hit the floor several times, flew into the wall. Opening his mouth, he asked what was going on. The girl, looking ahead with displeasure, said that it was that guy who happened. Her friend standing next to her said that he didn't think they would meet, the red snake. And this is his partner. He looked at the pumped-up girl who approached her friend, asking how her arm was. The pumped-up girl, looking at the protagonist with displeasure, shouted that it was he who broke her arm. Her friend replied that she should forget. Even the two of them couldn't handle him. Bishop, stretching out his hand forward, said that she decided to run into trouble too. Yes, he was the one who broke her arm, and what next? Looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, he added that she thought she would just leave it like that. Then he looked ahead with fear. A message appeared that 3 hours had passed and the testing was over. The winner would be announced now. The protagonist thought that it was a girl. If not for her, he would have still managed to collect the tiles. The loudspeaker announced that third place was a pumped-up girl with 21 tiles. The protagonist looked ahead with fear, and they added that second place was Chuck with 69 tiles. After a few seconds, they said that first place was a red butterfly with 88 tiles. The pumped-up girl simply looked ahead and asked what he thought. How did they do it? She stretched out her hand to her friend, saying that they were a team and acted together. Hearing this, Chuck grabbed his face, answering that they folded their tiles while she was distracting him. The red butterfly answered with fear that he had misunderstood everything. The protagonist, turning away, was about to leave when suddenly the pumped-up one shouted where he was going. She stretched out her hand to her friend, shouting that he broke her arm and was going to leave without even apologizing. Hearing this, Chuck, exhaling discontentedly, thought that he should not get excited, otherwise they would find out about his strength. He should think about it. Second stood silently, thinking that, of course, her surprise can be understood. She ran to the scene and found her partner with a broken arm. Continuing to silently look in front of him, he thought that yes, she understands everything, but he could at least ask what happened. She presented everything as if he was trying to rob a red butterfly. Displeasedly looking in front of himself, he thought that he won in a fair fight, but she, on the other hand, stole first place from him and also presented him as a villain. Turning around menacingly, he thought that he seemed to have no choice but to teach these two a lesson. Then a black line appeared from him and he said that he commands. The pumped-up girl looked menacingly in front of her, shouting that he was silent. Then she turned pale and a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The red butterfly, seeing the thread, asked what was going on. A strong dark aura began to move from the protagonist. Then many monsters appeared behind him. The pumped-up girl fell and her body shook. She saw a dark spirit approaching her. Then she screamed and put her hand in front of herself. A small girl approached her, put her hand on her chest, and began to shoot, and Chuck, watching this, thought that he just wanted to teach them a lesson. A group of medics ran up to the girl. The protagonist, frowning, thought that he did not expect everything to be so bad, after which he started to run away, thinking that it was time for him to get away. We are transferred to the man. He, looking ahead, says that he thinks that it is because the red butterfly underestimated him. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, thought about what they think. It is not about her. Chuck knew perfectly well what he was doing. The movements were precise and verified. Looking at the monitors, he continued to think that only she was twice as high as him in level, had not even reached level 10, and at the same time he was a real threat to the hunters. The man turned to the guy, asking what they would do, arrange a meeting with the red butterfly. The captain answered that no. Getting up from the chair, he said that first he wanted to meet Chuck. We are transferred to the protagonist. He is sitting on a chair, putting a pen to his forehead. He looks around with displeasure, and then thinks that help in battle with the heroic power upgrade is still okay, but the Lord's skill sucked all the mana out of him. Looking ahead with displeasure, he thought that he hoped to restore before moving to the Hell location. It would be better if he didn't do this. The mana is now at 0. Then suddenly someone came up to him and addressed him, to which the protagonist asked who was asking him. The man, looking at him menacingly, replied that he congratulated him on successfully passing the test, and he was the deputy captain. He said that information about his excellent skills had reached them. The clan fully supported him in the development and his talents. Looking around the room, he continued to say that with them he could achieve the best results as a hunter. Looking at the guy, he added that only they could provide him. The protagonist, raising his head, asked that only the stars were higher than him, to which the man became embarrassed. And the protagonist, smiling, answered that they would be able to raise his skills to the level of the stars. The captain, sitting in the car, looked at the tablet. He looked carefully in front of him. Then he imagined how the girl was fighting the protagonist, after which he smiled sarcastically. Looking at the tablet, he said that it was as if he was watching a movie, and then suddenly someone knocked on his window. A deputy appeared in front of him, who, apologizing, bowed, to which the guy asked what the protagonist refused. The man closed his eyes, answered that yes, he showed no interest, even when he voiced more favorable conditions. The captain, smiling, answered that he had a premonition. In such strong and talented people, as a rule, there is a lot of pride. What exactly did he say? A second later, the captain turned pale when the man answered that he was talking about the stars. The guy looked at his subordinate in surprise, and the latter added that he thought it was some kind of youth slang and did not attach any importance to it. He did not know what he could mean by it. The man, frowning, added that maybe he knew, to which the captain replied that no, he also heard about it for the first time. Imagining the girl in his head, he asked what about the red butterfly, did she accept their offer? The man answered that everything was as they planned. She and her team initially signed up for testing in order to get into their expedition to the north. The guy lowered his head, answered that it was a good job, and he would go home. They would see each other tomorrow. The man, bowing, replied that of course, let him take care of himself. The captain, looking ahead, thought about the stars. He did not know which stars Chuck was talking about, and therefore he could not be sure. He needed to keep an eye on him. We are transferred to the protagonist. He is driving a car. The girl, looking at him in surprise, asks what he has there. What? Chuck, looking in her direction, replied that it was a business card of some agency. They had reached him right after testing. That the girl replied that she was saying, "I am business cards." Looking ahead, she added that she was talking about this box in his hands. The protagonist, looking down, replied that it was. Then we are transferred to the past. The red butterfly, bowing, shouts that she is apologizing. Her friend was just trying to help her out. They are asking him for forgiveness. I imagined a pumped up girl in my head, wondering what the bigger one was. He just wanted to scare her to put her in her place. Remembering how the little girl treated her, he remained silent. After which he, turning away in displeasure, replied that she should forget about it. What happened, happened. Suddenly she pulled out a small box, said that it was a prize for first place in the test. It rightfully belonged to him and would have been as if everything had gone according to plan. It was very important to her. The protagonist opened the case and saw the iron grip gloves, which increased strength and blocking. Looking at them, he said that the thing was not bad, it turns out, and this is excellent. The girl next to him said that, by the way, the sample he gave her to sell was bought. Chuck asked what this old man was doing again, to which she replied that he had been buying a lot lately. Even if she sold to someone else, the old man would buy from them. Hearing this, the protagonist asked contentedly why he needed so many crystals. He turned to the window with displeasure, thinking that even if he took rubies, who would buy so many rubies? Where to put them? Unless he worked for some high-ranking person and needed crystals in large quantities for some suspicious business. In any case, it would be more profitable to contact his boss directly. Then he imagined the old man in his head. Looking out the window, he thought that it would not be so easy to deal with him. Then suddenly the girl asked that this was the entire prize. To which Chuck shook out the box, answered that exactly, there should be a cash prize there too. The girl, looking at him, said that something had fallen out. He pulled out a small note to her, to which she replied, what was the point of that obscene voice? The protagonist, smiling broadly, replied that she wanted to go to a restaurant. He looked at the check, 50 million. We were transferred to the car. Chuck, getting out of it, said that joining the association was something. Even for a simple test they assign a generous prize. The girl, looking at him, replied that this is how they show how much they value hunters. Although ordinary people do not like it, they think that their life is a piece of cake. Looking at her friend, Da added that I would wait more carefully, to which he replied that okay, it's his money, he can spend as much as he wants now. Then he suddenly turned around menacingly. Got back. Narrowing his eyes, he told her to quickly go to the car. The girl asked what happened, to which the protagonist added that she should get in the car and lock the doors. Frowning, he added that she should not get out until he returned. After which the protagonist walked forward. Stopping, he said that he did not think. In the alley, he saw several men lying on the floor, after which he said that he would cut his hair near the house. An old man appeared in front, who adjusted his hat, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the men lying on the ground, he added that he did not misunderstand him. He saved him from the Yakuza. They wanted to take possession of his stock of crystal moss. Even foreign organizations heard about his product. As he sees, not only them, many hunters have already picked up the trail and are looking for where the crystal god of enormous purity of volume appeared on the market. Sitting on the steps, the old man said that if it weren't for his intervention, the girl could have suffered. The protagonist, approaching him, asked why he came, to which he replied that he had a small proposal. He imagined his boss in his head, adding that they should cooperate. The protagonist, smiling, wondered what they were behind this, and then replied that he was sorry, but he had already refused them today. The old man raised his hand, replied that he had a dossier on him, very meager. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to collect data on him. One would think that someone had deleted any mention of him in the database. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, asked what they were talking about. The old man, stretching out his hand, replied that he sells crystal moss, which only forms in high-level dungeons, and he was also told that during the test. Chuck showed himself to be a person who has experience in dungeon raids, but according to the documents, he is listed as an ordinary sewer cleaner. Something does not add up. The protagonist replied that he should wait. But the old man, looking at him, replied that they do not care what organization he works with, he simply needs them, to which Chuck replied that he is grateful for their help. Looking at the old man, he added that they were wrong about the organization. The old man, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that, apparently, he did not quite choose the right method of persuasion, and he hopes that the protagonist will understand why he is forced to switch to a harsher tone. Chuck, frightened, turned around and saw a system message appear behind him. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted for him to listen to him. A moment later the old man pulled out his cane, but Chuck managed to dodge it at the last second. A strong blast wave went off from the cane. The protagonist, putting his hand in his pocket, shouted for him to listen to him. The old man, who missed, thought that he was trying to strike back from such an absurd position. Suddenly Chuck's hand reached him, and he continued to think that the less effective his blow would be, he had nothing to worry about. Chuck hit him with all his might, and the old man flew back. Blood spurted from his cheek, and he wondered if these were the hunter's gloves. Weren't they the same ones that were the prize for the red butterfly? The protagonist looked in front of himself with displeasure and replied that this was self-defense. He understood. Chuck stood in front of the old man. The old man, looking at him, said that he was watching. He liked to complicate his life. Then he began to take off his jacket, and then he buttoned his vest. Looking straight ahead menacingly, he said that if he didn't want to hear him out nicely, he threw his jacket at the protagonist, shouting that he would do it the hard way. Chuck calmly deflected the jacket, shouting that he shouldn't make him laugh like that, and then he looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. He saw how the old man's cane transformed into a sword. He looked straight ahead menacingly, and the protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was unfair, after which the old man lunged forward, making several swings. Chuck barely got back from them, and then dashed forward. The old man's attacks pressed him against the wall. He was able to push off. He appeared above the opponent's head, after which he jumped behind him. Smiling, he thought that great, now he was behind. How suddenly the old man, stretching out his sword, was almost able to touch the protagonist. Chuck swung his fist with all his might. Looking menacingly ahead, he thought that it was excellent. He looked at the menacing expression of the old man. Then he hit him in the jaw with all his might, grabbing the hand that held the sword. The old man's eyes turned pale, and Chuck, grabbing him by the collar, told him to stop. Then he dragged him along, shouting that it was time to pass out. Suddenly and finally trembled, and the old man behind asked what this illusion spell was. Putting the sword to the protagonist's throat, he said that it was a strange thing. After which blood spurted, Chuck looked down in fear. He grabbed his hand, and the old man, raising his sword, said that he did not want to hurt him because he had no goal to kill him. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that Chuck should answer his question, who gives him orders? The protagonist leaned over and laughed, and the old man asked what he said that was funny. Chuck raised his head and asked that he hadn't forgotten anything. The old man looked ahead for a few seconds in silence, seeing that he had the protagonist's blood on him. His eyes turned pale, and he asked that it was poisonous blood. A second later, Chuck made a quick dash forward and grabbed the old man by the throat. He slammed him against the wall with all his might. He dropped his sword. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, asked that he still didn't have resistance to poison. Smiling, he continued to push the old man into the wall. Suddenly, he raised his fist and then hit Chuck's arm with all his might with his elbow. A second later, it broke and he screamed loudly. Without thinking twice, the old man hit the protagonist in the stomach and he flew into the wall. The old man's body began to tremble and he reached into his pocket. He took out a small potion. Then he poured it on his face. Chuck, looking at him, asked what kind of medicine it was. He, adjusting his hand, added that he should give it to him if there was any left. The old man, looking at him, replied that he couldn't believe it. He was sure that he had touched his palms and ribs, how he was still standing, as if nothing had happened. He had some kind of recovery skills. Chuck, closing his eyes, replied that it was possible, and he was ready to continue. The old man looked at the sword lying nearby. Looking at his opponent, he replied that that was enough. After which, standing up, he added that he was here to offer him something. They would fight. Chuck replied that he had started it first, to which the man said that he thought that if he understood, if he used force, it seemed that the protagonist had shown more resistance than he had expected. Surprised yes, looking ahead, he continued to say that he was interested in who was standing behind him. Chuck shouted discontentedly that he was serious, after which he pointed at himself, the answer that he has no one. He is on his own, to which the old man replied that then where did he get all this from? The protagonist said that it was a secret. After which the man hid his sword in its sheath, saying that if he joined the clan, he would get everything he dreamed of, to which the protagonist replied that he promised himself that he would never work for anyone. Looking at his opponent, he added that, however, approaching the old man, he said that he could work for him. Chuck told the man that he promised himself to never work for someone else. Charlie looked at the guy boredly, not answering him. The protagonist came closer and said that Charlie could work for him. The old man let out a nervous laugh and said that the dark-haired man was talking complete nonsense. Then he added that if the guy was going to daydream, then they had nothing to talk about. Chuck thought that Charlie would be useful because of his connections with people. The man turned around and walked away, straightening his tie, while the dark-haired man smiled behind him. The protagonist looked up and thought that he definitely couldn't pass up such a chance. The dark-haired man looked at Charlie's back and asked him with a smile what was special about the T-Sun clan, and then added that this clan was weaker than the almighty Lotus 3rd rank. Then Chuck asked the man if he knew that T-Sun and Adam were overrated and why didn't he go for someone young and ambitious. Charlie, without turning around, replied that he thought there were two types of people who would find the protagonist's words reasonable. The man glanced at Chuck and added that they were either fools who had no idea about reality or losers who were drowning in their own faith. The guy smiled hysterically and agreed with the gray-haired man. Charlie pulled his sword out of its sheath when the protagonist told him that his statement was rather harsh for someone who had just almost lost. Chuck grinned and wanted to say something about the attempted attack, but he didn't have time. Charlie swung his blade and left a red stripe on the wall and on the guy. He froze in place with his eyes wide open in shock and his hair smoking. The man replied that if he had originally wanted to kill the protagonist, he wouldn't have been able to resist. Chuck winced when blood appeared on his ear. The guy was standing near the wall, on which a mark from a large blade remained. Charlie said that the T-Sun clan had many assistants who were stronger than him. Then he added that it was not funny to hear such words from someone who had not even reached level 10. The dark-haired man asked what was so unique about Adam. The man frowned, looking at the protagonist, and asked again. Chuck frowned and looked straight at the old man, answering that he would show him. The dark-haired man's body caught fire with a red flame, and he continued that he would show him that he was better than Adam. Charlie did not take his eyes off the guy and asked how much stronger he should be compared to Adam. Charlie bent down, picking up his jacket from the ground and letting out a chuckle. Chuck frowned, pursing his lips and listening to him being told that the fair-haired man reached level 20 in less than half a year. And this was because Adam had the support of a clan like the T-Sun, and if you were an ordinary person, all this would have taken at least a year. Chuck clenched his fists when Charlie said that if he wanted to prove that he was the best, then his absolute minimum was 2 weeks. The man was adjusting his coat when the protagonist answered that he would do it. Then the guy continued that he could convince Charlie that he was better than Adam, and if he succeeded, then the man should work with him, to which the old man remained silent. The man, holding his hat in his hand, said that such a proposal was not even funny. Then Charlie walked away, throwing out his hopes for the best place for Chuck to train. The protagonist bared his snow-white teeth and asked not to worry about it, because he already had one place. Large buildings fell on each other, destroying stone walls. Apocalypse star, difficulty, hell. Chuck raises his fist with a scream, while droplets of someone's blood fly at him. In front of him stood a green monster with sharp teeth and elf ears. The protagonist delivers his blow, after which a red glow appears, and the creature tries to dodge the attack with its hands. This continues over and over again. The blows of the dark-haired man were highlighted with a bright light due to the speed with which Chuck attacked. At one point, the guy raises his fist, and the monster opens its mouth to bite the other man's hand. But before he can do this, the protagonist's fist crashes straight into the opponent's mouth, knocking out all of his teeth. The dark-haired man's face shows only excitement, and his eyes glow bright red. With his fist in the other man's mouth, Chuck drives the creature's head into the concrete, smashing it into splinters. His opponent was lying on his back, rolling his eyes at the ceiling, and the brunette was yelling at him. The guy was yelling at him that he shouldn't spit out what's in his mouth, and that he should chew every bite thoroughly. The green monster with a broken open jaw lay motionless on the asphalt, while Chuck sat on it, trying to catch his breath after the fight and having received level 15. He received a notification that the Star of the Conqueror was watching him, and the brunette turned his gaze. The guy raised his head up to the sky, getting up from his victim. The next moment, his hand began to bleed and the protagonist cursed, frowning in surprise. His palm was covered in blood and black holes. Chuck sat in front of the windows of abandoned buildings and moaned, hunched over his hand. The dark-haired man bandaged it and decided not to strain his body so much next time. Bella appeared at the side of the stunned protagonist, saying that fairies are afraid to fight and how dare he continue this business. Chuck frowned and asked where she had been all this time. The magical creature took out her red pipe and brought it to the brunette's hand, asking what was wrong with it. Bella began to blow into Chuck's palm while he stood there motionless from fear. The dark-haired man thought that it would be good if he died on the battlefield, since he could be reborn, but he himself was not yet completely sure of it. Looking to the side, the brunette decided that not everything was so bad and that he had seriously advanced if compared to the early futile attempts to find at least a couple of monsters. The only problem was with Ben, the goblin whom Chuck had recently met first. However, among those with whom the main character was fighting, he was able to find not only him. A goblin passed behind the wary brunette, as if not seeing him, then, most likely, was stronger than everyone the guy had met. Chuck looked back in horror, opening his eyes in surprise. The green goblin was scraping his sickle on the ground, passing by the dark-haired man from the side. The guy shouted to Bella to hide, wondering where the goblin had come from. Chuck tensed when he didn't see the fairy next to him, wondering where she disappeared to if the brunette hadn't finished. He could have listened to the end before running away. The goblin winced, looking somewhere ahead. Then he growled at the whole area, raising his head up. Ben wondered what the main character was looking at. Chuck smirked, tying his spits around his palm, and said that he couldn't think that monsters would get upset if you killed their relative. Then the guy irritably rushed at the goblin, shouting that it was enough to waste his time and for Ben to come closer. The second one's eyes lit up red, and he stuck out his long tongue, pouncing on Chuck. A notification came that our hero was dead. A new quest had begun. It was necessary to kill a goblin. The difficulty level was extremely high. Chuck was lying on the ground, completely tired. He remembered how the goblin suddenly attacked him. The hero only looked at him with fear. Chuck was also lying and thinking about something. The hero thought that it was just a goblin. Suddenly, he jumped up abruptly. The character decided to simply lure him into a trap. But while he was thinking about it, footsteps were heard from behind. The goblin abruptly jumped on Chuck. He only managed to look back before dying. This time, the character lived only 1 minute. The quest began again. Chuck ran forward, realizing his difficult situation. The goblin did not give him even a second to rest, hurrying after him. With all his anger, he directed his blade at the character. Chuck couldn't stand it any longer and got angry. He hit the goblin with all his might. The hero realized that he only needed to attack. But suddenly the goblin struck him with blades. Blood poured out of the hero's mouth. The idea came to him to simply hide after resurrection. He remembered the old man's words about forgiving his opponent, but he realized that it was better to die than to run away. Chuck did not know how to forgive and died over and over again. The hero was sure that everyone should pay for their actions, but when he failed, he decided to just run away. The goblin killed him over and over again. The character realized that his pride would not let him just leave. The goblin looked for him in the ruins of the city, but suddenly realized that he had not seen this man for several days. He realized that it was too early to relax. The character could not reach them. Suddenly, a low-level goblin appeared from behind. He begged for help. The high-level goblin realized that they had to go back. In their settlement, all the goblins were sick and suffering, but the main one understood that their water had been poisoned. The low-level goblin didn't understand who was capable of such a thing, but the other, high-level one, with rage in his eyes, understood that it was a human. Suddenly, a large goblin approached him. He asked to look at something. Ben was puzzled by what he was asking for. They showed him a child who was looking for him. Ben burst into tears from this. Several goblins tried to call out to him. They even tried to stop him. Everyone tried to find out where he went. They tried to convince him not to take revenge on the human. One of them suggested leaving and finding a new place. Ben abruptly pulled out his blade. Everyone was talking about some mysterious whisper. In that case, they had no choice. They found a dead scout in front of them. Ben understood that this goblin had fallen into a human trap. He ordered everyone to go back. The goblin understood that Chuck was preparing for a sharp attack, but Ben was still sure that he was stronger than the human. For this reason, the goblin ordered to leave him. Everyone told him to be careful, but Ben was confident in his abilities. The goblins believed him, and he went on. Suddenly, Ben felt something out of the corner of his ear. An arrow flew at him from the side, but he did not stop it. The goblin was angry about this. Chuck appeared behind him. The man assured that he would give Ben a chance. In anger, he admitted that this was only a chance to die. The man wanted to kill him with his own hands. The goblin did not understand what was happening. Chuck advised him to think better. The goblin was furious at the man's words about his fellow tribesmen. Chuck threatened to kill these goblins. He understood that the goblin could not stop him, but Ben decided to just take him alive. In this case, Chuck decided to kill himself. The goblin only wanted revenge, but the man believed that his family was innocent. Chuck continued to threaten his family. The goblin was getting scared. He ordered them to stop the fight. Ben stood in despair. He dropped his weapon while the man stood smugly. The goblin was ready to give his life. The man was only too happy to take it. Ben angrily agreed to his death, but on the condition that Chuck would leave this place. He asked not to touch his fellow tribesmen. The man slowly picked up the goblin's weapon from the ground, but suddenly Ben kicked him cruelly. Chuck flew off into the distance with a crash. He hit his head on the ground with all his might. The character lay in despair, waiting for the goblin's blow. Ben swung his blade with all his might. He looked at Chuck with all the anger in his eyes. From anger, he even bared his mouth. But Chuck barely blocked this blow. The goblin began to scream, baring his mouth. He struck another powerful blow. The goblin hacked at the man with all his might so that his death would be as painful as possible. There was only a sly smile on the man's face. Ben continued to strike. The main character's health had already dropped to 10%. At that moment, his last survivor perk was activated. The goblin received a powerful blow to the side. Chuck managed to grab him by the throat. Ben could do nothing at that moment. The man was already preparing his strongest punch. The goblin received another blow to the side with all his might. He literally groaned in pain. Chuck slammed him into the nearest wall, but the goblin survived and got to his feet. The hero at that moment declared that he was holding back his powers. Ben could not stand it and began to scream that he was giving him a chance. At that moment, he received a fist in his stomach. The goblin was perplexed by the strength of this man. He was already thinking that he had defeated him. Ben realized that Chuck was most likely hiding his skills. The character's face was already completely filled with anger. The goblin did not understand where such strength came from, and each time he received a harder and harder blow to the face. Ben tried more and more to understand where such strength came from, but each time he received harder blows. It looked more like a beating than a fight. In the end, the goblin received a kick to his head. He literally flew away, groaning in pain. Chuck only mocked him. Ben was already sitting almost unconscious. The man only assured him of his carelessness. Chuck realized that the goblin always killed him with one blow. They never really fought. Ben believed that he could always defeat the man. The character blamed the goblin for being too relaxed. Ben was extremely angry at such impudence. He decided to make a final dash towards the man, but then blood spurted from his mouth. Chuck only smiled cheerfully at this. The goblin was already lying in a pool of his own blood, but then he grabbed 2 poisonous arrows in the side. The man, mocking, asked to wait a minute until the poison took effect. Then, bleeding, begged for mercy. He stated that if he died, his entire tribe would die. The goblin shouted at him, mentioning his family. Chuck only grinned and repeated this fact. Ben looked at him with eyes full of fear and hope. There was an evil smile on the hero's face. He was only interested in whether he would get experience for them. His expression was already more like a madman. The goblin realized all this with confusion in his eyes, and then he suddenly lost his head. Scarlet skies hung over the city. The protagonist calmly exhaled. A whole city opened up before him. Everything was clear enough to him. He defeated the goblin and completed the quest. He received a golden chest as a gift. The hero increased 3 levels at once for killing Ben. He understood that revenge gives more experience. Suddenly Bella flew up from behind. The hero told her that she can eat the body. He was trying to figure out why this goblin was so strong. Suddenly, the character noticed something strange. It was on Ben's hand. It looked like some kind of runes. Suddenly, a notification about the Star of Destruction appeared, and runes began to appear from the hand. They formed into some kind of strange sphere. Chuck did not understand what was happening around him. Suddenly, this sphere pierced his palm with many stakes. His face was full of bewilderment. It turns out that he absorbed part of the crushing star. At this moment, the hero received a legendary skill, a bright room. The sun's rays shone through the curtains. Kate was lying calmly on the bed. Suddenly, someone started calling her. She immediately woke up abruptly. The heroine finally saw who was calling her. It was Chuck. Kate carefully put on her glasses. She decided to ask if the interlocutor was hungry. The heroine said that there was little food in this place. Kate asked Chuck to wait while she went to the store. Suddenly, he abruptly stopped her with his hand. The hero decided to mention an old situation. He decided to ask for advice because of Charlie's recent visit. Kate told Charlie that Chuck was not here at all. She was sure that something had happened during this time. The heroine demanded an explanation of what he was hiding. She was angrily perplexed as to why the hero appeared and then disappeared. Chuck suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders. Shouting, he asked her to calm down. The hero said that he would tell her everything. Kate, with an embarrassed face, agreed to this. Chuck understood that she was involved in all of this. He was not surprised that she was under such stress. The hero could not imagine his life without her. The character realized that if he kept everything a secret, something would happen to her. In that case, he would be left alone in this horror. Kate slowly began to understand everything. Chuck explained that he could go crazy because of that stone. The heroine understood perfectly well where this stone led. The hero explained that it was difficult for him to calculate the time for which he could disappear. Kate began to worry about the possible option that he would not return. Chuck had been leading up to this topic all this time. He explained that no matter the time, he would always return. The hero said that she was the goal to which he would always strive. Kate hugged him in response, but she said she didn't want to be just a target. The heroine said that Chuck could turn to her for help. She would definitely save or help if needed. The hero said that he hadn't showered for a long time and had to leave. But then Kate lay right on his lap. She hinted that she hadn't been there either. Chuck's eyes almost went dark from that. It was an ordinary sunny day. The hero was walking from the kitchen. He had just woken up and remembered that he had missed a meeting with Charlie. Chuck had been thinking about how to contact him. But then the worst option came by itself. Charlie started talking about Chuck's level. The hero understood that he had broken the agreement, but he looked relaxed. Charlie had a hard time believing his words, which made the hero tense up. But he hurried to explain that Chuck's words could not be verified in any way. Charlie said that he would stop trying to force the hero to join them. He was also ready to increase the price of moss by 15%. But Chuck said that he wanted the prices to be doubled. He explained these words by trying to meet the old man's demands. Charlie clearly did not like the hero talking so much. He angrily declared that nothing had changed even after everything that had happened. Chuck only smiled. He believed that anger would not solve all these problems. Suddenly, a purple sphere appeared in his hand. It shone throughout the car they were riding in. Charlie was indignant at what was happening. That moss appeared in Chuck's hands, and he began blackmailing him with a monopoly. Chuck turned to Charlie and said that he should know how valuable this crystal moss was and that no one but him could get it. He continued with a smile that everything was as he said, he had a monopoly on them, and that if the old man continued to treat him as coldly as he thought, what would happen? Charlie frowned and replied that he was overdoing it and that he was already giving a price comparable to the highest quality crystal moss from 5-star dungeons. Moreover, he was giving 15% more even if they were rare. Besides that, the moss in Chuck's hand disappeared and he replied that well then he had no choice. The old man frowned angrily. The hero said that instead, the protagonist snapped his fingers. Charlie covered his mouth. The voice asked to let him give him something interesting. The old man exclaimed in bewilderment that it was. Chuck pointed at it and told him to open his palm and see for himself and that there was nothing special about it. There was something in the grandfather's hand. He opened his eyes in shock. The voice suggested calling it a simple pledge. Charlie looked at his hand. In his hand was an item that, when used, temporarily doubled the owner's senses. The grandfather examined it and exclaimed that it was a legendary item. Chuck smirked and said that he was right. He knew someone like him would recognize it immediately and that it had an effect, a temporary doubling of the wearer's senses. He put his hand under his head and continued that he was sure that even if Adam himself had not given him anything like that, and asked if it finally got through to him. He frowned and said that he was more useful than Adam. Chuck crossed his arms and offered to agree that he would keep it until he admitted that he was more useful than Adam. It flashed through his mind that it was real. Grandpa thought that this was undoubtedly a real legendary item, and that in comparison to the gloves he had seen. The man asked to wait. He turned to the hero and said that judging by the shape, there was another ring that connected to this one, and that he had a second one. Chuck's eyes widened and he said that he was not sure, he only found this one. Charlie looked at the ring warily. Then he looked at the guy. He put the item in his jacket and said he thought they would find the other part eventually. Chuck asked if he was satisfied if they could continue the conversation. The old man replied that he would send him the money as always, double the amount. As he said, the protagonist smiled. Charlie continued that it would be difficult for Kate to have so many, and to just let him know and be sure the national tax authorities would not notice. It flashed through his mind that he was experienced and that he did everything to make sure the other was satisfied. The hero looked out the window and thought, that's why. He smiled and continued the thought that he was trying to lure him to his side. Obedience could track the owner of the faith and temporarily lower the owner's experience by 50%. Charlie asked something else. Chuck's eyes widened. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought. He raised a finger and replied that what is the name of this machine? School hallway. The girl bowed and thanked. Kate picked up the phone and said she was at school. She was busy, then exclaimed that now. She bared her teeth furiously and said why he wanted to bother someone so badly who was busy with work. Someone waved at the girl and called her. Dozens of people were looking at the protagonist and he asked when she would be free. Kate said to wait and asked where he got it from. Chuck answered that it was from Charlie and if she wanted to have a date on the way home. Kate asked what, he drove all the way here himself. Chuck answered that yes, it was not that difficult, although maybe he should take a few lessons. The girl took his hand and asked him to wait. She arched her eyebrows and said that he did not have a license. The voice exclaimed that he was a damn idiot. The guys were driving in the car and in their thoughts flashed that a wonderful date. The car moved forward. In the gym they were practicing in the ring. The man dealt blow after blow. Charlie said furiously that the clan is not just an organization of skill users. He continued that it is a place where hunters can train and prepare their bodies for the battlefield, the dungeon. The protagonist grinned viciously. The voice continued that advertising, tax services, housing, clothing, training, bonuses, medical services, transportation, accounting, legal work, any whim of the hunter. He said that one could say that each hunter is like a small copy. Charlie punched the hero in the stomach. The guy's body trembled and the man said that among them, T-Sun has the most favorable conditions in the whole world. Whether for money or fame, not joining T-Sun would be a huge loss. Chuck replied that even if so, in T-Sun, the old man's eyes widened. The protagonist shouted that he would not join and attacked with his fists. Charlie dodged the guy's blow. The hero bared his teeth from the tension. He ran into Charlie and immediately flew away from him. The old man adjusted his gloves and said that his reaction had become faster and that he had tried to see his regeneration ability, but unfortunately it hadn't worked. Chuck knelt down and replied that he thought he had broken his ribs, but he didn't think he had lasted very long without skills. Charlie frowned and thought. He threw his shirt down abruptly and said that he needed to practice some more to say for sure, and in his thoughts he thought that they would just look at him. The old man began shaking his fists and said, if not to T-Sun, then where? To the great unknown. Chuck angrily replied that place was a bit dark. One couldn't help but agree. He continued that the only thing known about their leader was his name, so what about the third place, the National Association of Skill Users, also called the NA? The old man kept punching and the hero said that he was still thinking about it, but he had heard that they were pretty down to earth and were always happy to see others. The foot slid across the floor and the man said that on the other side, their kindness. The hero dodged and shouted that some people say that this is too much for them. He raised his fist above Charlie's face and thought that finally his chance. Charlie said in bewilderment that, and this. He continued that it was pretty good. The hero bared his teeth in pain and screamed. His health dropped to 10%. The effect of the last survivor, regeneration, began. Chuck cursed angrily and shook his hand. Charlie said in surprise that, and this is interesting to watch, she heals herself by getting back into place. Chuck shook his hand and thought that this damn old man. The voice said that it must have been like this last time. The hero sat down and asked if he was happy now. The old man frowned and said that to be honest, he was amazed at his growth in the last 2 weeks. Chuck said that finally, and Charlie continued that now that they were done checking each other out and let him tell him why he called here. Chuck caught the bottle and said that to return the car, which he should have done. Chuck asked, by the way, did he hear anything about stars? The old man asked again about stars. The hero said yes, had he heard about them? Charlie asked what he was talking about, the class system of skill users. The guy said no, not about that, but about something like the Star of Destruction, the Star of Tears, parts of stars. The old man turned to him. The voice said that he heard about it among the top rankers, even from Adam, and that it was something that only a select few knew about. He was told that it was possible. Charlie said thoughtfully that besides, one of the top rankers told about a group called the 5-Star Association, which created a dungeon, and the Half-Ability Users Association, called the Reverse Crusade, uses the Star of Bethlehem as its symbol, thinks that this is not all. Chuck asked again about the 5 stars, the Star of Bethlehem, who they are. The old man towered in front of him and said that he could figure it out himself. He wanted to tell him something. Then he asked if he wanted to clear the dungeon. A huge gate towered in space. The hero asked perplexedly, what is the dungeon? Why so suddenly? Charlie turned around and replied that if he is not going to work for someone, but wants to reach heights like Adam. He continued that he does not think that attracting people will help him with this. He said that he needs to socialize. Chuck looked away. The old man started putting on his shirt, saying that he didn't know what dungeon he was training in, but he didn't have any official records for clearing a dungeon yet. He frowned and continued that it was hard to get information about him, and if he continued like this, he would only be seen as an inexperienced hunter. The hero silently rolled his eyes. Then he stuck his finger in his ear and asked what he wanted from him. Energy formed around the old man and he replied that that was why he should go to the dungeon. He got out of the ring and continued that even geniuses needed to learn the basics. Charlie walked and said that he would help organize everything, so he should just get ready and go where he said. He turned around and continued that from now on, he should wait for his call. A tall mountain towered in the distance. Chuck twisted his hands and said that that was why he decided to come here. The guy looked at Mount Chingai, a permanent 1-star dungeon, also known as the Chingai Dungeon, a dungeon where newbies can test their abilities. People passed by a girl standing there. The voice said that, moreover, ordinary citizens come here for a walk to enjoy the scenery, so why him? The girl hit the drum and shouted, great, all registered ability users. The hero's eyes widened and thought, what for? The girl shouted and asked everyone to come here. She began to point at everyone with a stick and count. Stella said, there's the 5th one, good, great. The girl smiled and said hello, then continued that she was a caretaker from the great unknown. Her name is Stella, nice to meet you. She pointed at the people with a stick and continued that now, let her explain. The people covered their noses and thought it was alcohol. Stella said that to begin with, they should be wondering why they need a caretaker. She continued that there were a lot of newbies with inflated egos who came here and started fighting with others. The hero laughed while the girl said that there were quite a few incidents because of this. Someone turned to the protagonist and a voice said that as a preventive measure, they were assigned a caretaker. Stella said that there would be a mid-rank hunter from each clan. Got it. She swung and continued that well, that's it. She frowned and said that if they didn't like it, let them not fight each other and he wouldn't do anything. The people looked straight ahead seriously. The girl said that now, she would tell a little about the dungeons, assuming that everyone knows that the more stars a dungeon has, the more difficult it is, and that among them there are both unchanging and changing ones. The voice said that in shifting dungeons the terrain is constantly changing, and that because it is hard to predict what might happen, they are much harder to complete. She continued that while static dungeons are always the same, which makes them much easier to complete, and therefore, Stella said with a smile that it was a permanent 1-star dungeon. It couldn't be simpler, but even so, you never knew what could happen, so if anything happened, she would help them, and so that they wouldn't worry and do whatever they wanted. The girl pouted. She screamed sharply and everyone turned to look at her. Stella covered her mouth, apologized and said that she had drunk a little too much yesterday. Chuck thought, puzzled, that she was serious. The girl said that they should introduce themselves now. Starting from the left, the man's eyes widened. The man said that he was Simon, 2 stars. The girl introduced herself as Laura, 1 star. The other said that she was Alice, 1 star. The guy raised his hand and said that he was Rob, 1 star. Chuck frowned and thought that in the end, a group of 5 with 2 girls and 3 guys. The voice asked, "What about him?" Chuck introduced himself and said that he was 1 star. Stella frowned angrily. Someone's footsteps were heard. The protagonist's hair stood on end. Everyone turned to see Stella approach the hero. She had a weapon hanging on her hips. Stella called the hero. She looked closely at his face. Chuck tensely pursed his lips. She pulled the stick forward. The girl asked that he was from Sangai Elementary School. Chuck answered that he was not. Stella continued that he was from Shinhyan Middle School, Yoonghwa Senior High, or Seoul University. He again answered negatively. Stella thought about it and said, "Then where is he from? He can't remember a hangover." A thought flashed through her mind. What the? The girl said that she thought it didn't matter. He took his equipment with him. The guy nodded affirmatively. Light energy flowed in the hero's hand. The energy turned into a stick and the hero looked at it. Stella asked what the stick was. She continued that he had a rather interesting ability. The voice continued that but this stick is his weapon, to which Chuck replied that despite how it looks, it is quite special, and that this goblin bat, thanks to it, people are an item that should drop from a monster after killing. Simon angrily ran towards them, screaming that she was kidding. He began to take off his backpack and say that he was being frivolous all this time. The stick, he thinks it is funny. He screamed how he is going to kill monsters with it. A weapon fell out of his backpack and he continued that he should bring at least this much. Stella turned her gaze to the weapon. Simon angrily screamed that you need to buy a decent weapon and not such junk. He pulled out a saber and said that even 2 stars like him adhere to this, because he thinks. Stella ducked under his hand. A moment later, she grabbed his leg. She easily turned the guy in the air. Then the girl grabbed his saber. Simon fell sharply to the floor. Stella raised the weapon above the guy. She thrust it right next to the frightened guy's face. She called the guy by name. The girl asked if he was crazy. Then she frowned and continued that taking out your weapon outside the dungeons was forbidden. It could cause excitement and anxiety among ordinary citizens, and that even if he was a newbie, did she really need to teach them everything? The guy tensely apologized to her. She helped him stand up, saying please be careful. He replied that it was okay. Stella went further and shouted that it was okay. Then they were moving out. It flashed through her mind that this was a middle rank from a large clan. He continued his thought looking at Stella, that although she was not as strong as Charlie, she was still cheerful. Chuck thought that would be nice. He smirked and continued his thought to test her. The protagonist smiled evilly. A mound of dirt appeared behind the hero. The dirt began to rise higher. She began to take on the shape of a monster. His eyes and teeth flashed. A 1-star dungeon. Guards stood at the edges of the bars. The people led by Stella walked straight. The military turned to look at the protagonist. The bolt closed the gate tightly. Chuck turned around. Alice looked back. Laura frowned in fear. Sweat appeared on Rob's face. Simon frowned seriously. Stella turned to them and said, "Well then." Everyone looked at her as she raised her hands and said that they would begin. She adjusted her cap and continued that what they were looking for was inside the dungeon. Stella continued that but this was not just a jungle, and the deeper they went, the more goblins they would meet. Looking at the people, she asked if there were any among them who knew how to clear the dungeon. Simon raised his hand and said that they needed to get a return crystal. She answered that it was right. The voice said that if they went to where the goblins began, they would see a cave. Inside they would be able to get a return crystal. This is the first condition for clearing. A return crystal that allows you to leave the dungeon after completing a certain goal, just like in hell. The voice continued that for each additional condition fulfilled they would receive a reward. However, since today is their first time, they will limit themselves to only the first. Stella raised her finger and said that now, until the situation is stalemate, they should not expect help from her. She will watch from the side. The girl said that now they can begin. Simon asked everyone to come here and suggested first distributing roles. Someone said that right, since goblins have an incredible sense of smell, you need to cover yourself with grass to hide their smell. The guy continued that and to prepare for snake attacks, let them not forget about their heads. Chuck asked again about the grass and the head. The voice asked why do this, isn't it strange? Simon turned around in confusion. The guy shouted that and what's scary about it, he learned this on the channel of a famous hunter streamer, Wild Breath. The guy furiously shouted that he didn't even have the necessary equipment, and he dared. Stella stood between them and told the guy to wait. She turned to the protagonist and said that she would stop bickering and let him try to work together with others. Could he explain what seemed strange to him about this? Chuck asked why use the grass, and that they say that goblins have an excellent sense of smell. They think they are unable to distinguish fresh grass from long dried. The hero said seriously that besides, it was not the vote that they should worry about, but their knees. Why attack them from above with a low goblin in such a dense forest? Simon exclaimed furiously that he thought he was so smart. A moment later, Stella hit Simon in the chest, saying that if they asked her, she continued that she would say that Simon's words would be true. The guy was breathing heavily. The voice said that 10 years ago, the guy looked up in shock. The girl said that the streamer Simon mentioned, Wild Breath, was now clearing 3-star dungeons, and he himself had not cleared 1-star dungeons for a long time. And that fix like these no longer work. The more they encounter these monsters, the more they understand them. Stella continued, what about Chuck? She understands his position. She stood in front of the hero and said that she knows quite a lot about this. I wonder if it is possible to gain this knowledge without real experience. The girl said that it felt like he had hunted a lot of goblins before. Chuck replied that he had just learned his homework. Stella looked at him from under her brows. The protagonist spread his hands and said that this was his first dungeon. Where should he hunt them? Was it legal? Simon was watching them. He pointed at him and said that he had also Googled all this. Everyone turned around at a sound. Something flashed in the thicket of the forest. An evil goblin jumped at them. He opened his toothy mouth wide. Stella looked at the goblin furiously. The goblin was flying at them quickly. The monster spread his paws to strike. The hero raised his leg up. Simon opened his mouth in shock. Rob, Alice and Laura looked at what was happening in shock. Chuck turned around and said that it was so. She asked what he said about his stick. The guy thought that, but he didn't use it. Chuck turned away and exhaled. Stella put her hand on his shoulder, saying that if he continued like this and the dark side was inevitable, goblins would start appearing, so that would be the end of their arguments. She turned to the others and said that they would start cleaning up. An angry goblin appeared in front of her face. The rope flew through the air. Laura sharply cut the monster. Everyone swung their weapons to fight the goblins. The monsters looked at the team in bewilderment. Alice quickly rushed forward. The disc glowed in her hand. A moment later, the goblin's body was cut in half. Alice slid on her feet and looked at the battle taking place. Rob jumped on the monster and cut off its head. He screamed furiously. The sword ripped the goblin's body through and through. Someone landed sharply on the ground. Alice turned to the others. Simon furiously ran forward. The monster's limbs flew through the air from the guy's blows. Stella watched from the side. Simon suggested a break and it flashed through her mind that no one was scared. They were doing quite well. She continued thinking that if this continued, they would finish the cleanup fairly quickly and get away with just scratches, but not before. She raised her head and realized that something was wrong. Stella thought that even before the battle the goblins seemed scared. They would never be scared of a couple of rookie hunters. The girl knew that there was something else. She widened her eyes and continued the thought that as soon as they were finished, she would send them away and check herself. The girl rushed forward. She exclaimed furiously, what happened? Laura called out to the caretaker in fear. In front of them was a monster attached to a wooden post. There were several such posts. A voice asked if this was normal. The voice said that they came from the other side. Then where from? Stella pursed her lips. Then she exclaimed that this was an emergency. They would return as soon as they got the stone, so they should stay close to her. It flashed through her mind that they had not only slaughtered the goblins, but also abused their bodies, something that shouldn't happen in a 1-star dungeon. Stella continued to think that people, or whatever it was, were dangerous. The girl understood that not only the goblins, but they too should leave before anyone got hurt. A voice called the protagonist. Everyone's mouths dropped open. The girl asked where Chuck was. She started screaming his name and begged him to answer. She called Chuck again. The goblin heard her voice. He bared his teeth furiously. Someone's roar was heard. The leaves rose from the trees. An hour earlier, the guys were quickly fighting the monsters. The hero stood behind Stella with a stick in his hand. He asked in confusion what was going on. Goblins were covering the ground and Chuck was saying that it wasn't even close to hell. He thought that their weapons were of poor quality and their strategy left much to be desired. He continued to think that he could understand why she was so calm. He looked at Stella, who in turn was watching the battle. He thought that then, why shouldn't he go for a walk? The protagonist suddenly disappeared. Stella opened her mouth wide and yawned. Chuck found himself in the thicket of the forest. He raised his hand. The word skill was spoken and energy swirled around his hand. The guy said family. Energy poured out of his hand. The goblin began to rise, leaning on his hand. He began to get up from the ground with difficulty. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind and he said that great, this is his first job. He called him Ben. The goblin bared his teeth. The family skill, the skill he learned after defeating Ben in hell, as long as their body is not too damaged, he can call them into his family and resurrect them. But the beauty of this skill is not just that it allows you to resurrect the dead, but that he can revive them outside of hell. The hero stood in front of the goblin and said that great, here is his first job. He asked to kill all the monsters here. The goblin furiously asked again about the monsters. Chuck replied that he was talking about goblins. The monster exclaimed that damn him, he wants him to kill his own. The hero replied that then he can cut out all his flames. The goblin growled furiously. The guy said, speak of the devil. Ben turned around. There was a goblin in the bushes and Chuck said that he just needed to kill them all. Ben turned around to see his relative walking towards them, his eyes filled with sadness. He turned to the goblin. Why does he have such a strange feeling? It's because of Ben. Maybe because they are connected by family, they share emotions too. The protagonist watched as Ben walked towards the enemy. What he feels now is so unpleasant and disgusting, it seems he is trying to deny something. The voice asked what it was a goblin. Ben said that he does not speak, he does not even have a weapon, he swung. Ben struck sharply with a scream that this is a creature that wears only rags as clothes. He screamed that he also says that they are from the same race. Ben stretched his lips in a furious grin and said not to make him laugh. He pounced on the enemy screaming that this is not a goblin. Chuck looked down and thought that for sure this is hatred for his own kind. He continued the thought that he does not want to believe that someone of the same race can be so weak. Ben angrily screamed that no. The voice continued that it was not. Ben heard something. He turned to look at the goblins standing behind him. The monsters' bodies trembled with fear. They made some sounds and Ben rushed towards them. He jumped high for a sharp blow. Ben said that vile creatures, they are finished. The goblins looked at him in fear. Limbs flew through the air and blood splashed. Chuck watched what was happening. He turned his gaze to a drop of blood on his cheek. Ben screamed for them to die. The hero silently looked at him. The voice said that good, great. The hero said that he would be back soon. Stella loudly called the protagonist. The girl's thoughts flashed that he might already be a corpse. She bared her teeth and thought that she shouldn't scream so much. A guy's face appeared in the bushes behind her and he said that here they were. The voice screamed that he was an idiot. Stella pointed at him and screamed that he was crazy or something. Who gave him permission to act on his own initiative? Chuck replied that he just needed to take a leak. The voice exclaimed what he had just said. Stella grabbed her head and replied that it was okay. He was not hurt anywhere. Chuck replied that no, but what happened to them? Everyone looked so tired. The girl replied that she would explain everything later and for now let him stay next to her. They would come back as soon as they found the Hearthstone. Simon shouted that it was over there. The voice shouted that wasn't that the Hearthstone, it was standing in the middle of the goblin corpses. Stella said with a smile that finally, they could finally take the stone and come back. The man suddenly rushed forward. Someone called him. The voice called Simon and shouted what he was doing and that it was dangerous. A thought flashed through her mind that he wanted to go out. He needed to go out right now. He ran and thought that he could tell for sure, judging by the reaction of the caretaker and the corpses of the monsters, he definitely did not want to stay here. Simon ran and said that they needed to get out as soon as possible. A hold wrapped around the man's leg. He fell sharply to the ground. His face hit the rocks and Simon bared his teeth. Ben was sitting behind him. The guy turned around and exclaimed, "What is this?" Instead of his hand, there was a crook and he swung at the guy. Stella screamed that no and rushed to help. Simon covered his face with his hand. Stella pulled a weapon from her belt on the run. The air was sharply cut by the weapon. The girl pounced on Ben with a sharp blow. Laura and Alice opened their mouths. Rob's eyes widened, looking at them. Chuck put his hand to his face and coughed. The girl's leg bounced off the ground. She attacked the goblin from behind. He bared his teeth furiously, finding himself in front of her face. She knocked the monster off his feet with one blow. The girl tensed up from the sharp attacks and flashed through her mind that the hunter was a middle class but on the ill from one of the 3 great clans, the Great Unknown. He continued the thought that he was interested in what he could do against a goblin from hell. Chuck grinned evilly. He realized that something interesting was brewing. The girl crossed her arms in a fighting stance. Stella was preparing for the upcoming fight. Ben, standing opposite, was waiting for her attack. Suddenly, he realized that the girl would not do anything. Then the goblin decided to go on the attack himself. Seeing this, Stella also rushed into battle. At the same moment, they clashed in battle. Chuck, watching everything from the side, thought that the family skill allows the user to control those who fell under the effect of this skill. While the girl was fighting Ben, he also noted that the only drawback is that if the object is higher than the user's level, then the control will be limited. But he was able to easily fix this. Then the boy remembered the goblin's family, stating that if he died, so would he, which would lead to the complete extinction of his tribe. Looking away haughtily, the protagonist assumed that perhaps it was because of his disappointment. Remembering the corpses of the goblins he had killed, Chuck reasoned that he was causing a real massacre, and this was not just hatred for his own kind, but rather a way to express his pain. At the same time, the boy thought that this was good, because these newbies, standing to the side, could not even move from the spot. More important was the overseer, who was now fighting his subordinate. Watching her actions, the protagonist remembered that she was a mid-ranking Great Unknown. At the same time, he wondered if she could defeat Ben, level 26. At that moment, the goblin suddenly noticed something to the side of him. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed in that direction. The enraged monster was heading towards the defenseless newcomers. Stella was very displeased when she noticed this. At the same time, the girl tried to stop Ben. As if he had listened to her, he immediately slowed down. Then the goblin suddenly jumped up. Suddenly, he pointed his blade straight at the caretaker. Watching Ben strike her, Chuck thought that he would be disappointed if she failed. At this time, Stella, looking at her opponent, could not understand why something so strong appeared in a one-star dungeon. While the goblin smiled widely, the girl realized that his equipment was better than most hunters, and also so well balanced, and in addition to that, he was quite cunning. Standing in place, the caretaker could not believe that such a low-level monster could injure her. She became very angry, clenching her teeth in dissatisfaction. At the same time, the girl used a skill, enveloping herself in energy. It was an acceleration ability, and Stella instantly disappeared somewhere. Seeing this, Ben was extremely shocked. The boy also did not understand where she disappeared to. At the same moment, he mentally gave the order to the goblins to hurry up and get out of there. Hearing this, the monster immediately obeyed the order. Suddenly, the caretaker appeared behind him. Noticing her, Ben immediately turned around. Then the girl's blades were aimed at him. Stella put enormous force into her strike. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure. The goblin was wounded right in the torso. While the monster stood still, bleeding, the girl used the acceleration skill again. Ben could not keep up with her actions, and she thought that for a short period of time, the skill accelerates a person's movement by 2 times. While the goblin tried to keep up with Stella's movements, she understood that if she did not hurry, others could be hurt while using the skill, so she had to deal with it as quickly as possible. Jumping over her opponent's head, the caretaker was about to strike. Pointing her blade forward, she wanted to end it. Noticing this, the monster reached into the bag on his back. At the same time, an unknown smoke enveloped the battlefield. The newcomers standing to the side watched what was happening along with the protagonist. After some time, Stella jumped right out of the cloud of smoke. Then she landed on a stone nearby. The girl was shocked that his opponent had smoke grenades and did not believe that it was just an ordinary goblin. At the same time, an unknown voice told her not to move. It was a monster that held the blade of its blade to the newcomer's throat. Suddenly, it stated that if she moved, it would die. Seeing this, the overseer was surprised that he took a hostage. While he was telling her to drop the weapon, Stella suddenly realized that he could talk. Opening her mouth in surprise, the girl did not believe this was possible, because he was not only an intelligent monster, but also could talk. Plunging into the darkness of her mind, the overseer thought about what she should do, first assess the situation or prioritize their safety, and perhaps even call for backup. Continuing to reason, she thought that if they lost to him here, then perhaps they will face something worse in the future, and she could not allow that. At this time, Chuck silently watched her. Stella couldn't come to any decision. Then she turned to Mr. Simon, who was taken hostage. Asking for his forgiveness, the girl noted that he didn't have to do it, and he didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly, a boy would intervene, declaring that Miss Stella couldn't do that, and throwing a stone into the air. Hitting it right in front of him with a stick, he added that she couldn't let one of her potential charges just die like that. At the same moment, Ben was very scared. This stone flew right at him, and the monster had to dodge. The protagonist's blow pierced the tree and forced the goblin to release the hostage. At this time, the caretaker looked dumbfounded at Chuck, who was acting surprised. They say that the stick increased the power of his attack, and now he can pierce trees with a simple stone. Stella was very angry with him, asking if he was crazy, saying that this was not the kind of situation where you can do whatever you want. Then she asked him to keep his head down and move away. Hearing this, the boy only smirked maliciously. Immediately after that, he stepped in front of her. Looking smugly at the girl, the protagonist wondered why. The overseer did not understand what was happening, seeing this situation. Then she asked him in surprise what he meant, and Chuck reasoned that his disappointment knew no bounds. While Stella was yelling at him, he thought that straining himself so much in a fight with a level 26 goblin was too much, and everyone of her level was probably just as weak, which surprised him greatly. At that moment, the boy realized that if the girl had fought Ben in life, after which he added that she would have died at that very moment from his strength. The protagonist then mentally asked the goblin that he thought he was telling him not to kill people. Looking at his subordinate, Chuck thought that when he ran to the warden, he had the intention of killing the hostage, realizing that he was still not completely under his control. Frowning deeply, the boy realized that if things continued like this, he might kill someone. Immediately after that, the protagonist, drawing attention to himself, addressed Stella, who was standing in front of him. At the same time, he stated that if Simon had died, she would have had to take responsibility. After which Chuck said that he was trying to blame her for her decision, but if she had also lost to the goblin, things could have gotten even worse. Then he added that, besides, wasn't it too cruel to sacrifice him like this, to which the girl could not find words to justify. Bending down to pick up the stone, the boy said that he hadn't done anything here yet, because if they left like this, they wouldn't accomplish anything, and he hadn't come here to waste his time. Tossing it, the protagonist stated that he had already explained the reason. Swinging his stick, he was about to strike. As he did, Chuck asked him to step out of the way. The stone was heading towards Ben at great speed. The goblin couldn't even react, and the blow landed right on his cheek. At the same time, the monster became very angry, releasing its power. Stella, who had moved abruptly from her place, was heading straight for him. The girl jumped to strike, thinking that every mistake could cost the new hunter his life, so she couldn't let that happen. As she was about to deal with him herself, the caretaker saw a smoke grenade in front of her. At that moment, she was enveloped in smoke erupting from it, and Chuck ran next to her. With a smile on his face, he swung his stick. Seeing this, Ben was very scared. Approaching the goblin, the boy was going to strike. Then they crossed their weapons. The monster was barely coping with the onslaught of the enemy. Putting all his strength into the blow, the protagonist managed to move it from its place. Ben jumped back from the damage received. Having recovered from the blow, the goblin was preparing to continue the fight. He was very angry about what was happening. Pretending to fight him, Chuck notified his subordinate to turn around, and he immediately obeyed. Right behind him was the overseer. Swinging her blades, she struck. It was aimed straight at the back of Ben, who was very scared. Without a second's hesitation, the goblin leaned on his hands, after which he struck Stella with his foot. At that moment, the boy appeared right in front of him. He struck his blow, forcing the monster to twist. After receiving damage, Ben fell right onto the stones. He was very angry about this turn of events, and his master explained that it was better than being stabbed in the back. At the same moment, the caretaker, who had recovered from the blow, was preparing to counterattack. At the same moment, the goblin and the girl clashed in a fierce battle. Stella put all her strength into her blows. They struck each other and still could not determine the winner. Crossing their weapons, both opponents looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, the girl began to press harder. At the same moment, the monster felt someone's head under his foot. Immediately after that, he looked in that direction. Noticing this, the caretaker immediately struck her blow. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, Ben kicked Simon, who was lying under him. Thus, he managed to send him straight into his opponent. From the blow she received, she fell right onto the stones. The girl was crushed by the huge body of the man. The enraged goblin, without a moment's hesitation, came closer, preparing to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, Chuck, who was watching from the side, understood that the same thing was happening again, and was going to find time to avoid it. Then he gave the goblin the command to leave. Hearing this, the monster was very disappointed. Immediately after that, he waved his cloak. Noticing this, the caretaker was very scared. Suddenly, Ben used a smoke grenade. Realizing this, Stella tried to stop him. At the same time, the girl was picking up Simon's body from herself. Realizing that she was too late, the caretaker threw the blades out of her hands. Stella was very unhappy with everything that had happened and screamed loudly. The newcomers standing aside, watching all this, were extremely shocked. Looking at the unconscious man lying on the stones, the boy thought that this was his first raid in the dungeon. While the caretaker stood right in front of him, he added that during which an unthinkable incident occurred that no one believed. After which the boy concluded that it was all over. Laughing sarcastically, the protagonist hoped that this would be enough. Suddenly, Stella called out to Chuck. Pointing to the blood on the stone, she said that she would try to track him down. Hearing this, the boy was dumbfounded. Rushing forward, the girl said that she hoped for him, and he tried to stop her. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when the caretaker slammed her palm on the table. She could not believe that none of the hidden conditions had been met, which the man said. He also added that it did not seem like the dungeon had changed at all, and it was still unchanged, and all the hunters who entered it at the same time said that they did not see anything from what they described. Although the guild worker really wanted to help them, there was nothing he could do about it. After listening to him, Stella only sighed heavily, after which she took off her cap and let down her long hair. Sitting on a bench in the park, the girl thought that, apparently, she would just have to be glad that no one was hurt. She was immersed in her thoughts and did not even hear anyone calling her. Suddenly waking up, the caretaker heard Chuck greeting her. Seeing him very close to her, Stella was very scared. Then the boy asked if she was okay, because she did not look very well and she was interested in what he needed. Awkwardly scratching his cheek, he explained that nothing particularly important, after which he stated that he was just curious about how everything went with the goblin. Hearing this, the girl only sighed heavily in response. Putting her hand in her pocket, as if looking for something there, the caretaker said that she found it. Taking out the monster's mask, Stella also noted that he did not look very well. Recalling the events, she explained that it was as if someone had already taken care of him by the time she arrived. Then the girl suggested that perhaps the other goblins noticed that he was injured and attacked while they had the chance, and although she took the hat as evidence, she should dig into it some more. Putting Ben's mask back into her pocket, the caretaker forgot to thank him. Extending her hand towards Chuck, she stated that he had done a good job. She also added that because of her decision, one of them almost had to part with his life, but he prevented it, and expressed her gratitude for everything. Looking at her, the boy only remained silent. After a while, he asked to let her know something, asking if he could enter a 2-star dungeon with his skills, which stunned Stella. After his question, she thought that she wouldn't even be surprised if the goblin they encountered was from a 3-star dungeon, so she could say without a doubt. Then the girl explained that, to be honest, he surprised her a lot. She assumed that he was a hunter who returned after a long break, and the protagonist answered that it was not true until she realized that he really went to a 1-star dungeon because of the rank restrictions. Hearing her question, Chuck gave a positive answer. Taking something out of his pocket, he added that it was something like this. At the same time, the overseer asked if he was in a clan, and he assumed that she was trying to find out information about him now. Stella would explain, after much worry, that of course it wasn't like that and apologize if it sounded wrong, musing that what was important was that someone so experienced would choose to enter a 1-star dungeon with a caretaker, and it didn't seem like he had worked with anyone before. Taking out a card, she would add that she simply hoped that he would come to her in the Great Unknown Clan someday, musing that this meant that he would be looking for a clan. Holding out the card towards him, she would reason that she could vouch for his skills, and as long as she helped him grow, he would be a great addition to the clan, saying that as long as he was in the clan, he could apply to enter difficult dungeons, and that they would actively support someone as capable as him. The protagonist was greatly surprised upon hearing her offer. Then he would remark that he should think a little before deciding, and the caretaker would be surprised, saying that he would need help to clear more difficult dungeons. Leaving her with a smug look, the protagonist would say that he had somehow managed so far, and besides, he didn't like sharing rewards with the steel ones, and the two of them could figure everything out together, and also touched on the topic of promotion. Having heard all this, Stella didn't even know what to answer. With a sly grin on his face, he said goodbye to her and said that he was waiting for a positive review. Immediately after this narration, the story shifts to the moment when the worker in the office ran off somewhere with papers. He was rushing along the corridor at great speed. Eventually, the man approached the office of the research team leader. Jessie was sitting at her desk inside. When the worker started calling her, she immediately got angry. The man suddenly burst into her office, causing displeasure to her boss, who stated that if she did not answer, she should just go, and asked what could be so important. Handing her papers, the office worker stated that there was something very strange in them. Closing her eyes, trying to calm down, the researchers wondered what was in them. When the man added that they were still determining the rank, Jessie abruptly grabbed a glass lying nearby. Throwing it at the worker, she stated that she had told him not to bother her with such stupid reasons as determining the rank unless 5 stars appeared. Showing her the documents directly to her face, the man explained that it would not take long, and she was suddenly surprised. Immediately after that, the researcher silently studied the report. Leafing through one paper after another, Jessie asked him if he was sure that this was not some kind of error in the system. Scratching his head in confusion, her subordinate stated that they had checked everything and everything was working fine, and they had also checked for drugs, asked for a supervisor, and done everything that needed to be done. Hearing this, the researcher slowly took off her glasses. Sitting at her desk, she explained that if it was 5 stars, she would say that it was interesting. If it was 6, she would shout, and if it was 7, she would tell him to shut up and double check everything. But that was different. Continuing to examine the documents, Jessie asked how she should react to this. Suddenly, another stunned man rushed into her office, stating that they had just received this from the Gangnam Ability Research Center, and asked to take a look. The worker explained that they had checked it 3 times, but each time there was the same result, and put the documents he had brought on her desk, and the researcher could not believe that this was information about Chuck again. The workers standing around their boss did not understand what was happening, when suddenly another one burst into the office, declaring that they had just received a call from the Great Unknown. Then he added that they said that if they provided them with personal information before the official report, they would pay 1 million in cash as a donation, and Jessie was extremely dumbfounded while he stated that they were just information about the protagonist. Hearing this, everyone in the office froze in surprise, after which the researcher smiled happily. Looking at her subordinate, she ordered him to ignore them. Not understanding the reason for such an answer, the man noted that this was a whole million. In response to this, Jessie threw a document with information about Chuck in his direction. Then she asked if he really thought it was worth some million. Immediately after that, the researcher gave the order to go and find out everything about this man, his blood type, where he lived, his past, and everything else. Continuing to give out orders, Jessie said that they should make sure that no one finds out about this subordinate, and one of the subordinates asked what about the official report. Pointing at Chuck's photo, she replied that until they find him, they will postpone it. Then the researcher urged her workers, and they immediately obeyed. Left alone, she could only think about him. Smirking maliciously, she wanted to know who he was. While Jessie was thinking about Chuck, he was lying on the floor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Right in front of him, the boy saw a man in a protective suit. Continuing to lie on the floor, he did not understand what was happening, noting that he was cold. Immediately after this, the plot explains about the classification. They say that gifted people have ranks in addition to their levels, represented by stars. Then we are told that for each rank there is a maximum level, and for 4 stars it is level 50, and for 3 stars it is already 40th, and if the level of a certain rank reaches this number. After which he added that it was impossible to rise above this level, and for 2 stars it was level 30, and for 1 star it was only level 10. Immediately after this, we learned that there were cases where ordinary people awakened from a 0 star to a 1st star due to the effects of mana, but those who had already awakened rarely raised their ranks. At this time, Chuck, who was standing on the balcony of his apartment, was thinking that recently, having reached level 20, which is the maximum, he wondered if there was a way to raise his rank. Then he suddenly heard Kate's voice, who was currently injecting a syringe directly into his stomach, after which she slowly pumped out his blood. After apologizing, the boy asked if it was really possible to find out thanks to this. Continuing her work, the college employee answered that, of course, because the Ability Management Bureau simply conducts a level assessment test due to budget problems, but she would then add that they could learn a little more in their lab by conducting a thorough test, and the protagonist would reason that she was a graduate student who had not even completed her doctorate. Imagining her in his head, Chuck would think that she was nevertheless very talented in her lab work regarding mana, and at the same time, the field was related to the awakening of gifted people where, of course, research was being conducted on raising ranks. When Kate finished her work, the boy thought that in any case, it was just blood. Looking at his friend, he wondered if there was a certain standard for activating toxic blood and if these flasks were enough. Smiling with her eyes, the girl would state that it should be enough. The protagonist would find out about it later. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when Chuck was handed a Tide bag, telling him to take it. Looking at the documents, he asked what it was, and Kate, who was drying her hair, explained that it contained information regarding rank up. She also added that if he was exposed to high concentrations of mana for a long time, the long content stated that there was a high probability of rank up, suggesting that he might already know it. Continuing to study the documents, the boy thought about the long-term exposure to mana, asking if there was really only one way. Immediately after, he was transported to another dimension where the system announced that there were 9 days, 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds left until the next quest. Then the system announced that the difficulty would be hellish and that he needed to enter the ring star. Smirking smugly, the protagonist stated that the only way was to find it in hell, after which he slowly walked along the roof of the building. All the while, the system notifications continued to hang in the air. Moving on, Chuck thought that indeed this time was the norm of his stay here. Looking at the information in the system notification window, he reasoned that it would be better to spend this time in hell if possible. Suddenly, the boy decided to release his energy. Having done what he planned, he sighed in relief. The protagonist reasoned that he should move a lot and was shocked by his incredible creation. He managed to create a legendary level blood dagger and did not believe that it was possible to create something so rare with simple synthesis, which made the thirsty star watch him. Dumbfoundedly looking at the unknown cube in his hand, he thought that it did not even look like an item. At the same time, Bella explained that this was a crystal, a rare item that can be obtained through the separation skill, which is made of an extremely durable material. And by mixing it with other rare items, you can get a legendary one, and in a word, it is an exquisite crystalline material. Continuing to fly nearby, the fairy told the goblin that they say that if you put it at the head of your bed, your blood circulation will improve and negative energy will go away. Suddenly, he saw something strange. Its owner grimaced and said with a sly grin on his face that he needed more, after which he turned to the goblin, which scared him a lot. Then Chuck asked to bring half of the rare equipment that he had. Smiling smugly, he noted that there was no need to worry because he would take care of one for him too. Then the story moves to the street of a ruined city. Suddenly, a bright purple light flashed in the middle of the sky. Immediately after that, an unknown crystal appeared. It was a thirsty star that watched everything around. Then the story moves 9 days forward to Chuck actively training. Having finished training, he could not believe such a power of Oseda's left hand. He had 2 legendary rank equipment at his disposal, that same hand and the bloody dagger. Knocking on the walls of the building the boy was in, he noted that this place was old, but after repairing it, it would be quite normal to make a shelter there. Then the protagonist activated his magic. Without a second's hesitation, he struck his blade one after another. Chuck was not going to stop and continued swinging his sword. The result of his actions was a huge crack right on the wall. Looking at his glove, he was worried that it was only on his left hand, but in fact, he got used to it pretty quickly. Lost in his thoughts, he reasoned that over the past 9 days he did everything to make sure and created items, since he could not increase his level, starting with skill enhancement. The protagonist remembered how he experienced the agony of melting his body in acid, and therefore the attribute was added to the poisonous blood while a thirsty star was watching him. He didn't know his way around the area yet, so he asked him to draw everything nearby on a piece of paper, and he silently disobeyed the order. In the business of his consciousness, the hearth thought that this might be enough, but not quite. The system notification window once again notified him that a thirsty star was watching him, and he suddenly discovered a quest. Standing in place, the boy heard the system say that the quest began from the bottom of the pyramid. After that, he did not understand which pyramid they were talking about. At the same time, the system notification window notified that there were those who were chasing him, and therefore he should try to survive for 48 hours, and the protagonist thought that this was like the first quest, and if he died, everything would start over. Suddenly, right in front of him, the system notification window appeared, which once again notified him that a thirsty star was watching him. After which she wanted to give him a challenge, and accepting it would increase the reward, but also the difficulty, and Chuck was asking if they were saying that the difficulty level was higher than the hell difficulty state. After which he became interested in the reward for this. Thinking about it, the boy reasoned that he had been looking for other ways to become stronger for the past few days, and besides increasing his rank, he could not find any hints about it. Assuming that this might be a good chance, the protagonist smiled. At the same time, he declared that he accepted this challenge. Immediately after that, flashes of different colors appeared in the sky. At the same time, the system notification window notified that the crying star, broken star, whispering star, conquering star, monster star, and writhing star began to watch him, and Chuck did not understand why they all suddenly paid attention to him. Then a huge number of dead people and a large snake appeared in the world. The system notification window notified that the quest at the bottom of the cauldron appeared and began. It also added that he had to survive 48 hours while the vassals of the thirsty star would be chasing him. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, Chuck heard that a curse was given for this. He was very scared, not understanding what it meant. Then the system said that it was called delicious. Hearing this, the boy was extremely scared. At the same time, he fell into a stupor and did not know what to say. Sounds of indignation were heard directly from the building he was in. The thirsty star called him delicious. Hearing this, Chuck could not believe that this was about him. The boy fell into a stupor from the words delicious. Frightened, looking at himself, he asked just not to tell him that this was about his body. Suddenly, he felt something. At the same moment, his subordinates began to drool. The protagonist silently turned back, looking at them. In an instant, they approached him. Jumping back sharply, Chuck called them crazy and ordered them to stay away from him and not even come near him, and Bella asked that since he had become so tasty, then he really wouldn't let them try even a piece. Very frightened by such words, the boy asked if she really knew anything about the curse placed on him. Breathing heavily from hunger, the fairy explained that he seemed to be covered in spices. Having imagined Nayade Mori with the protagonist in her head, she added that he was like in spices, which can be tasted in the banquet hall of the Thirsty Star, and if he was captured while he was under this curse, everyone around him would become insanely hungry, and he himself would taste and smell simply delicious. Then Bella noted that, however, if he ate something cursed, he would become dependent on the cursor, because all other food would already be disgusting to him, and he would want to feel only this taste, eventually going crazy. The fairy also said that everything was fine with her, because her end was already destined. Grabbing Chuck's nose, she declared that all people are hungry stars like that, and this is from a place filled with greedy creatures, where either he eats or is eaten. Suddenly, the boy heard heavy breathing behind him and looked there. Right next to him, as if hypnotized, stood Ben, drooling. Very angry and ready to hit him, the protagonist told him to wipe his drool, and he jumped back, declaring that he did not think of anything strange. Realizing the hopelessness of this situation, Chuck said that they need to forget about the strangeness of this curse, and asked what it meant that any creature would attack him at the slightest smell. Then he turned to Bella, asking about the people she had talked about before. Suddenly, the doors to the building where the boy was located were knocked down. Seeing this, he was very scared. His subordinates were also surprised by this turn of events. At that moment, the organist took out his weapon. Gritting his teeth in fear, he prepared for the upcoming battle. Then, a tentacle headed straight towards him. It hit the ground with great force, destroying everything around. Looking at the fragments flying at him, Chuck did not know what to do. At that moment, an unknown something flew right into him. These tentacles consisted of a huge number of mosquitoes. The insects immediately bit into the boy's skin and began to suck his blood. Suddenly, one of them realized something was wrong. Before it could react, the mosquito died and fell down. At the same moment, its relatives suffered the same fate. Very angry about everything that had happened, the protagonist was going to crush their corpses. With great anger, he trampled the mosquitoes lying on the floor. Looking around, he noted that this was strange, because mosquitoes are usually inactive at this time, and they also appeared out of nowhere and are now annoying. Then the fairy said that mosquitoes occupy the lowest position in the chain of power of the Star of Hunger. She also noted that they are the smallest spies, and Chuck asked what will happen next. Answering his question, Bella said that mosquitoes are also one of the fastest monsters and the rest will come soon. She grinned maliciously and stated that this meant that the mosquitoes had simply found him. The protagonist didn't even know how to react to this information. Immediately after that, he decided to go outside the building. Suddenly, he saw a feather falling right in front of him. Raising his head, the boy was surprised by the huge number of feathers flying around. Pigeons were sitting right above him, and his subordinate was declaring that soon all those under the control of the Star and Hunger would be there. The sick birds were waiting for their master's order. Smiling widely upon seeing them, the protagonist was surprised that these were his people, declaring that the Star of Hunger had interesting preferences. At that moment, the pigeons seemed to go crazy and rushed forward. They completely didn't understand what was happening around them. They stupidly directed her after Chuck. He, in turn, ran away as fast as he could. A swarm of mosquitoes also followed him. The protagonist tried to escape from everyone pursuing him. Suddenly, he decided to look back. Behind him, Chuck saw a horde of insects and birds. Continuing to run further, he did not understand how to cope with all this. Moving further through the city, the boy ran to the bridge. Breathing heavily, he turned to Ben, who was running next to him. Then the protagonist asked if there was a vacant place in his village, and Ben did not even know how to answer this question. Then the goblin stated that his birth rate had recently increased, and Chuck, dissatisfied with this answer, told him to forget about it because he did not even expect anything else. Continuing to run forward, he reasoned that he was prepared for anything. Then the boy thought that the strange curse with mosquitoes and pigeons was beyond what was allowed, and the system notification window notified that a hungry star was watching him. Seeing a bright glow in the sky, the protagonist stated that it felt like a star was having a great time watching him, and then decided to come with a strange task to mock him. Approaching the cliff, he asked to just give it to him. Then Chuck pushed off the ground with great force with his foot. Jumping forward to the other end of the cliff, he wanted to be allowed to fight someone of his level. Flying to the ground, the boy suddenly saw something below. Unknown monsters were right there. Noticing them, the protagonist gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. He had no choice but to land near them. Immediately after that, dust rose into the air. The living dead stood in their places, waiting. The dust cleared, and the image of Chuck became visible, sitting on the ground. He raised his head up with a menacing look. Immediately after that, the boy stood on both feet, preparing for the upcoming battle. Smiling broadly, he was glad that the fight was about to begin. A huge crowd of the living dead was heading his way, and the protagonist declared that this was the way to start. Without waiting for them, Chuck rushed to attack himself and laughed, saying that he was glad to see everyone. At this time, a monster was running towards him. He grabbed the boy's hand with great speed and force. The protagonist was frightened by this turn of events. The living dead could not hold back his drool, and Chuck did not know what to do now. Without thinking twice, the monster opened its mouth, and the boy could only scream. The living dead instantly bit off part of his head. The lifeless body of the protagonist fell to his knees. While the monster was rejoicing in his victory, the system notification window announced that he was killed, after which it added that the survival time was 2 days, 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 15 seconds. The monsters appeared. It was said that the hungry star was watching him. The protagonist opened his mouth and wondered how these people look. The monsters rushed forward. It was said that the hungry star Luke was watching him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and wondered how many times, no matter how many times, he came back to life. The monsters attacked the hero. It was said that the hungry star was watching him, to which he thought that everything was repeating itself, therefore, this was the only way. The hungry star was watching him, and the hero shouted that just please. Chuck ran away from the monsters and added that he should stop watching him. He thought that he would rather run away. The remaining survival time is 47 hours 39 minutes 50 seconds. The hungry star is watching him, to which he shouted what the hell. Turning around, the protagonist shouted that of course, this must be fun. That was the original plan. Yes, to leave him no choice but to play hide and seek with these monsters. The monsters ran forward, and he shouted that he would have asked right away if it was possible to fry him, roast him, steam him, bake him, then it would be easier for them to eat him. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought, well, where did that bastard go? Frowning, he added that no, even if he were here, he would only get in the way. Running away from the monsters, the protagonist thought that in this case, what should he do alone? What should he do in such a damn situation? Let him turn into the right alley. Looking to the side, the hero said okay, the right one. The protagonist's eyes widened. Running around the corner, he thought that. Gritting his teeth, the hero added the right one. Running forward, the hero thought that but why? It wasn't he who thought about it, to which he was answered that no, it was he who thought about it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and wondered what was going on. Was he talking to himself? To which he received the answer that yes, that's exactly it. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that if he understood this, then he should turn right at the next turn, to which he thought that damn, he had gone crazy from so many deaths. The protagonist rushed forward. The monsters ran forward. A thought occurred to him that he was saying this just to make sure that he would understand everything correctly and would not think that he had gone crazy, although many people think so. With his eyes wide open, the hero wondered what was wrong with him. Running down the alley, the protagonist shouted that damn, he had no choice, this was not the first time he had died. Leaning against the wall, the hero shouted that he would just think that a ghost was starting to possess him, to which he was answered that he was not a ghost. The hero abruptly began to run forward. The monsters crashed into the wall. The hero turned around and heard that good, great, to which he thought that yes, they will continue like this. Chuck was running up to the ruins. Suddenly, red eyes appeared among them. Looking up, the protagonist shouted, "What the hell? Well, now what?" Suddenly, a huge spider appeared in front of him. The hero dodged the attack, hearing that he should wait down. A web appeared above the monsters. The protagonist looked forward in fear. The monsters were tied up in a web. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Chuck turned around in fear. A level 87 Black Widow was approaching him. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked what level 87, to which he was told that great, now he will be safe until the star Luke goes crazy. The protagonist looked up and thought, how does he know all this? The spider's eyes were glowing red, and she asked what and what does he think? The planet appeared. The thought arose that the place where the stars fell silent, and now they cannot live without being tied to the rules of this world. She is the only one who can whisper to him. A shining star appeared, and the hero thought that it was her again. The image of a whispering star appeared, and the hero thought that Agatha, it was said that the whispering star was watching him. The hero looked at the spider, and Agatha said that everything she was doing now could be regarded as disrespect for Luke, but he would think that what happened was just a coincidence, so let him not worry about it. The protagonist raised his head up and heard that and let him not make any more noise. Let him pretend that he was thinking about the plan. If he disobeyed, then Luke would understand everything and get angry. The hero frowned and thought that so she was the only one who could read his mind, to which she replied that no, it only worked when he thought he wanted to talk to her, to which he replied that he was glad to hear it. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that was it, and what did she want? The monsters were walking around the ruins, and the star said that Luke wanted to feed him to as many of his family members as possible to increase his rank, but she wanted him to finish this useless test before it was too late. The star glowed brightly, and the hero asked what and how he wanted it, to which she laughed. Agatha hugged the hero and said that she wanted him to become a member of his family, to which he replied that he knew that. The hero sat on the ground and thought that why was she so interested in him? He was hardly better than the goblins. Approaching the hero, Agatha said that they needed a new player. They were all at an impasse, and everyone was trying to come up with a plan to resolve everything. Looking away, Chuck wondered what the plan, what it all meant, to which he was told that he would find out when he became a member of her family. The hero stood in front of the stars, and Agatha said that if she found out what the others wanted to do to him, she would immediately want to join her, to which the protagonist thought she was saying that she was better than everyone else. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the star replied that of course. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that, unlike the other stars, she was quite easy to serve. Standing in front of the hero, she added that he should just love him. The star smirked. Then she looked down. With her eyes wide, Agatha said that he should praise her, worship her, and listen to her. It was not humiliating. They would actually have a loving relationship. Chuck's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that if she wanted, she would return the same praise he had given her. Her warrior. The protagonist was underwater and thought it was so gentle. The girls stretched out their hands forward, and he added that it was as if he was drowning in a deep lake. The longer the hero acted like a lover, the more power he could gain. To be desired by everyone, wasn't that what he wanted? Surviving in this hell alone was too painful. The girl hugged the hero, and he said that the protagonist, was in zero gravity. Chuck looked in surprise when he saw the star of destruction watching him. The protagonist leaned down. The star was flying in the sky. The hero turned to it and said that it was sad, of course, but, smiling widely, he continued that he already had a girlfriend. Sitting in front of the star, the hero said that it was sad, of course, but he already had a girlfriend. Suddenly, the star lit up brightly. Frowning, the protagonist thought she was angry, although it was not surprising considering that she killed that spider. Looking at him, Agatha said that it was such a waste, a hero like him, to have only one woman. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Chuck looked up in amazement. The spider was in front of him, and the star said that at first, she was thinking of lowering it into Luke's mouth a couple of times to make him come to his senses. The spider's eyes glowed, and she added that but now she felt like she should at least give him a way to get out of here. The protagonist looked at the spider in fear. It was heard that since he rejected the easy way. The protagonist looked away. Chuck looked at the spiders. Agatha said that he would have to put in a lot of effort. Right. The hero screamed in fear. What was she doing? The spiders began to run along the hero's hand. Agatha stretched out her hand and said that she would finish his unfinished toy for him. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and wheezed. A pink moon appeared. A view of the city ruins opened up. A tunnel of webs appeared. The monster was climbing up. The creature in the cloak stood in front of the building. He began to climb up. The goblin stood in front of the cocoons. Looking straight at him, he asked if she was sure, to which she replied that she had already told him. Smirking, Bella said that she should stop doubting her and let him tear it apart already. He began to cut the cocoon with a hook. The hero was lying in the cocoon. The goblin stretched out his hand forward. Suddenly, he lifted Chuck up. The protagonist was unconscious. Bella flew up to him and addressed him. Suddenly, she froze. The fairy swung her leg sharply. Having struck him, she screamed that he should wake up. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, tears appeared in his eyes. Looking straight ahead, the goblin said that they should go immediately, to which she replied that he should wait a second, asked if he was awake. Looking away, Bella said that she thought that drinking some of his blood would only make him feel better, to which he replied that he shouldn't even think about it. The fairy raised her hands up and said that he woke up thanks to her. She knew that without her he was useless, to which he replied that he should shut up. He almost died because of her. The protagonist jumped up. Walking straight ahead, he said that if he just a little more, he would start all over again. Looking to the side, he asked, "By the way, where are they?" Suddenly Chuck crashed into something. Clutching his head, he asked what. Suddenly a monster appeared in front of him. Swinging, the protagonist shouted, "Orc, what is an orc doing here?" The protagonist looked at the monster in fear. Spiders were crawling up him. Looking at him, he said, "Damn it." A web was woven around him, and the protagonist asked about it. Looking to the side, Chuck asked that it was some kind of trap, and the goblin turned to him. Raising his hand up, the hero said that he shouldn't ask anything, he knows spiders. The goblin said, "No, he's talking about his left hand," to which the protagonist asked again, "Left hand." Looking straight ahead, he said, "I've never seen it before, what is it?" The protagonist looked at his hand. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked what 6 fingers. It was a glove. The star behind him said that she would complete his unfinished toy. The protagonist looked at the notification. Looking at the inventory, Bella asked what it was, to which he replied that he remembered. Memories surfaced, and he asked that the place where they last found the skeleton, the food storage, no, the place where the corpse was. Bella smirked and replied that yes, they found it while trying to find something useful, and now he was also a thief, as expected from the owner. The hero put the admiral's monocle and said that the monocle, although it uses mana, but with him. He extended his hand forward and added that he could evaluate the item. It was written about a hand with 6 fingers, a legendary item, a glove type, physical defense, average, magic defense, average, high agility, average. Special ability increases the grip strength of the equipped hand by 3 times, does not release the grabbed object until the owner allows it or the glove breaks, fits both hands, uses mana to create a black widow's web. A sign with the rarity of the item appeared. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked that the item was real. Looking at his hand, he wondered what it was. He had never seen items with such a rank before, a real item. A bloody dagger appeared, left hand, a Winter Reaper sickle, to which he thought that this meant that all the things he had created before were fakes. The hero's eyes widened, thinking that this item was a level higher than the legendary ones. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that it was great. Smiling broadly, he added that with such a toy. Raising his hand up, the hero said that he could definitely do it. The hero examined his hand. A ruined city appeared. A crowd of monsters opened up. The monster clenched his teeth. They were standing among the ruins. The monsters were approaching a huge hole. Bloody drops appeared. Blood dripped down. The monster put his tongue to the blood. Suddenly, a red beam appeared in front of him. The creatures looked at the red beams. The creatures began to climb into the pipe. The monster clenched his teeth. He found himself in front of a web. The creatures were walking along a tunnel. Darkness was approaching them. An insect was flying straight. Suddenly it flew up to the creature. A mosquito was sitting on its neck. The creature was looking straight. Suddenly it turned its head to the side. The monsters turned their heads. Suddenly it opened its mouth. The monster opened its mouth wide. The monsters began to bite each other. Loud screams were heard in the darkness. A mosquito landed on the hero's finger. Insects were flying around the protagonist. His hand was covered in cobwebs. The protagonist frowned. He grinned and said that it was too easy. The monsters attacked each other. The hero smiled widely. The insects flew forward rapidly. The monsters devoured each other. An insect landed on one of them. The mosquito began to suck the monster's blood. Suddenly, the creature looked away in surprise. The monsters looked straight ahead. A crowd of monsters appeared. Suddenly, they all started running into the tunnel. Loud screams were heard in the tunnel, and the hero said that great, let them continue to fight each other. He smiled widely and added that they should continue to eat each other. Before the hero received the task, he learned something new while experimenting with his affinity skill. Although he can only control a certain number of creatures, if it was something small like mosquitoes, he would control a lot more of them than the big ones. Plus, the mosquitoes that died from his poisonous blood would be affected by his affinity skill. They would be reborn with weak poison resistance. Well, that would be enough to easily take care of those high-level idiots. The monsters were attacking each other. The goblin standing behind the protagonist said that it was annoying to see strong creatures with zero intelligence, to which the protagonist replied that it wasn't that he thought he was weak, but he was glad he was smart enough to find a place like this. The sewers appeared. It was said that it was perfect for waiting out those freaks. There were many exits, so there was no point in worrying about them being surrounded. He could just sit here all the time. Looking at the mosquitoes, he added that he could live for 48 hours. The protagonist's eyes widened. The protagonist fell to the ground and the goblin turned to him. Rushing towards him, he asked what was wrong, to which Chuck said, "Damn." The hero wheezed and asked what if they drank too much blood. He was just dizzy. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were taking more blood than he expected. What should he do? At this rate he would not last. Looking at his hand, he added that maybe he should try another method. The hero hugged the goblin. The protagonist turned around in surprise. A sword appeared among the web. The sword began to cut the web. Looking to the side, Chuck thought that they were cutting the web and coming after them. They knew it was a trap. Stretching his hand to the side, the protagonist turned to the goblin and told him to stay away. Frowning, the protagonist thought that these creatures would be smarter. Looking straight ahead, Ben asked what he was talking about. The hero extended his hand forward and thought that these were not simple guests. Chuck smiled widely and said that it was a bit crowded in here, so he shouldn't get underfoot. Green eyes appeared in the darkness. The hero looked at them in surprise. Many eyes appeared. The hero looked at them in fear. Looking at them, he asked what? Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero asked what and how many of them were there. The creatures in the tunnel did not move. Suddenly, someone came out. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what a soldier, a human. Chuck extended his hand forward. A military uniform appeared. The hero frowned. Many zombies in military uniform appeared. The protagonist grinned slightly. A level 20-second biter appeared, and the hero asked what zombies. The zombie lowered its head down. Looking straight ahead, they said that they should take him. Pointing forward, the zombie added that right now. Suddenly, the zombies rushed forward. The protagonist smiled widely. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he knew that it would not be limited to just guests. The hero struck the zombie. The monster tilted its head back. A short blade covered in blood was stuck into its head. Legendary. A special effect is that the owner can inject his blood into enemies. Pulling the web, the protagonist shouted that seeing how bony and skinny they all were, he thought they were starving to the fullest. Pulling out the blade, he shouted that dinner was served. Let them sit down and eat. The zombies suddenly began to bite the ally. The protagonist landed down. Looking straight ahead, the zombie shouted that they were idiots. The hero grabbed the ladder, and he added that the man was running away. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that damn it. Chuck began to climb the ladder. The zombie furiously shouted that they were idiots. What are they doing? Pointing at the hero, he shouted that he was running away. Let them move and grab him. Climbing up, the protagonist shouted, damn it. The sewer hatch suddenly started moving. Suddenly, the hatches flew up. The protagonist was climbing out of the sewer. The protagonist was standing on the ruins. There were crystals everywhere. Looking at the hatch, the protagonist thought that even though they were the same level, they had military training. Gritting his teeth, he added that he wondered if he could negotiate with them. Well, they were people. The zombies were climbing the stairs, and he thought that no, this would not work. They were only people. They had already succumbed to the delicacies and were under his control. Loud screams were heard from the sewer. Strange sounds came from the sewer. A zombie climbed out of the hatch, and the hero thought that they would not listen to him. Shots and shells were heard. The protagonist looked forward in fear. Looking to the side, the hero shouted. The protagonist bent down to the ground. Walking forward, the zombie said that they hit his leg, to which the commander replied that then they should not shoot, a waste of ammunition. Sitting on the ground, the hero said that they said, a waste, what a relief. Frowning, the hero thought about what to do. Suddenly, he looked forward in fear. Chuck raised his head in surprise. The sky was red, and he thought about the surroundings. Looking to the side, he added that it suddenly became quiet. Chuck looked down and shouted that stop. The hero's leg appeared. His hand showed up, and he said it was blood. The protagonist's eyes widened. Suddenly, Chuck turned around in amazement. The monsters were standing behind him. The monster stuck out its tongue and wheezed. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that if he still had a chance in the sewers, then he was finished in the open location. He looked up at the message. It said that there were 0 days, 0 hours, 46 minutes, 46 seconds left until the end of the quest. After reading this, the hero thought that he had 46 minutes left. The monsters looked at him, and the protagonist added that even if it was only an hour, this time would be more than enough to kill him hundreds of times. Looking at the commander, the zombie said that everyone had gone upstairs, to which he replied that they should stop, and the hero thought that even so. The protagonist looked away. His health was less than 10%. Thanks to the privilege of the title of the last survivor, regeneration began, and he thought that at least everything was not too bad. Looking straight ahead, the zombie said that he wanted them to make sure that his meat would be tasty. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear. Suddenly, the creatures rushed forward. The zombies ran straight ahead at a rapid pace. Suddenly, they all surrounded the hero. The protagonist bit off a piece of crystal. Screams were heard around Chuck. The protagonist gnawed the crystal. Mana from the crystal stone passes through it. The protagonist flew up. His mana was fully restored. The monsters were approaching the hero. Looking straight ahead, he spoke of domination. The hero turned around to the zombies. The zombies were furiously advancing on him. Suddenly, they began to jump. The protagonist lowered his head. The zombie bit the monster. The creatures began to fight among themselves. The battle was shown. Screams were heard. The protagonist smiled broadly, thinking that he did not control the monsters directly. The creatures fought, and he added that he simply took the gas bitten by his mosquitoes and increased their smell. In this case, the dead were more attracted to the gas because they became larger targets. The zombies were happy, and the protagonist thought that wasn't this what they asked for, happiness that could be achieved by oneself, so he made them think. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that although they would forget about it. Then he wondered if it was for humans before the extinction. The monsters fought, and he added that such a sight was the norm every day. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that this was his understanding of the real hell. Suddenly, something flew past his head. Turning around, the protagonist asked what the shot was. The zombies crouched down with their weapons. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought that but why, the dominance was still in effect. The protagonist stood in front of the zombies. Looking at them in surprise, he thought that the range, they were too far away for it to affect them. Holding the gun in their hands, the zombies heard them aim. Hearing them switch to automatic fire, the hero asked what fire. Suddenly, the zombie shouted that fire, now. A bright beam appeared. Suddenly, the goblin chopped off their heads, then landed on the ground. Looking to the side, he said that he could leave gratitude for later. The protagonist looked in surprise. The goblin held a scythe behind his back. The Winter Gatherer's Scythe appeared, a special ability that can track living beings within an area. After defeating an enemy, the area around him freezes. Smiling, the goblin said that he would thank him many times in any case. It was written that the Winter Gatherer's Scythe was legendary. The special ability could track living beings within an area. After defeating an enemy, the area around them would freeze, remarks. The scythes used by the undead slaves were known as the hunting dogs of the Winter Duke. The Winter Duke hated being looked at, and was known to release the Winter Gatherer to take care of intruders. Despite no one having seen him in person, there was always a chance. Blue beams appeared behind the hero. Turning around, he addressed the goblin. The goblin was fighting against the zombie. Smiling, he said that he could save his gratitude for later. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and heard that he would thank him many times anyway. Grinning, the hero wondered if he really thought he was super cool. Glaring straight ahead, the zombie said how dare ordinary people and goblins. Suddenly, he grabbed his weapon. Pointing his weapon at the protagonist, he shouted to kill them. Suddenly his weapon froze. It was written that the Winter Gatherer's Scythe, legendary, special ability, after defeating an enemy, a certain area freezes around him. The goblin suddenly rushed forward, then abruptly cut off his hand. Looking straight ahead, the zombie asked what was going on. Suddenly the goblin kicked him. The zombies watched what was happening. The hero grinned and thought that before, if he asked him for help, the first thing he heard was a grumble. The goblin swung his scythe, and he added that after receiving this weapon, he became like an obedient puppy. Like all of them, he is also a slave to materialism. Suddenly the monster swung at the hero. The creature hit the ground. The protagonist slid along the ground. The creatures rushed after him. Chuck clenched his teeth angrily. Suddenly someone grabbed the monster from behind. The monsters began to fight the zombies. The protagonist looked to the right. The hero turned his head to the left. Standing in the middle of the battle, he wondered if it was just his imagination or if there were more of them. Gritting his teeth, he added that his mana was running out and he would no longer be able to maintain dominance. The protagonist took a step forward. The creatures raised their heads. The protagonist grinned slightly. A red typhoon appeared. Insects appeared, and he thought that mosquitoes were usually active only at night, but now they were awakened by the smell of his blood as soon as the sun went down. Looking at the insects, he added that they would become hyperactive. Smoke appeared around the hero. The protagonist called up the menu. Stretching his hand forward, he said that it took time to do this, and now, swinging his hand, the protagonist shouted that why not see how effective this web is. The creatures looked around in surprise. The zombies turned around in amazement. The hero lowered his head and said that he hoped that all of them. Suddenly the monsters rushed straight ahead. The creatures accelerated furiously. Grinning, the hero said that they would get along with each other. The insects rushed down sharply. The swarm of insects flew towards Chuck. The swarm began to spread everywhere. The monsters defended themselves from the insects. The zombies also tried to defend themselves. The goblin flew up, a scream was heard. The swarm flew from side to side, and the hero thought that in a battle at such a short distance, it would be difficult for all of them to distinguish friend from foe. The insects attacked, and he added that, in addition, thanks to the effects of the scythe, most of the monsters were frozen, and where Ben was, he was sure he was somewhere here. Looking away, Chuck thought that this should give him an advantage. If this continues, then he will definitely live until the end of time. Standing in front of the swarm, he thought that although his hands are shaking with happiness, he needs to remain calm and cool. The protagonist sat down, thinking about what he couldn't forget. His goal wasn't to kill them all, but to hold out for 48 hours. The zombie was lying next to his leg. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Turning around, Chuck asked when. Hitting the zombie on the head, he yelled for it to go away. The protagonist grabbed his leg and thought, shit, he was too relaxed. His eyes widened. He thought that he had already lost so much blood. Sitting in the center of the swarm, he thought, shit. The protagonist looked up, hearing the hungry star watching him, to which he thought that he wouldn't survive. The monsters were looking straight ahead, and he added what should he do? Would he be able to do anything at all? The protagonist looked at the wound. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that if only he could replenish the blood he had lost. The zombies were devouring the monster. There was a pool of blood on the ground. The protagonist smiled widely. Suddenly, the insects attacked the monsters. Chuck's family of level 3 mosquitoes surrounded the monster. The creature fell to the ground. The mosquitoes suddenly rushed forward. Suddenly, they began to bite the hero. Chuck bent down, thinking that although this was very stupid. Gritting his teeth tightly, he continued that he had no choice but to do this. The protagonist bent over and screamed. The hero raised his head up. Suddenly, he froze. The protagonist was kneeling. The protagonist clenched his fist. The monsters were approaching Chuck. The creature looked at its hand. Suddenly, it grew claws. It made a sharp swing of its hand. Blood splashes appeared. The monster's hand was cut off. The hero suddenly rushed upward. The protagonist ran straight ahead at a rapid pace. Chuck held his hand in his mouth. The monster's hand fell to the ground. The protagonist grew fangs. The monsters suddenly rushed forward. The protagonist looked at them furiously. Chuck jumped up sharply. The monster stretched out its hand forward. A swarm of insects flew around it. The hero deftly flew over it. The protagonist struck with his foot. He grabbed the creature's head, and it screamed. Suddenly, the hero opened his mouth wide. The protagonist bit his head. The creatures froze when they saw it. The hero's eyes lit up white. The blood of the hungry characteristic was added to his poison blood. The protagonist stood over the corpse. Poison blood rare added features toxicity, infectiousness, acidity, blood of the hungry. The hero's face was covered in blood. It was written about the blood of the hungry. A note, consuming the blood of the hungry by his body increases his physical abilities by 30%. The effect lasts until he uses all the blood of the hungry. Chuck looked away. During the activation period, the user will suffer from hunger and absorb any food at an incredible speed. In case of prolonged starvation, the user can die due to the absorption of his own body. The hero was breathing heavily and said that it must be a skill that strengthens the body at the cost of the body itself. The protagonist froze and asked what was what. It was written that although it seems like a great way to lose weight, due to the devouring of the user's muscles, the method has few advantages. The protagonist looked down. He stretched out his hand and asked what it meant. The skill uses the nutrients in his body to make him stronger, and it seemed to be literally consuming his body because he had little blood left. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He clutched his chest and wheezed. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he was hungry. He added with his eyes wide open that it felt like his stomach was digesting him from the inside. The zombie suddenly rushed towards the protagonist. The protagonist stretched out his hand. Suddenly, he struck the zombie. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he felt power. He raised his head and saw that the hungry star was watching him. The conqueror star Arden was watching him. The pricking star was watching him. The monster star was watching him. Looking at the stars, the protagonist said that yes, this is it. Frowning, he added that hurting people was worse than death, slowly subjugating them. He now understood. Rays of light fell on the monsters. It was said that they also looked down on everyone. He had a question here. Lightning appeared around the protagonist's hand. Looking straight ahead, Chuck asked what they thought of him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist shouted loudly. Blue rays began to fly around the hero. The rays hit the creatures. The monster looked in surprise. The zombie opened his eyes in amazement. Suddenly, the protagonist disappeared. The protagonist flew up. The hero frowned furiously. The blue beam hit the ground. The blow flew at the monsters. A column of smoke flew up. The protagonist fell to the ground and wheezed. He fell head first. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly. The monster jumped up, and the hero shouted, "Damn it." The creature struck the hero. Several creatures landed nearby. The monster raised his hand, and the protagonist said that they were. The protagonist screamed furiously about the damn bastards. The protagonist's eyes widened. The monsters were standing above him. The monsters pounced on the protagonist. The protagonist winced in pain. He covered his eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The monsters covered him completely. Many creatures were eating the protagonist. The protagonist stretched his hand forward. Suddenly, the hand fell to the ground. A pool of blood appeared. A bright smile appeared in the darkness. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The protagonist bit the monster sharply. Having bitten off a part of the body, Chuck screamed. Looking at the monsters, he screamed that they were dead bastards, every one of them. Angrily gritting his teeth, he added that he would tear them into fucking little pieces, let them go to daddy. The protagonist's eyes glowed red. The protagonist jumped above the creatures. He was striking the monster. The hero grabbed the monster by the head. The watermelon suddenly exploded. The hero raised his hand up in rage. The monsters were approaching the hero. Chuck clenched his teeth in rage. Many beams appeared, screams were heard. The zombies were lying on the ground. The monsters were lying nearby. Many corpses of creatures appeared. Looking straight ahead, the zombie thought that they shouldn't have stuck their nose in here. The creature crawled along the ground and thought that even though he took a whole squadron with him, but opening his mouth, he added that they managed to lose to that tasty bastard, they need to get out before. Suddenly, the hero appeared in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the zombie shouted that he was from his squad, who he was, what his name was, and what his rank was. The protagonist's eyes glowed red. The zombie looked at him in fear. The hero growled angrily. Crawling away, the zombie said that it was not necessary, let him get away from him. Suddenly, the creature turned around. The monster grabbed the weapon. A piece of ice flew out of the barrel. The zombie grabbed the hand. Swinging it, he shouted for it to go away. A blow flew at the hero's leg. The protagonist fell to the ground. Looking at him, the zombie shouted for it to go to hell. Swinging his hand, he shouted for it to go away. Suddenly, someone chopped off his hand. The hero delivered a precise blow to it. The protagonist rushed towards him. Chuck bit him sharply. Suddenly, the protagonist bit off part of his face. The hero began to eat him, and he shouted that no. It said that the task was completed. He completed the task of the bottom of the pyramid. As a reward, he gets 1 silver box. Due to the difference between his level and the difficulty level, the reward will improve. His 1 silver box becomes 1 gold box. He passed the test. His 1 gold box becomes 1 gift from Luke. His Hearthstone will remain active until the start of the next task. The remaining time until the next task is 28 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The hero was lying on the ground. The hunger curse was lifted. A glow appeared around the hero. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. It was said that he absorbed the shard. The pink moon was shining brightly. The protagonist sighed slightly. The protagonist looked straight ahead and said that he was hungry. Looking at the notification, he thought that he still had some time. The protagonist was lying among the monsters. Gritting his teeth, he thought that even though he was under the curse, what the hell did he do? Closing his eyes, Chuck sighed. Suddenly he froze. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he was hungry, he would die like that. Suddenly a loud sound was heard. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist lowered his head. The sound was heard throughout the city. Chuck grinned and asked what was happening. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that he thought it was over. The flags were fluttering in the wind. The creatures were playing instruments. The monsters were walking straight. One of them held a stick in his teeth. He was controlling a huge creature. The monster was pushing the stick. His head was in a board. The monsters were pushing a small carriage. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Frowning, he thought that each of them was an incredible creature, superior to him in strength to the gas and those zombies. Looking at the carriage, he added that but why were they protecting the carriage that was in it? The monsters suddenly stopped. The carriage sank to the ground. Someone was sitting in it. The hero looked at him in surprise. There were dead monsters on the ground. It was said that it seemed to like the food. Standing in front of him, the creature added that even if it was not fully cooked. The creature smirked and turned to the hero. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fear. Grinning, Kevin said that judging by his face, he should introduce himself. Kevin suddenly fell silent. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that this bastard was testing him. The creature smirked at the hero. The corpses of monsters appeared, and he asked how he survived with such a low level. No wonder the hungry star was interested in him. However, he thought that all humans were extinct. Pointing at the hero, he asked that someone else survived. The protagonist smirked slightly. Kevin looked at him. Suddenly, the hero gritted his teeth. The monster brought a finger to his mouth. He stuck his finger in his mouth. Looking at Chuck, the monster said that it seemed to him that no, he seemed to have fallen from the sky. Standing in front of him, he added that in any case, He was glad to meet them. He thought that after the man and Maria, humanity went out like a candle. Sitting on the ground, the hero heard that he would never have thought that there was still a fresh human like him. Leaning over, he added that no, he cannot allow such a lovely child to freeze, to which the hero thought why he was collecting these corpses. Looking at the monster, the hero added that he should not do this. The hero looked at him with fear and thought no. Kevin put something on the hero's leg. The protagonist looked at the leg in surprise. The leg healed, and the monster said that well, that's it, now he can walk again. Leaving, he added that doesn't he think that such a lovely person like him should be met with respect and the best food, let him go with him. Kevin froze, hearing him to wait. The monster turned his head. Grinning, the hero asked him what he wanted, for him to become part of Luke's family. Grinning, he said let him listen, to which the hero replied that he did. Smiling widely, the protagonist continued that he would never become a simple treat for him. The monster looked at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, he began to laugh loudly. Wiping his eyes, Kevin asked what he said, a simple treat. He was so funny, he didn't understand. The hero frowned, hearing that he knew what the simplest and most basic desire was. Sticking out his tongue, the monster said that it was hunger. Frowning, he added that Luke's hunger was immeasurable. Spreading his arms, he said that influence, upbringing, sexual needs, capital, power, he devours them all and uses them whenever and however he wants. Pointing to himself, Kevin said that while he was an ordinary person, he could not get anything because of his morals and upbringing. The protagonist frowned. Gritting his teeth, the monster said that all of this. Suddenly, he screamed furiously that it should have been his, they should have been the fruits of his efforts. Gritting his teeth tightly, he added that this anger was unbearable. Standing in front of the hero, the monster shouted that he knew that he was also filled with anger and greed. He believed that he deserved what was rightfully his, however. The hero frowned, hearing that most people were dishonest and some were stingy, to which he thought that he was not wrong. Clenching his fist, the monster asked that he did not want to know what he could get, did he not want to see how high he could climb? Chuck glared at him. Looking straight at him, the monster said that this is why they will be the ones to swallow this entire world. A snake appeared, and he shouted that they will swallow everything, just like a snake looking down on everything. The protagonist glared at him. Reaching out his hand, the monster said that he should join him and become a part of him. The hero sat in front of him. The book was flipping rapidly. The girl was sleeping on the table. Kate looked away. Looking out the window, she asked what it was. The protagonist smirked slightly. A modern city appeared. The girl looked out the window. The pink moon was shining brightly. The protagonist smirked and said that he guessed he had no choice. The hero's hand glowed red. The monster looked down. The hero raised his knee up. Looking straight ahead, the monster said that it was right, a wise decision. The creatures in masks moved straight ahead. The protagonist took his hand. The hero began to stand up. Suddenly, Kevin clenched his teeth. The protagonist bit his hand. The monster was furious. Suddenly, he threw the hero away. Smiling, he asked what and how dare he, the damned monster. Lying on the ground, the hero turned. The monster frowned, hearing that he could not understand why he tasted like that. Smiling, Chuck continued that he was even worse than zombies. Looking straight ahead, the hero added that all traitors are the same. The monster stuck out his tongue and asked what the traitors were. In a rage, he shouted that he had the nerve to call him a traitor. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Suddenly, the monster appeared in front of him. Looking forward, he said that he saw no point in talking to him. Smiling, the monster said that he should just die, the last of the people. The hero smiled widely and said that no, he could not die. 4 stars appeared, and he thought that in the game they were playing, there should be an element of surprise. Looking straight ahead, Agatha said that a new player is what they need, everything has reached a dead end, so everyone is looking for a solution. Looking straight ahead angrily, the hero thought that a new player, a solution, that's it. Standing in front of the monster, he added that about him. Looking straight ahead, Kevin exclaimed in surprise. The hero smiled widely, thinking that he didn't care if it didn't work out, he wasn't going to let this chance slip through his fingers, and then said that he should go ahead and let him try to kill him, adding that, well, it wasn't the first time he died. The monster grabbed him by the neck. The protagonist rose from the ground, and it was heard that he should then allow him to ask a question. Looking at the hero, Kevin asked what he should do with him, crush him or tear him to pieces. Smiling, he said that yes, I think that would do, since his mouth wouldn't close, he would help, let him try screaming some more. Purple flames appeared around the protagonist. Chuck clenched his teeth tightly. Looking at him, the monster said that he couldn't believe it. He was a traitor, did he just fall out of the sky or something? Smiling widely, he asked that he really believed that they had joined the monsters to exterminate all the people. Picking up the hero, he shouted for him to shut up and die. The monster turned around, the monstrous star was watching him. Suddenly, Kevin's eyes widened. The monster flew to the side. He fell on the ruins. Chuck fell to his knees. The protagonist fell to the ground. He slowly closed his eyes. The monster clenched his teeth. Kevin winced in pain. The creatures in masks began to be blown away by the wind. A strong gust of wind appeared. It spread throughout the city. Stretching his hand forward, the monster shouted for him to calm down. Falling to the ground, he added that he had no intention of breaking the rules, he was just excited because a lot of time had passed since then. Turning around, the monster shouted for him to go away. The monsters began to run away, hearing them retreat. The monsters moved away over time. The hero was lying on the ground. Chuck looked away. Suddenly, he lost consciousness. Pink lightning appeared in the sky. Opening his eyes, he wondered what it was. A pink sky appeared. Looking away, the protagonist thought about how this Kevin ran away in fear. Something in the sky scared him so much. The hero stood up and thought, damn, why? Throwing his arms out to the sides, Chuck shouted that he could do whatever he wanted, even if he was torn apart or smashed to pieces. The protagonist shouted loudly that he would either be burned alive. He clenched his teeth and said that the hero was kneeling. Lowering his head, he said that no matter what he did to him, sitting still, he added that he would. A pink sky appeared. The protagonist was kneeling. There were ruins around. An image of a girl appeared and he thought it was Kate. The girl turned around and turned to him. Grinning, she said that she was welcome back. The protagonist opened his eyes. Bella exclaimed in surprise and asked that he woke up. A bite appeared on her leg and she said that he should look at it. The protagonist was sitting on the floor and she said that she came for him when she thought it was over, okay. The protagonist was furious and she added that but his eyes were glowing green and he just bit her. Chuck looked down and wondered what happened after he lost consciousness. Putting her hands on her hips, the fairy said that but everything was fine, she took care of food in advance, to which the hero asked what when. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said okay, they will just forget about it, I wonder what rewards he received. The protagonist's eyes widened. A chest appeared and he thought that a gift from Luke. Suddenly, something fell in front of him. A glowing card appeared and he thought that white gold, a platinum card. Looking at it, he added that he had only ever encountered cards made of silver or gold. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared above him. Something fell to the ground in front of the hero. He opened one eye. Looking at the object, the protagonist asked what it was, such a boring blade. Looking down, the hero said that it was a complete disappointment. Standing in front of the blade, the protagonist said that no, let them wait, you can't be upset so early, it came out of the platinum card from Luke's gift, you need to take a closer look. Looking through the monocle, the hero saw that gluttony, normal, original, type sword, to which he asked what is normal, and then it was said that physical damage is low, magical damage is low, penetration is low, the special effect absorbs donated weapons and receives their effects. The weapon was previously used by a direct descendant of the family of the Hungry Star Luke, since the weapon maintains the appearance of what was donated to it. No one knows what the true appearance of gluttony is. Research on historical figures and power shows that they once used gluttony. Looking at the sword, the protagonist said that but still, the sword used by rulers, although it is a normal weapon, but original. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what and what she thought, to which she replied that it looked good. Grinning, the hero thought that since Bella says that it is good, then so it is, yes, they will try to sacrifice a short blade bleeding. Frowning, the hero said, here, let him eat. The protagonist looked down. Sitting in the corner, he thought that maybe he had already completely lost his mind. By the way, why did he feel like he had been rejected? Putting the sword to the blade, the hero said that again, maybe like this, at least a piece. Suddenly, sparks appeared from the sword. The sword suddenly opened. The blade crumbled into pieces. The protagonist screamed loudly. With wide eyes, the protagonist asked what was happening. A bright glow appeared in front of him. A glow appeared around the weapon. The protagonist's eyes widened. It was written that the absorbed weapon, a short blade that bleeds, gluttony legendary, type sword, to which he smirked and said that it was so easy to change from normal to legendary. It was also said that the physical damage is medium low, magical damage is medium low, penetration is low, special effect, it absorbs the donated weapons and receives their effects. The blade is able to remove fluid from the body. After contact with this fluid, allies will recover and enemies will take damage. The hero smiled widely and said that he likes this thing, to which Bella replied that he likes everything that has a high rank, and he added that she is right. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that jokes aside, with this thing he can become stronger. Bella looked away and smirked. Closing her eyes, she said that seeing her servant happy makes her happy too. She hopes he will continue to become more and more delicious. The hero suddenly froze. A voice in the room said that he needed to go somewhere, to which she asked again. A pink moon appeared, and the hero said that it was to where he wanted to return. Wax was dripping from a candle. The hero held a box in his hands. The protagonist held a candle in his hands. Standing in front of the skeleton, he said that he couldn't just take and leave their things like that. The protagonist sat at the table. Looking at the things, he said that it would be good if he could find out the name of this person, then he could at least make a tombstone. Squinting, the hero thought that they were here until the very end, so they were most likely rankers. The hero looked down. A crowd of zombies appeared. The thought arose that the dead had the intelligence of people, but they pounced at the sight of human flesh. The monster licked its lips, and he continued that there was also someone who sided with the monsters and commanded them. Kevin, a goblin and a fairy appeared, and he thought that well, and him, the commander of Ben and Bella. The protagonist's eyes lit up red. The hero lowered his head, wondering if he was really that different from them. Chuck looked down, frowning. He thought that of course he was, since his mind had not yet been consumed by greed. Sitting on the table, the hero said that this is why he found him so impressive, fighting in a world full of others like them. A box appeared, and he added that he was able to protect the others himself. The protagonist held out his hands and said that maybe it was because he was his opposite. Okay, let it go, just a thought. Opening the box, Chuck said that he had to go, asked if he had any identification, said that he hoped to find out about it once he returned to the real world. The hero lowered his head and asked if there was any clue. There was a book on the shelf, and he asked if it was a magazine. Leafing through the book, he added that what a surprise, he had a magazine. It would be great to get at least some clue about his identity. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Things with high stats are not the only important things in this world. Even one book with quite valuable information can become a thing that significantly changes the world. Looking at the book, the hero grinned and asked what all this, everything is here. Explosions occurred in the city, and he thought that from the first dungeon to the end of humanity. The hero closed the book. Chuck rushed forward. Dragons attacked people, and the protagonist thought that every event in human history was captured here. The man wrote on paper, and he added when and where everything happened, and how to prevent them. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, thinking about what if everything here is true. The hero stood in the middle of the city. The protagonist suddenly froze. Chuck smirked slightly. Looking away, he said that doesn't it mean that he now holds the key to saving all of humanity? Looking away, the hero said that the old man's skeleton is amazing. Holding the book in his hands, he said that he will use his last regrets to good use. He can't waste such valuable information. Yes, he will change this future. Smirking, the protagonist said that maybe everything will get even worse, or maybe he will be able to improve the situation. It doesn't matter at all. His priority is saving humanity. Turning around, he added that from hell, beginning of the second season. Sunset landscape against the backdrop of a forest and a modern city. A dog barks. In the middle of the forest stands a woman with long hair, calling a girl named Maru and asking where she ran away to. The rustle of leaves is heard. She shouted for the girl to quickly come to her, since it is time for them to return home. The woman asked the girl to leave because he was worried, when suddenly a dark silhouette appeared behind him. The silhouette moved to the right. The woman turned around in fear, calling out to the girl and pressing her hands to her chest. Suddenly, she saw an unknown person in a hooded cloak disappearing into the foliage. It was a guy with brown hair, whose face was not visible. The girl screamed loudly in fear, saying that it was a zombie. In a luxurious establishment with large windows, a guy and a girl were sitting at a table. The girl with long blonde hair wiped away a tear from laughter and apologized, saying that it was very funny, and also asked if it was really so bad that the first thing that came to her mind was the word zombie. The man with short brown hair brought his fork to his mouth and said that even so, but was that a good reason to call the police? After swirling his wine glass, the girl asked him, by the way, what was this strange request of George to teach him how to spend money? She continued that nowadays you don't need to spend millions to be comfortable. You can live quite modestly, but with taste, and something like buying luxury cars is too much. The girl said that she knew that he, George, would never do something like that, and therefore she was dying of curiosity, after which she asked if it was something like a desire to have the experience of living in the first class. The guy frowned at her and they clinked glasses. George said that, living a dog's life, you should try living like a state councilor once. The girl said that she thought that he considered such things a sign of hypocrisy, to which the guy was surprised and asked about this word. He asked how he could judge if he had never tried it and did not know what it was like, and people who made abrupt and frivolous statements without having really tried anything were stubborn, ignorant, and uncomprehending rams. The girl smiled and said that she had thought that he wanted something like the life of a conglomerate heir, to which the guy said with a smile that he had not claimed otherwise. He added that he was simply too lazy to do any serious things, but his childhood as an orphan had nothing to do with it because he was already born with such a character. George frowned and said that even if he had grown up in a full-fledged family, nothing would have changed. The girl leaned on her hand and said with a smile that he really was the most adequate of all the men she had dated. The guy got angry, thinking about the girl's last words. He asked how she was supposedly a graduate student, so how could such a young girl have so much experience to compare it so clearly? After which he added that after he voiced this question, everything seemed even stranger and asked what kind of student could have so much free time. He asked again how a graduate student could have time to walk around restaurants and shouldn't she be gnawing on the granite of science until she was blue in the face. The girl frowned and said that, in fact, if the guy hadn't called her, she would have been working in the lab all night long. She looked away and added that the professor acting as her advisor was a bit of an extraordinary person, saying that she remembered how last year he sent ignorant freshmen to observe industrial collection of toxic waste. The girl said that since the question came up about the university, she should say that while the guy was away, the results of a study on the amount of mana needed to increase rank were revealed. The guy turned around, turned on the system, and said that he tried to find out too, but the information was pretty hard to find. The guy with brown eyes looked ahead. The system showed the name Kang Hyunwoo at level 26. The guy was surprised and thought, didn't he finish training at level 20, so where did the number 26 come from? This is some kind of nonsense. The girl said that regarding the results obtained, the guy's ability rank is absent. The guy frowned and asked if this was good or bad, and how should he evaluate what was said, to which the girl said that it didn't work like that at all, after which she said that they were not in the most suitable place for such a conversation. A spear strike was heard. An unknown goblin in a red cloak swung his weapon. From this strike, the monster was cut in half. A goblin with a hook for a right hand started killing monsters. Suddenly, his muscles started to grow, causing his clothes to tear. The goblin started screaming in rage as his clothes tore from the growing muscles. He started breathing heavily. His eyes were black. Hobgoblin Curson, level 27. The goblin started screaming furiously, waving his arms. A house with burning windows appeared. There were many books on the table. George was sitting at the table, reading a book. A girl came out from behind the door, wiping her wet hair with a towel, and asked that since the book was in German, reading must be difficult. The guy laughed and said that he was quite good at it, in his mind thanks to his skill in knowing languages. With a smile on her face, she added that she was not able to understand the content. The girl wrapped her hair in a towel and with glasses on her face said that she knew this would happen, so she prepared a short summary with the main points, after which she told him to look at the summary and asked what it looked like. George hesitantly replied that it was a virus or bacteria, to which the girl replied that it was red blood cells. She said that what he saw there was blood and crystals that were taken from him the other day. The girl continued that since mana was mainly stored in the lower danshan, when blood was taken from the danshan, many crystals would come out, and these crystals were also an indicator used to evaluate the ranking. The girl continued that 1 star was needle-shaped, 3 stars were triangle-shaped, and she also said that the crystals they took from him, to which the guy himself replied that they were round. The girl confirmed this by saying that they were neither needle-shaped nor triangular, but round, and this was a shape that had never been seen before. She said that this was with the exception of one single example, after which the guy asked what example. The girl frowned and said that they were monsters. The guy was very surprised and frowned upon hearing the girl's words. Kate said that the crystals that were taken from Chuck. The protagonist noted with a thoughtful look that they were round. Kate examined the crystals and said that they were not needle-shaped or triangular, but round, a shape that had never been seen before. She looked at Chuck and stated that with the exception of one single example. The protagonist asked what this example was. Kate said with a serious look that they were monsters. Chuck frowned at what he heard. A monster was hovering over his head. Kate watched him in surprise. She was suddenly taken aback and noted that this did not mean that he was a monster, it was just a similar feature, otherwise he was the same as other people. She held her hands in front of her and emphasized that the crystal was only the most noticeable part, but the effect of mana on the human body itself was enormous. Perhaps he belonged to a high rank that had never been seen before. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Kate sat next to him and said that there were rumors that there was even a 5-star rating, but he was clearly higher than that. It was quite possible that he had all 6 stars. She held her cheeks and asked what Chuck thought about it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that at least he now knew for sure that he did not have someone's star. Chuck remembered the message that his body had awakened mana, which began to circulate inside his body. The protagonist reasoned that if he looked back, then at that moment a message appeared that the body awakened mana, but he had never been clearly informed about his rating. Kate held up 2 fingers and clarified, after all, last time he said that he was level 20. Smiling, Chuck replied that he was no longer. Surprised, Kate asked again and clarified what his level was. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, stated that he was level 26. Kate clapped her hands and asked excitedly if he had leveled up 6 levels in just 11 days. She thought seriously that when he came back, he looked like he was a different person, so it must have been very hard for him. Looking away, Kate said that this was no longer the level where she could look for the necessary information alone. She asked if it was time for her to start looking for an assistant. Looking at her, Chuck said that he did not think it was necessary, noting that he would not want to trust the secrets of his body to a person he could not trust 100%. The protagonist asked if Kate had already told anyone about him. Kate looked away and with a displeased look said that she had not and that was not the case, but, stunned, Kate suggested that perhaps they had already found out something. Taken aback, Chuck asked who she was talking about. Holding her hand in front of her face, she replied that she was talking about the Sejong Institute. Confused, the protagonist asked what that was. Shrugging her shoulders, Kate noted that this was the official name of the Bureau for the Management of People with Abilities, since he received a ton of emails from them every day. That place controlled everything related to national talents, items, and dungeons, and also managed the ability rankings, but the announcement of the ability rankings was deliberately delayed due to the results of his test. Chuck was dumbfounded by this. Furious, Kate said that right after this, the protagonist was covered with a wave of love calls and she thought that the Sejong Institute was doing this on purpose to distract attention. If it was the headmistress of that organization, then she was quite capable of something like this. Holding the phone in his hands, Chuck said that he thought it was some kind of spam. Kate asked if he was going to call. The protagonist seriously said that he needed to find out what exactly they found out. Sighing, Kate replied that this was true. Chuck was taken aback by this. Standing up, the protagonist asked her to come to him. Chuck directed the hair dryer at Kate's wet hair. He dried her hair and said that he would continue to slowly collect information, and she should continue her research. The protagonist suggested that it would be difficult to do so, having access only to the lab. He asked if she should buy the equipment. Turning around, Kate asked if Chuck thought the equipment was worth a penny, noting that even if he did buy it, where would he intend to put such a giant? The protagonist said that he would then buy a separate house for it. Looking away, Chuck noted that it would be a huge house without strangers, and it should also be as strong as a bunker. Kate laughed at his words. She suddenly began to scream about how hot she was. The night sky enveloped the building. Chuck apologized. The protagonist began to blow on Kate's hair and noted that he could not continue to sit on her neck. She asked if Chuck wanted to leave her. Spreading his arms, he clarified what she meant. A disappointed Kate looked at him. The protagonist took her by the shoulders and said that he wanted to take her with him. She looked at Chuck's hand. She looked up and said that now that she looked closely, there were many wounds on his body this time. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist assumed that the potion was not enough. He thought about how he could not tell her that it was because he was not resurrected. Taking Chuck's hand, Kate asked if it hurt. The protagonist calmly noted that the wounds would heal quickly. Kate bit his hand. Chuck asked with a satisfied look what she was doing. Biting his hand, Kate said that she liked the taste of his flesh. The protagonist was scared by what she heard. She let go of Chuck's hand and said that it was a joke. She also wanted him to leave his mark. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. He took Kate's face. Chuck bit her cheek fiercely and harshly. Kate's loud scream was heard from the apartment. Morning came. She was lying on the bed. The protagonist was not next to her. Chuck put the hood on his head. Closing his eyes, the protagonist remembered how he turned into a monster and his eyes glowed red. He jumped on a huge army of monsters. He began to destroy demons. Blood splashed in all directions. Chuck devoured the flesh of monsters. The protagonist frowned at these memories. Shaking the dust off his pants, Chuck said that these disgusting memories continued to flash before his eyes. He thought with a serious expression that even in this way, he remembered the battle recorded in the Battle Helper. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that in this way he would be able to achieve full control over it. A message popped up about the acquired fragment. Looking at his hand, Chuck asked about the fragment. The pattern on his hand changed. He began to examine the pattern through his monocle. There were reports that this was a second-level star fragment. There was only one left to find among. This extreme situation created a favorable environment for birth and simultaneously gave birth to an ally and an enemy. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that it was the first time he saw something like this and the note was very confusing. He asked if he would look at what power was. A notification popped up that a special ability. He can make the person he killed his follower. Followers can be summoned and recalled in any situation, anywhere, even outside of space, if the target's level is higher than the caster's. Dominance may not work. The caster can absorb the followers and gain the target's nutrients, abilities, stamina, mana, and some skills in a short time. The time is proportional to the amount of calories the subject has. Confused, Chuck asked what kind of perverted ability this was. He clarified if it was like the console from the classic game, noting that it would have been very useful if it had been in his arsenal during the test with Luke. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist asked if there was any connection. He looked up. Charlie was holding a cane in his hands and said what business Chuck had summoned him for. He asked if the protagonist wanted to fight, noting that seeing that the summoning location was a gym. Holding a monocle in front of his eye, Chuck replied that he was too impatient, although if he asked to fight, he would grant his wish. The protagonist grinned evilly and noted that Charlie should stand still for a while. Enraged, Charlie replied that he did not like it. Standing in front of him, he asked what Chuck was up to this time. Chuck looked at Charlie, near whom messages appeared that his level was 40 and his skills were bite and stealth. Enraged, Charlie suggested that the protagonist thought he had an infinite amount of time. Waving his hand, Chuck replied that as he thought, it was much cooler than simple skills. Holding a fist in front of himself, Charlie asked again. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that he thought he needed to show him a lot for him to check what he was going to say. A lot had happened so far. He emphasized the fact that first of all, his rank needed to be adjusted a little. Dumbfounded, Charlie noted that Chuck's rank was 26. Holding the papers in his hand, he said that the shape of the object and the crystals were hard to believe, even with the evidence. The protagonist asked if he had no choice but to believe him. Charlie said that he thought he knew why the Sejong Institute was silent, although there was once a case of a delay in announcing a rank, but his was truly unprecedented. Sitting in the ring, Chuck noted that this was why even Kate said that the protests of the clan and the intercrew were truly grandiose. Charlie said that the level of gifted people is money, so it is an issue that cannot be taken lightly. He seriously assumed that someone would definitely contact the protagonist soon. Chuck took the monocle from him. Charlie stood in front of him and said that he now fully realized that he was not an arrogant boy. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that Charlie should change course. Putting his hand inside his shirt, Charlie thanked him for showing such interest in him, an old man. Charlie looked at Chuck and stated that the vines that had wrapped around his body were not as simple as they seemed. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist began to laugh. He pointed to the side and noted that he would say these words especially for him. Now he could simply swear allegiance in words, but in the future he might have to crawl on his knees, begging him to take him under his wing. Chuck smirked and asked if maybe that would happen right after Adam was caught. Charlie looked at him silently, sighing. He stated that he did not like the protagonist's insolent look. Chuck thought with satisfaction that Adam was nothing more than a ladder that one could someday step on. Pointing his finger, the protagonist asked him to fulfill his small request. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was going to introduce him to one special guy. A stream of dark mana began to flow from Chuck. A dark clot appeared on the floor. The monster began to crawl out of it. Charlie was taken aback by this. The protagonist was surprised. Charlie grabbed the blade and asked what kind of creature it was. Chuck tried to stop the old man. Then, with a smile on his face, asked if the protagonist had called him, adding that he had not contacted for a long time, so he had begun to think that he had crossed the Rainbow Bridge. Stunned, Charlie asked again if Ben had called the protagonist boss. Standing in front of Ben, Chuck asked what had happened to him. Ben replied that it was all thanks to the scythe he had given him. It seemed to be made for his hand, and he had been working hard on slicing Luke's pigs and dogs. There was a smile on Ben's face. Charlie began to walk towards them, saying that Chuck had made the monster his subordinate, and was even talking to him. He was extremely surprised. He said with a serious expression that if the protagonist was asking for a favor, it must be a very important matter, but an insignificant goblin with low intelligence. Ben looked at Charlie and called out to him. His eyes were full of rage. He rushed at Charlie and asked if he called him an insignificant goblin. Holding back Ben's attack, Charlie thought about how fast and strong he was. Pieces of ice appeared on the goblin's scythe. Closing his eyes, the protagonist ordered him to stop, then smirked and told Charlie not to be so arrogant in the future. Chuck looked at him and called him a good boy. Ben turned around. Smirking, the protagonist asked if Ben was not like ordinary goblins, wasn't he? Charlie began to sheath his sword and remarked that he had heard about an unusual goblin who had appeared in a one-star dungeon and scared away all the newcomers. Chuck asked with a smile if the girl was feeling okay. Charlie sighed and assumed she had worked hard. The protagonist hugged Ben and said that the request was about this friend. Chuck asked to put him somewhere. Taken aback, Charlie asked if the protagonist was suggesting to go everywhere with the monster. Chuck said that was not what he meant. Standing in front of him, the protagonist emphasized that it was enough to simply agree on where exactly he would be sent. Closing his eyes, Chuck noted that, more precisely, in which dungeon. He imagined the destroyed statues of angels. An image of a green book appeared in his head. Many powerful flashes appeared in the city. A red aura enveloped the planet. The protagonist thought about the records obtained in hell. After big events in the future, who will be the main character and who will die, as well as how the earth will meet its end, all this is described in detail in this book. Chuck imagined a map on which the area was outlined in red. Soldiers were shooting at the monster. The news reporter was talking about the promotion of capital punishment for corruption in the defense industry. The monster stepped on the ground. People were trying to escape from the many werewolves. The protagonist reasoned that if we talk about an incident that would happen in the near future, it was the flood that happened in the dungeon of Mount Koldu. The barrier would be broken in 10 minutes. The disaster would be somehow prevented. But later the corruption conspiracy of the defense industry leaders and hunters would be revealed, which would lead to chaos and deprive the country of the opportunity to prepare for future disasters. But now this has not happened yet. Chuck thought with a satisfied look that he should prepare to prevent this in the future with his own methods. Holding the cane in front of him, Charlie said that he had no idea what kind of monster he had just gotten mixed up with. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Chuck showed him the purple crystal and asked if the monster had given him the gift he wanted so much. Looking at Charlie, the protagonist thanked him for his tireless efforts in many ways, although of course he was sure that he had his own huge picture in his head. Chuck, with a satisfied look, emphasized the fact that he doubted whether his salary was fair. Charlie stood in front of him and said that if the protagonist asked for a 150% increase, like last time, he would be in a difficult situation. Chuck replied that he was going to negotiate. He satisfiedly asked for a double increase. Charlie, dumbfounded, thought that the protagonist was not a thief. A bright aura enveloped Charlie's body and he noticed that Chuck was a real thief. He seriously said that if he were not the only supplier of this product, he would not have been able to remain unharmed for so long. Pointing his finger, Chuck asked to listen to the end. With a smile on his face, he emphasized that in exchange, he would also double the volume of the product. Surprised, Charlie mentally asked if he would double the amount of goods, noting that until now, when he asked for an increase in the volume of supplies, he said that he should not even dream about it, but still it was very convenient, since what he had left was not enough. Extending his hand, the protagonist said that he heard that high-ranking hunters have everything they want. He looked at Charlie with a smirk and said that in a situation where money is completely rotten, there is only one reason why they need a close moss. Clenching his hand into a fist, Chuck said that he needed it to become even stronger than he was now. The blue sky was covered with white clouds. Kate walked next to the main character. The realtor turned around and said that they were almost there. Raising his hand, he said that this was a house that he usually did not show, but since his clients wanted something special, he had no choice but to show it to them in all its glory. The guys looked up and were surprised. They were standing in front of a huge mansion. The door to the house was open. The realtor was standing in the room and said that this place looked more like a bomb shelter than a house during the military dictatorship. One paranoid person began to build it, and his son, who also believed that the North would use nuclear weapons, continued the construction started by his father. Raising his head, the realtor continued the story and added that later, when dungeons began to open everywhere, the construction was already completed by the grandson, who believed that one day a monster would crawl out of the dungeon and destroy humanity. Chuck thought with a serious face that his exaggerated imagination had become reality. Looking back, the realtor said that now, thanks to their work, an air defense shelter prepared for military attacks, bombings, and monster attacks was opening up to their eyes. Inspecting the building, the protagonist reasoned that the more he listened, the more advantages he saw in this design. Holding his chin, Chuck clarified why he was now showing this building. Wiping his glasses, the realtor replied that something bad had happened to that same grandson. He was killed near the bunker several years ago. Kate and the protagonist were surprised by what they heard. The realtor added that the man, who was afraid of the outside world and therefore locked himself in the bunker, died immediately after leaving it. Holding his glasses, he said that he could not say who the criminal was. He introduced the estate and said that there was only one road leading to the house and, of course, a surveillance camera was installed there. And there was only one entrance to the bunker, but no leads were ever found. As a result, it remained an unsolved case. Holding a folder with documents in his hands, the realtor smiled and said that, in addition, the deceased grandson, like a madman, illegally rebuilt the building, so it is difficult for him to guarantee the reliability of the structure. He asked if they now understood why he did not put it up for sale. Kate looked at Chuck and turned to him. The protagonist mentally assumed that she would immediately oppose the purchase of a building built illegally, especially with a curse hanging on it. She took Chuck's hand and asked him to install a spectral camera or recording device when he moved in, noting that a ghost might appear or something. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if that was a relief. Looking at the surprised realtor, Chuck pointed out the fact that the house had a bad history and a lot of problems, so he couldn't buy it at market price, but instead, he would pay cash. Kate happily cried out to tell the owner that they expected him to handle things fairly. The realtor held the phone to his ear, noting that the situation was complicated, asked to make one call. Chuck and Kate stood aside and waited for the realtor to finish. He handed the phone to the protagonist and asked him to take it. Chuck held the phone to his ear and heard his name. The dumbfounded protagonist mentally wondered if he had told the broker his name. The girl sat in the car and said that she was Jessie, the director of the Sejong Institute. She was glad to hear that he was interested in the assets of the gifted management department. Jessie smirked and said that she had one matter for him, so they should meet and discuss it. A dumbfounded Kate asked if it was Jessie. Chuck saw the red car and asked if it had arrived yet. Jessie got out of the car. She looked at the guys with a smile. Jessie took the protagonist by the hand and noted that she was pleased to meet him. She said with a satisfied look that he looked completely different from the photo. Chuck with a satisfied look replied that he was also glad to meet him. Looking behind the protagonist, Jessie called out to Kate. She turned away and said hello. A flame flared up between them. Jessie asked if she still worked in that lab and if that bastard was terribly exploiting her. Kate said that compared to the time when she was at her beginning, every day in this lab was like heaven. Watching the girls, Chuck thought that they were scaring him. Jessie, with a satisfied look, suggested that they get down to business. She looked into his eyes and asked if it was true that the protagonist was not a member of any clan. She emphasized with a crazy look that in that case, she would not sell him this bomb shelter. Frowning, the protagonist asked again. Adjusting her glasses, Jessie said that she would give it to him for free. In addition, they would give him an annual salary of 80 million won, a pension for government employees, and a discount certificate equivalent to the insurance level of a vice minister. The protagonist listened to her silently. Jessie, with a smile on her face, asked how he would like to work in their lab in exchange. Stretching out his hand, Chuck laughed and said that he did not understand anything about science, he simply had no business in the lab. Jessie replied that the job was very simple, just some tests and a few questions, and in very rare cases a blood draw or a simple physical examination would be enough. The protagonist mentally asked her if she wanted to hire him as a guinea pig. He smiled and asked if he looked like a person who didn't have enough money. Jessie stated with satisfaction that he couldn't buy that building with money alone. Chuck asked if she liked to dodge questions or joke around. Standing in front of him, Jessie asked if they were the kind of people who had to split their time into minutes, noting that it would be nice to decide right away whether he accepted the offer or not, or move on to a more detailed discussion of the terms. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that as for the money, he wasn't interested in it, so he would set his own condition, even if he joined another clan. Information about it could not be disclosed, the content of the research should not be passed on to third parties, the information should be kept only by him and the institute. Chuck smirked and said he would give her some time to think about it. They shook hands. Jessie said enthusiastically that she agreed and accepted this condition. If he needed anything else, he could say so. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if she had agreed so easily. He asked if she should be required to report on the results of her research if she was the head of a national research institute. Jessie, with a smirk on her face, thought that she should carefully hide the information she had received because she knew something about his body. Looking at the puzzled Chuck, she suggested that perhaps with his help that plan could be successfully carried out. Jessie had an evil grin on her face. The guy was walking in the rain. There was a green bag on the ground. The guy was dragging the bag behind him. He suddenly heard a shout that he should stop and not move. The guy showed his license and said that he was a hunter and had come to visit the Kolda dungeon. The soldier held a machine gun and asked why he had come. The guy raised his hands above his head and shouted that the return of the team that had gone on an expedition a week ago was delayed, and if the team did not return within 6 days, then, according to the agreement, he needed to deliver supplies to the dungeon. The guy held documents in his hands and said that he would only deliver the things and immediately leave the dungeon with the help of a scroll of return. Studying the documentation, the soldier said that there was such a team that had indeed been there for 7 days already. The soldier said that they had most likely run out of supplies, so the guy needed to be sent inside quickly. Looking at the guy, he shouted that they said that a lot of changes had happened in the dungeon lately. As soon as he entered, he could immediately encounter monsters, so he should be on his guard. The guy's face was serious. He began to walk further. He entered the dungeon. The guy came out of the portal. He saw a cave in front of him. He started to unzip the bag. The guy was dumbfounded. Ben looked around and assumed they were there. The guy asked with an angry look if his job was done. Ben waved his hand and let him go. Putting his hand inside his bosom, the guy thought that this was a talking monster and he had no idea what Charlie was up to. Holding the scroll in his hands, he noted that, nevertheless, having done this job, he did not owe him anything anymore. He tore the scroll. The guy suddenly disappeared. Looking back, Ben wondered if it was a hunter who had fled out of fear of the monster. He looked around and saw glowing eyes in the darkness. Ben stood quietly and reasoned that the old man named Charlie said that it takes ordinary hunters about a week to clear this kind of dungeon. Charlie's face was serious. Ben grabbed his scythe and said that these were pathetic people. He happily emphasized the fact that he would do it in 3 days. A book flew into the wall. A loud scream was heard in the building. A frightened Kate held a canister in her hands and screamed that she hated it. Watching her, Chuck asked what happened. Stunned Kate replied that she had carried out the massacre. She was examining the body of a mosquito and said that the mosquitoes there were giant. She hit it, but it did not die. The poison did not work either, so they had to attack with fire. Turning around, Kate said that she was sure that the grandson had been killed by mosquitoes. The protagonist thought that he had been trying to find out if it was possible to control his followers in an unconscious state, but in the end he met his end at the hands of Kate. Sitting down on the couch, she asked what Chuck had been doing. The protagonist replied that he had been buying stocks. Surprised, she asked if that was what he could do. She looked at his phone. She silently looked at the phone. Kate looked at Chuck and asked if he had been told that an atomic bomb would fall on Seoul. The protagonist stated that if he had such information, he would have left the country immediately. Smiling, Kate asked why then he only sold stocks of companies that were making a good profit. She suggested that it was some kind of X-Files. She closed her eyes and noted that one way or another she would root for him. Kate thought that soon he himself would realize how stupid he had acted. Chuck reasoned that even though she thought he was a fool, he had no choice but to accept it since he couldn't say he knew the future. Looking away, the protagonist noted that before it was too late, he had to lay a foundation that was no worse than the T-Sun clan. He introduced Adam sitting on the chair and emphasized that this was a necessary point for his plan to come true. Sitting next to him, Kate noticed the book and asked if it was an album, noting that he had been carrying it around with him since his last return. The protagonist took the book and asked her not to be surprised. Frowning, Chuck stated that it was a doomsday diary and that it was a record of the extinction of humanity. Kate was surprised by what he heard. She was scared and asked if he had also contracted the type 2 disease that people with abilities suffered from in the early stages of awakening. Stunned, Kate screamed that he was adding names to his skill. Chuck was taken aback by what he heard. Looking away, the protagonist asked if he would do such childish things. Kate was lying on the couch and laughing loudly. Chuck looked at his phone with a serious face. He saw a message that the package had been delivered. The protagonist smiled. He said with satisfaction that this was the cornerstone of his magnificent debut. Kate was taken aback and asked about the stone and the debut. She took Chuck by the shoulder and asked if this was also written in the Doomsday Diary. She continued to laugh loudly. The blue sky enveloped the trees. People gathered on the street. The protagonist stopped. He kept his hands in his pockets. Looking around, Chuck reasoned that no one knew how dangerous this quiet and peaceful place would become. He looked at the building. People were taking pictures on the balcony. Frowning, Chuck noted that soon. He looked around the park and reasoned that there, in the Kondu dungeon, the destruction of humanity would begin. Standing at the edge, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the flood in the Kondu dungeon would become a flashpoint, and he, who had spent his entire life at the bottom, sifting through sewage and collecting fragments of crystal moss, would be reborn. His hair covered the protagonist's eyes. He stated with a satisfied look that he was now the savior of humanity. Standing at the edge, Chuck looked down. Looking around, the protagonist assumed that it must be somewhere nearby. Surprised, Chuck thought about the man in the uniform of a civil servant taking photos. He noticed a guy with a phone. He examined the guy's face and thought that this was John, who was the first to notice the flood in the Kondu dungeon. Chuck approached him and said hello. Looking at John, the protagonist asked if he could be curious about what he was doing there. John asked who he was. Chuck showed his license with a smile on his face and said that there was nothing suspicious about it. He was just a hunter who was very interested in the Kondu dungeon. John narrowed his eyes and replied that he did not look like one of the local hunters. Looking at the protagonist, John asked if he was saying that among such a huge number of dungeons, he was interested in Kondu, adding that on the contrary, it was extremely suspicious. Holding his hands in front of him, Chuck replied that he was still a beginner, so he had many interests in different areas. He asked to find out what John was photographing. John stood next to him and replied that since he was a beginner, then even if he answered, he would hardly be able to understand anything from what he heard. The protagonist said that he would try his best. Looking down, John said that he was doing research. He asked if it was possible to predict the possibility of monsters appearing by looking at the entrance to a variable type dungeon, noting that he did this by observing the dungeon's condition every day and recording its changes through photographs. Pointing his finger, Chuck suggested that he had heard something about this and asked if they said that the conditions inside the dungeon also changed quite often. John said that it was not that simple. A variable type dungeon was like a new, unpredictable dungeon because its terrain and structure were recorded to change every time when explored daily. He introduced the monster and added that there was an even more serious problem. He looked down and told him that the entrance to the dungeon was unstable, so unlike a fixed type dungeon, monsters could burst out of this gate, meaning that a monster could jump out of the dungeon right now. Holding his chin, Chuck stated that they would be faced with a truly enormous disaster if a monster suddenly appeared in the center of Seoul. John, with a slight smile on his face, said that he did not need to worry about it too much, because local hunters and military units were stationed around the perimeter of the dungeon just in case. Throwing up his hands, he suggested that he was simply too worried about the situation, although it was embarrassing to say so, but that was why no one was interested in his research. Looking away, he emphasized the fact that even if a monster appeared, it most likely could not break through the barrier unless something similar to what happened in the Peak-2 dungeon 8 years ago happened. John, with a serious expression, explained that in dungeons of a changing type, the number of monsters increased explosively, and as the population became uncontrollable, a huge number of individuals came out of the dungeon. Looking at Chuck, he noted that this was what was called a flood. John imagined a huge explosion and noted that many people were talking about the fact that at the same time, a huge mushroom cloud was recorded in North Korea in the area of the Peak-2 dungeon. Since the borders of North Korea are closed, many fighters on duty at observation posts are still fighting the incoming monsters, not even knowing what is happening inside this country. Holding his head, he said that it seems that he touched on too serious a topic that does not fit with this situation. He said with a smile on his face that he is often told that he is worrying in vain. Watching him, the protagonist thought that he certainly does not yet realize what a huge benefit the knowledge that he alone collected over the years will bring to humanity. He is truly a great man. Chuck asked with a satisfied look how things are today. John continued to take pictures and said that the shape of the dungeon looked a little strange. Pointing his finger at the phone, the protagonist asked to take a look once. John handed him the phone and said that he was taking pictures just in case, so it was still a bit awkward for him to make meaningful comparisons. Chuck was holding the phone in his hands. His face was serious. Turning around, the protagonist handed him the phone and said that he could tell him for sure that he was confident that his research would one day be a great hope for all of humanity, so he should be proud of himself. John was surprised by these words. Chuck waved and said that it was time for him to go. John watched him go. Looking at the phone, he thought that for the first time, someone had not laughed at him. John was suddenly surprised. He turned around. John was dumbfounded, thinking that if his memory served him right, he had not told him his name. The evening light enveloped the park. Looking at the book, Chuck thought that the photo was identical to the one he had just seen. The protagonist turned around. Looking at the military, he assumed that everything was prepared at the proper level, but according to the records, he imagined how people were running away from many monsters. Chuck reasoned that 10 minutes after the flood, the wall collapsed and a real hell broke out in the Hapcheon-dong area. Looking at the sunset, the protagonist noted that that was true. He thought with a grin on his face that in reality this should have happened only 2 months later. He slightly sped up the events. Chuck thought with an evil smile that it was for this very reason that he allowed Ben to wander around the dungeon as much as he wanted. If not now, then later it would be extremely difficult to seize such a chance. He wondered if it was true that when a dungeon opened, talented people would go there to hunt monsters. Chuck reasoned that everything that had happened so far was just a training period, and now that the game he had seen was starting, he would, as expected. The protagonist imagined soldiers fighting monsters. As he left, Chuck thought that he could not survive as a simple hunter now. He asked if he should become the head of the clan. He came out from behind the wall and noted that it would not be difficult to handle. Looking at the purple sky filled with stars, Chuck emphasized the fact that he needed something more. He had to climb higher. Gusts of wind swirled around him. The protagonist noted that he needed to be able to reach the sky. Chuck seriously stated that he needed to become strong enough to grab a star with his hands. He saw dandelion seeds flying. The protagonist examined them. His gaze fell on the dandelion. People were walking down the street. The girl was leading a dog on a leash. Chuck with a serious face noted that no one even had a clue what could happen. There was peace and quiet all around. Standing near the cliff, the protagonist noticed that the atmosphere was so serene that he involuntarily began to feel anxious. Chuck lowered his gaze. The ground beneath him began to tremble. The surprised protagonist cried out that it had all started. The earthquake had intensified to terrifying proportions. The military raised their heads. Chuck grinned and said that a flood was coming. He said with a smile on his face that Ben had done a great job. The helicopter was flying in the dark sky. The helicopter was illuminating the area near the dungeon. The reporter stood in front of the cameras and said that they were in the area of the Kondu dungeon. From where information had come about a monster breakthrough, there was continuous shooting behind the wall. The girl assumed that the soldiers were successfully defending their positions, but they were informed that the monsters were appearing from the dungeon in an endless stream, so they needed to continue monitoring the situation. She added that there was a different opinion that a flood situation should be declared as soon as possible, but the government and clans kept passing the buck for the lax control of the dungeon. The soldier, with a serious expression, shouted out for a situation report. He saw many helicopters in the sky. The enraged soldier wondered how something like this could happen. He clarified whether this was the interference of a hunter or the peculiarities of the changing type of dungeons. He noted that he thought it was the latter. The man stood behind him and shouted out a situation report. The first line of defense had been broken, the second was blocking the monsters at the approaches, but due to the rapidly increasing number of monsters, even the second line of defense would not be able to hold out for long. Frowning, he declared that a flood situation should be declared immediately. The guy said with an angry expression that there were 20,000 people in the Hapcheon area alone, and what if he made a hasty announcement and caused panic? He looked straight ahead and reasoned that if he announced a flood now, the responsibility that lay on him would increase many times over. Looking at the man, he asked if the commander was still in the dungeon. The man said that he was, and that he had not been able to contact him since he went to rescue the isolated hunters. The guy asked with a displeased expression what about the Kanum branch and the other clans. The man said that the CEO Adam was in Switzerland for the launch ceremony of Chrome. The stranger extended his hand and asked about the vice presidents. The man said that he had been informed that a team from Tiger's Roar would soon arrive, and that the other clans had also sent their people to provide support. Frowning, the boy thought that the disaster had not yet spread to the point where the soul hunters could not handle the situation. But if the damage increased due to the lack of leaders, then the higher-ups would quickly cut off the tail, calling him, who occupied a leadership position, to account. People were shooting at many monsters. He heard on the radio that it seemed that the second line of defense had been broken. Dumbfounded, the boy asked again. He grabbed a knife and ordered the hunters to get ready. He saw rats crawling out from behind the wall. A bright aura began to emanate from the leader. He thought that they ratmen were more troublesome opponents than goblins or orcs, but his skills would be very effective in fighting these creatures. He used the roar and sent streams of energy at the monsters. A powerful roar stunned the rats. Monsters fell from the wall. Hunters began to fight the monsters. The enraged leader thought that with the resources they had at the moment, they couldn't be stopped. The best they could do was buy time with his roar skill and the hunters there. The wall started to crack. The scared guy begged for it not to happen. The monsters destroyed the wall. Concrete debris flew at the guy. He fell to the ground. The man stood in front of him and asked if he was okay. Holding his head, the branch manager replied that he was fine and asked how the situation was. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw a huge werewolf in front of the debris and screamed that it was a boss monster. A message appeared near the enraged monster that it was a level 28 werewolf. The werewolf raised its head and began to howl. Red streams of mana emanated from the werewolf. The dumbfounded leader thought that this was beyond their strength in a situation where there were no captains to engage in a fight with the boss monster. The protagonist grabbed him by the shoulder. The guy raised his gaze. He looked at Chuck and asked if this was the captain. The protagonist replied with a satisfied look that although he was not the captain he wanted to see, he should trust him from now on. The frightened guy asked who he was. Chuck was running towards the horde of monsters. The reporter said that the wall had collapsed, and at the moment, a horde of ratmen was pouring out of the hole in the wall in an endless stream, but someone was heading towards the horde of monsters alone, and he didn't look like a strong hunter. Chuck suddenly jumped up. He swung his fist and asked the monsters to get it, because the plan to save humanity was starting now. The shockwave threw the ratmen back. There was a grin on the protagonist's face. Looking at the crowd of monsters, Chuck saw that they were level 17 ratmen. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that none of them even had a nickname. Chuck stretched his shoulder and emphasized the fact that even the rats that collected sewer garbage were level 15. He asked if they would be good enough to stretch him a bit. The ratman rushed at him. The protagonist kicked the monster. He delivered a powerful punch to the ratman. The monster spun in the air from Chuck's uppercut. The protagonist, taken aback, mentally wondered if he had heard the sound of bones breaking. The monster fell to the ground. Chuck examined the corpses of the monsters. The dumbfounded guy wondered if the protagonist had dealt with those ratmen so easily and what his true nature was. Surprised, Chuck asked why they died from one blow. He smiled and asked if these ratmen were much weaker than the ones he had met in hell, adding that in that case, he saw a werewolf at the end of the horde and wondered which one of them had a nickname. The protagonist extended his hand and suggested finishing the plan first. The rats started to squirt blood. Chuck was taken aback and asked if they had died again and if it was domination. The hunters were shocked by what they saw. The protagonist's face was pleased. The werewolf started to walk past the rats. Frowning, the branch manager noted that this time it was really dangerous. The enraged wolf was heading for Chuck. Getting up, the guy cried out that the boss had started moving and ordered everyone to gather. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist clarified whether it was the boss, noting that he had come at just the right time. The werewolf started to growl. Chuck held his fists in front of him. The werewolf rushed at him. The protagonist thought that he would be able to tell for sure how successful his raid into hell was. The enraged guy cried out that this was not an opponent to be looked down upon and that he might die. He was suddenly taken aback. Red mana was coming from Chuck. He was standing on the corpse of a werewolf. The monster swung its paw. Chuck grabbed his hand. He hit the werewolf in the stomach. Saliva was pouring out of the monster's mouth. He was kneeling and holding his stomach. The protagonist kicked it with his foot. Chuck stood in front of the exhausted werewolf. He stepped on it and called out. The protagonist, looking satisfied, ordered not death to die so quickly. The werewolf began to cry in fear. Chuck suddenly turned around. He saw the werewolf wagging its tail. The reporter was talking about the werewolf, presumably the main monster, wagging its tail like an obedient dog. The stranger stood behind the branch manager and asked if he knew Chuck. The guy replied that it was not so. The stranger, looking at the manager, said that it was the first time he saw a monster being eliminated in such a way. He assumed that it was some kind of skill. The manager noted that it was quite possible. Frowning, he thought that something did not add up. Watching Chuck kick the werewolf, the manager reasoned that all monsters were hostile to people, even those that were much weaker than people. The dumbfounded guy wondered if they really considered this guy a monster. He saw a demonic aura near Chuck. The werewolf began to run away from him. Turning around, the main character said that this would not work and that he had no manners at all. Chuck put his hand in his pocket. He took out a small game and said that he was not satisfied with this arrangement, noting that he would give him one injection. A message popped up that it was an ultra-small hellish dart filled with the blood of the hungry. The werewolf tried to jump over the wall. The protagonist shot a dart at it. The wolf was stunned by the shot. It fell to the ground. Chuck had a smile on his face. The werewolf was enveloped in a white aura. The protagonist said that from now on he would become stronger. The wolf began to transform and growl loudly. The soldiers were stunned by what they saw. The wolf's skin turned white. Chuck said with a satisfied look that he should instill fear and horror. The branch manager was shocked and asked if this was the end, noting that even his appearance had changed. The wolf raised his head and began to howl. The guy covered himself with his hands from the gusts of wind. He tried to stay on the ground. Frowning, he reasoned that his howl alone had such enormous power, at least one of the vice captains must be there. He held his hand in front of his face. Other werewolves appeared behind the wolf. The frightened guy thought that the number of werewolves had increased and that it was beyond their strength. The furious boss noted that a flood was not a disaster that they could handle, even if they tried their best. The monster pounced on Chuck, and a message appeared next to him that it was a werewolf mired in level 38 madness. Holding a dart in his hands, the protagonist said that if he were in hell now, he would run away just seeing its level. He happily split the dart and said that there was a huge difference in difficulty between hell and this place. He meant that level 38 in hell and there are different things. Veins appeared on the protagonist's neck. He asked if they would play with the werewolf. Chuck began to transform into a monster and growl loudly. Notifications appeared that the blood of the hungry was being absorbed. The attribute absorption of a family member was activated. Stats slightly increased. Blood-sucking and blood-throwing skills were temporarily acquired. The feeling of excruciating thirst will last for the entire duration of the action. The werewolf rushed at him. The dumbfounded guy screamed. A powerful explosion was heard. The enraged werewolf was suddenly surprised. Chuck blocked his attack. The monster swung his paw. The protagonist parried the attack. He assumed with a satisfied look that the thirst for blood had finally driven him crazy. Chuck noted that the werewolf completely forgot about how he had beaten him just recently. The wolf stood in front of him and growled. Swinging his fist, the protagonist said that his throat was dry too. He suddenly turned his gaze. He dodged an attack from another monster. Standing surrounded by werewolves, Chuck said that he was pleased to see their coordinated work and they were much more interesting than those creatures that hit him earlier. The powerful blows created a shock wave. The dumbfounded guy reasoned that getting involved in that battle now was akin to suicide and he needed to run away quickly. The leader suddenly frowned. He stood there with an angry look and thought that he was pathetic. That guy was risking his life to fulfill the role assigned to them, and they were not even able to move from fear. He gritted his teeth and noted that such behavior was humiliating for a hunter. Chuck dodged the attacks of the monsters. The protagonist with a serious look noted that although there was a difference in difficulty, he dodged the attacks. Looking at the werewolves, Chuck said that they continued to disappoint him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked him to try harder. Chuck smirked, emphasizing the fact that this was for the sake of his magnificent debut in this field. The werewolf was suddenly hit. The hunters ran into battle. Stopping, the leader asked if the protagonist was okay. He turned around and was taken aback. Chuck's eyes were glowing red. Standing in front of the leader, the protagonist thought that he would simply be torn to pieces. He asked where he was going. The guy was scared. Chuck hit the werewolf who was standing behind the leader. The protagonist jumped over him. He grabbed the monster by the tongue. Chuck swung his leg. The werewolf's body flew into pieces. The protagonist held the monster's head in his hands. The upset werewolf turned around. He started running at Chuck. Swinging his fist, the protagonist asked if he was his relative. There was a powerful blow. The monster's head was pierced through. Chuck turned his gaze. A huge monster stood in front of him. Smiling, the protagonist noted that he should pet it too. It suddenly began to bleed. Many blades were sticking out of the werewolf's back. The joyful hunters began to scream enthusiastically. They took the blades out of the werewolf's body. They chopped the monster and breathed loudly. The werewolf was lying in a pool of blood. They raised their weapons above their heads and screamed. Chuck threw the monster's head to the ground. The boys were dumbfounded. They saw the corpses of other werewolves. The protagonist stood quietly in front of them. Turning around, Chuck asked why they were frozen, noting that the flood had not yet ended and the ratmen were still flowing out, so they needed to restore order at the front. The dumbfounded guy agreed with him. Stretching out his hand, the leader said that the boss had been captured and now they needed to drive the ratmen back and restore order at the front line. Chuck looked at the stars. Raising his head, the protagonist asked if about an hour and a half had passed, adding that it was his debut, but the influence was weak. The leader looked at Chuck and asked to listen to him. He took off his cap. Stretching out his hand, he said that he was Carl, the leader of the all-powerful alliance in Canbuck. Looking at his hand, Chuck thought that they said that the average level of the Almighty Alliance hunters had dropped dramatically, but with this level, they could easily be in the top 10 in the country. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He shook his hand and said that it was dangerous, but thanks to him, his life was saved. Frowning, Carl thought that he couldn't understand it at all. He even eliminated the werewolf who had transformed himself in the blink of an eye. He wondered if Chuck was saying that he was grateful to them or if this was some kind of test. He was suddenly surprised. The reporter pointed at them and said that the branch manager in charge of the field, Carl, was shaking hands with the hunter who had contributed the most to the victory. Many microphones were brought to the protagonist and they asked which clan he belonged to and whether he knew about the werewolf's ability to change shape. People took pictures of him. Chuck raised his fist to his mouth as he was asked how he felt when he rushed into the center of the monsters. He was asked to say something to the citizens who must be extremely scared about the flood incident. Smiling, the protagonist introduced himself. He looked at the microphones and noted that he may be a rookie hunter, but he will work even harder to protect the citizens of his country. There were many flashes in front of him. Chuck squinted, thinking that this was a pretty good scenario. He imagined himself looking out the window as a child. The protagonist was sitting on a bench. He emphasized the fact that the past filled with moving from shelter to shelter and a life associated with digging sewage in search of remnants of crystal moss can now be said goodbye once and for all. Chuck, looking satisfied, asked them to watch him closely. Standing in front of the reporters, the protagonist noted that this was only the beginning. He grabbed the back of his head and smiled. The man on TV said that it was very likely a higher level skill like roar. Such status anomalies could only be found in beast race monsters. Chuck read the comments under the video. The girl said with a serious expression that however the main character did not make any movements that would somehow indicate the use of skills. But in the video the ratmen suddenly vomit blood and fall dead. She thought that there was a high probability that this was a new skill like frenzy. The man folded his arms and replied that it was not. It looked like it was not just one skill. Apparently he used a combination of at least 3 skills, including physical enhancement, speed increase, and intimidation. People sat around the table and discussed whether it was possible to have so many skills and why words like double damager and multi-damager were created. The guy said with a surprised face that it was common knowledge that skills were usually given innately, but there was a rare chance to get skills or stats as a reward in dungeons or in moments when he was on the verge of life and death. Any skill was certainly a great high-level skill. Probably intimidation was imposed for a certain time. The man smiled and emphasized that he believed that this was also the ultimate skill that hunters who reached level 50 received. In extremely rare cases, the enemy was suppressed first, and then the hunter tried to achieve a lightning victory. Sitting at the table, people said that of the hunters who were currently officially confirmed as having the ultimate skill, there were 2 of them in South Korea. If we consider this as the manifestation of a third such person, then we can safely say that their national prestige is growing. Jessie looked at them and said that these fools were wrong. She shifted her gaze. She watched Chuck fight and thought that the problem there was that he was intimidating the ratman with his mere presence. Jessie narrowed her eyes. Sitting at the table, she thought that she had seen this several times in the dungeons in the past. Looking at the main character, she emphasized that only a monster, no one except a monster, could intimidate with his mere presence. A bright aura enveloped her. Looking at Chuck's face, Jessie noted that given that his blood crystals were similar to those of monsters. Clutching her head, she asked what kind of absurd thoughts were creeping into her head. Looking up, Jessie noted that the ratman's reaction was close to petrification from fear, and then there was no hint of using a skill that could be called higher in his actions. Someone knocked on the door. The dumbfounded guy looked in and addressed her. Jessie slammed the table and asked if she had told Bob not to disturb her. Bob held the phone in front of him and said he knew, but that. Jessie frowned and asked if it was urgent and asked him to get to the point. A startled Bob noted that he had been told that she would understand if he said Hotel Bravo. Jessie was furious and asked if he had shown up there and was telling her that she was getting a call from some hotel and that it was someone he didn't even know. Bob put the phone down and yelled that that was the name of the blue house. Jessie put the phone to her ear and asked who was talking to her, noting that she was extremely busy. The man, with a slight smile on his face, said that he was the chief secretary. Jessie smirked and asked how many years and winters. Looking away, she noted that they were moving faster than before. Thomas, looking pleased, informed her that he had told her many times that she should pay attention to her pronunciation. Jessie replied that she simply needed to remember that he was the head secretary of the Blue House. She asked him why he was calling her, noting that she was very busy. Smiling, she asked if the president had taken an interest in the Department of Gifted Management. Thomas replied that he had, in fact, taken an interest in the newcomer who had recently appeared on the scene. Thomas, holding his glass in his hand, heard Jessie speechless, a man who had never been interested in gifted people suddenly taking such an interest. Thomas remarked that it was because he was a brave hunter who had stopped the flood. Jessie, looking pleased, asked if he was going to give a reward and take a photo. Thomas, holding the phone to his ear, remarked that this was to be expected. Jesse asked what kind of condescending reaction that was. Thomas asked with a mad look to let her tell her directly it was the T-Sun clan. She did not pick up the phone, so he had to contact her personally. Sitting at the table, Jesse thought that this was more like the truth. If it was not about some real estate, then the president would hardly be interested in such a question. She replied that although she had said this before, she would repeat it. They also did not know anything about him because the rank measurement machine was currently broken. Frowning, Thomas asked to keep his jokes to himself and talk like professionals, emphasizing that she was deliberately dragging out the time with the announcement of the rank because she was trying to get him for a project that was being implemented by the gifted management department. Jesse, with a displeased look, said that this was true, so they could not share the information. Furious, Thomas wondered if she decided to be impudent to him. Standing by the window, he said that in any case, the information would not be made public. They just wanted to get access to the information first. He asked if they were criticized for the delay in releasing the rank evaluation, noting that it would be enough for them to know the test results at least one day before the official announcement. He asked her if she agreed with a slight smile on his face. Jesse replied with a serious expression that she did not know. Thomas smirked and suggested that they should throw out the bait. Standing in the middle of the room, he said that as far as Jesse knew, T-Sun had been donating 10 billion won for the past 3 years to the fund for retired hunters managed by the gifted management department. Although T-Sun had immediately decided to pay 10 billion won per year, but as far as she knew, this amount was 3 times the originally planned budget. Looking directly, Jesse reasoned that the support was 1 billion, but after the T-Sun clan provided assistance, the amount jumped 100-fold in a few weeks. She thought with an angry expression that if she did not accept such an offer, she would be in great danger since it would lose Chuck to the government and the T-Sun clan. Thomas, with a smug expression, pointed out that she was a quick learner, so she already understood what was going on. He asked her to surrender quickly. She opened her mouth slightly and said that she agreed. Looking down, Jesse noted that she would now hand over the documents, but they should not be too surprised. Standing by the window, Thomas said that after what he had seen yesterday, there was nothing to be surprised about, although sometimes when he thought of such people walking around, he began to get goosebumps. Frowning, Thomas said that each of them should wear ankle bracelets. Jessie, with an angry expression on her face, stared at the phone and said nothing. She held the phone to her ear and noted that she understood how he thought about the gifted. She said that she had sent him the materials and hung up. Thomas smiled and noted that he would forward them to the T-Sun clan. He sipped his wine and thought that now all that was left was to wait for the money transfer from the T-Sun clan. She looked at her phone with a smile. He saw a message that the promise had not been fulfilled and that was the end of their communication. The furious guy looked away. He sat down on the couch and turned on the TV. The girl on the news was saying that the evaluation results had just been released by the gifted management department. Furious, Thomas said that she had already made everything public. Jessie folded her arms and listened to the girl, who noted that they would inform about the results of Chuck's hunter rank evaluation, which was a hot topic in the public eye. Thomas slammed the table. A scream was heard from his apartment. Water was flowing down the drain. The protagonist was in the shower. Water was flowing down his body. He got out of the shower. Kate lay on the bed and said that the world is going crazy now. His rating is 5 stars. Chuck lay down next to her and listened to how true the statement about 5 stars is, but at least there have been no errors in grading so far, and there is often an increase in the rating over time, but no one got higher than 3 stars at the very beginning. The boy raised his hands and said that it was not an easy task to increase the rank, as they knew. Each rank has its own cap level. 1 star is level 20, and after that the cap increases by 10 steps for each rank increase. Theoretically, the starting level of a 5-star rank is 60, and the difference of 10 levels is very large. Then it means that the protagonist is stronger than Adam and the others, who are the strongest in Korea. Chuck was lying on the bed with a satisfied look. The old man sat in front of the people and said that although the threshold level is important, they should not forget about skills and experience. The higher the level, the rarer the skills the hunter has. In addition, it is said that at level 50, there are cases where they can obtain a skill called the ultimate skill, and if it is about reaching level 60, then they can deal with other advantages. The men looked at each other and suggested not to jump to conclusions. Since Chuck's level has not yet been confirmed, Adam is far superior to him if you judge only by his achievements. Sitting at the round table, they asked where this talent was hiding, adding that as far as they knew, he had only passed the assessment test a few months ago. The woman pointed and said that this was a real record, both domestically and internationally. With his hands behind his head, Chuck said that they were having a good time. Kate said that the calls kept coming in endlessly. She looked at him and added that in addition to calls from hunters, there were also invitations for interviews and advertising campaigns, even a couple of offers from game developers. Closing his eyes, Chuck remembered the words that he needed to become famous and people would pay him even for going to the toilet. Smiling, he asked them to just ignore it and asked what the situation was with the stocks after the flood. Lying next to him, Kate told him that since the national disaster was still being eliminated, the price was naturally decreasing. We could say it was about 30% net profit. She asked with a surprised look what they would do. The protagonist smiled and asked to buy every single share of the T-Soon clan. Taken aback, Kate said that even if the T-Soon clan's shares had fallen, she thought they would not escape losses due to the plan to conquer the North. Surprised, Kate asked if he really did. Chuck answered with satisfaction that he did. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the protagonist noted that he would definitely take action. He imagined Adam. Chuck added with a smile on his face that Adam was made that way. The moonlight enveloped the forest. The darkness of the night covered the treetops. The car was driving along a path in the forest. The car stopped at the mansion. Charlie got out of the car. The protagonist met him and said that he had come such a long way to visit his wretched home. Chuck asked if he wanted to come in. Charlie approached him and offered to walk. The protagonist said to follow him. They walked through the forest. Charlie pointed out with a serious expression that the businessman, who had gained considerable experience overseas and created a charity project for hunters using his own accumulated resources, then came to Korea and started from the bottom to review the state of the dungeon industry. Charlie asked how he rated it. Holding his head, Chuck replied that it was all thanks to him and thanked him for creating a good disguise. Charlie stopped and said that he was glad that everything was fine with him, but there was one more thing. He suddenly swung his cane. The protagonist was taken aback by this. A rumble was heard in the forest. Chuck blocked his attack and asked what it meant. A message popped up saying that as a result of activating the title of Strongest of Hell, his abilities were increasing above his level. Charlie pointed out with a serious expression about the flood. He frowned and asked if it was his doing. The protagonist assumed with a satisfied expression that he already knew the answer. Waving his cane, Charlie asked what he would do if something serious happened. Chuck dodged many attacks. His body was enveloped in a red aura and he cried out that he never planned something he couldn't handle. Besides, he didn't even use half of his abilities. He blocked the invasion of those creatures without a single damage. Charlie rushed at him and asked how he could have fallen to the flood. Besides commanding monsters, what his goal was and whether he wanted to raise his price. He sent streams of blue energy at Chuck. The protagonist's hand was metal. He held a blade in his hand. He swung the weapon. Chuck delivered a powerful blow. A shock wave went through the ground. Looking away, the protagonist said that he liked all the options voiced. Charlie swung his cane and said that he was a fool. Chuck blocked his attack. Charlie crossed their blades and noted that he had acquired a good sword in the time they had not seen each other. The protagonist, with a grin on his face, thought he had heard that a cane sword was easy to break, but the fact that it remained intact after meeting with Gluttony spoke for itself. It was an artifact. Inflicting many blows, Charlie cried out that, however, no matter how strong the sword was, it was useless in the hands of an amateur. They inflicted many series of attacks on each other. A blow rang out between them. They stood back to back. Turning around, Charlie reported that his abilities had also increased in the time they had not seen each other. Standing opposite, he admitted that he was surprised, but now he wanted to defeat him even more. Raising his hand, Chuck asked why he had suddenly gone off the rails, noting that the flood in the Kondu dungeon would have eventually happened anyway. But instead of letting it happen, he adjusted the timing and did it at the right moment. Standing in a fighting stance, Charlie asked if Chuck had even tried to prevent potential casualties that the flood could have caused. Standing in front of him, the protagonist stated that he was sure there would be no casualties. Closing his eyes, Chuck asked with a smirk if it was a good deed that he also blocked this portal. An enraged Charlie, covered in a red aura, replied that he would change the wording of the question. If by chance it was a place that was not in the public eye, he would not have blocked it. White steam was coming off Chuck. He mentally wondered if the old man had gone too far. The protagonist said that it turns out he was a real stifler. Words could not break him. Chuck mentally noted that it was not up to him to instill a conscience. The protagonist jumped on him and asked him to see what it meant to gain the upper hand. Charlie emphasized the fact that in that case, he should apologize for the subsequent actions. Charlie extended his hand, stating that he did not want to use the equipment he gave him. A message popped up that the faith of Urhesta, when used, temporarily doubled all of the owner's senses. He repelled the protagonist's attack. Frowning, Chuck noted that this was already going beyond the limits. Charlie ended up behind him. The protagonist fell to the ground. Chuck got to his feet. Charlie suddenly appeared above him, which surprised the protagonist. He managed to turn around and put his hand out in front of him. Chuck flew to the side again. He managed to stop and land on his feet. Charlie ended up in front of him. The protagonist was maddened by the battle and mentally asked why Charlie was so fast. The blade was in front of his head. Chuck suddenly disappeared from under the attack. The protagonist jumped behind him. Charlie said that the method of controlling the back is very simple. He suddenly turned around. His hat flew off his head. Charlie's blade was stuck in the ground. Looking at the bumps on Charlie's neck, the protagonist said that if he saw his abilities, he should have foreseen how good he would be in a real fight. Chuck stood over him. Chuck reproached the old man for not seeing his powerful abilities. Charlie still should have foreseen how good the hero would be in a real fight. The old man did not understand at what moment the poison darts flew at him. Chuck was already simply kicking the helpless grandfather. Suddenly, his assistants jumped out of the bushes. The hero only calmly turned around, waiting for the right moment. He called Ben for help. A whole pack of goblins rushed into battle. Chuck hoped to the last that there was trust between him and Charlie, but the character did not expect that everything would turn out exactly like this. All this time, the legendary artifact was on his hand. The old man understood that he had really underestimated the main character. Chuck had already made his final decision. He swung his sword with all his might. The next moment, the weapon was already in Charlie's back. Against the background of the dark forest, only our hero and a lifeless body. The sword was filling with the blood of its victim. The old man's hand trembled for the last time. The next moment, he was already dead. The goblins looked at this whole scene with a warlike expression. Chuck's eyes showed only slight disappointment, but he tried to let these thoughts go. Ben asked what to do with the lifeless bodies of Chuck's guards. The main character only gave the order to go back. He stated that there were still some unspoken words with the old man. Chuck stood over his prone body, but suddenly he ordered him to stop pretending and get up. The old man's hands slowly began to move. Charlie carefully stood up on his feet, but still decided to sit down near the tree. Chuck began to explain that the injected poison had certain abilities. He revealed the secret that it was harmful to the enemy, but useful to allies. The decision about Charlie's life depended entirely on the hero. The old man did not understand why he decided to save his life. The character explained that Charlie did not want to kill him, so he saved his life. In his thoughts, the old man was already a veteran in some sense. The grandfather was sure to the end that the hero was actually a good guy, although he could make the wrong decisions. Chuck agreed with his opinion and noted that he was definitely not a monster. The hero stated that if there was a chance to stop the recent flood, he would definitely do it. The character himself thought that the old man was not such a bad person, but Charlie had one principle: philanthropy. Chuck thought about his words. He explained that he liked stupid enemies and useful allies. He had nothing to say about the rest of the people. The old man believed that those who have power should also have responsibility, but the hero did not agree with him. The character believed that the powerful of this world are indifferent to the general masses. The old man was perplexed by his cruel words. Chuck understood that he still lacked a lot. He accepted that he would not be satisfied with a quiet life with such power. Why get a star if our hero can become a star? Charlie realized that the desires of this boy go too far, but Chuck was lenient only because he understood that the old man would not do anything to him. The hero declared that an oath of allegiance would be enough. The hammer flew at full speed at his enemy. Orange hair fluttered in the wind. The girl cut the ogres one by one. The other woman strangled a huge ogre with all her might. Suddenly, the girl with orange hair noticed something. The brute struck with all his might with his hammer, but missed. The girl stood there with slight relief from this, but the ogre was already extremely angry. The heroine understood that this orc was the boss of these places. Many people realized this and grouped in a row. The ogre rushed at them with all his fury. The girl with orange hair rushed at him. Her teammate hurried to stop her because the ogre was too big. But then the whole team ran forward after the heroine. Mia desperately rushed forward. The ogre swung his weapon at her with no less initiative. The heroine abruptly jumped over him, doing a somersault. The ogre clearly did not expect such an action from the heroine. At this time, her teammate bandaged the big guy's weapon. The next moment, the ogre no longer had a weapon in his hands. The young man appeared from behind. He cast a veil over this boss. The ogre did not understand what was happening. His eyes began to be covered in blackness. He saw less and less. At that moment, Mia dealt him many sharp blows. The blinded ogre stood surrounded by butterflies. In a second, he was covered in hundreds of cuts. Only pieces of his body flew off. Their commander turned to Mia because of disobeying his orders. He threatened her with a disciplinary committee, but the whole team decided to stand up for her. Mia stood calmly among this crowd. The commander was in despair over this turn of events, but then the heroine entered the conversation. She confessed that she disobeyed orders. The commander was completely confused by this whole situation. Mia repented for what she had done and was ready to bear any punishment. The commander held the position that since she repented, there was no point in blowing this situation up. He himself apologized for yelling at Mia, losing his cool. But the character was truly amazed by how she defeated this orc. The commander extended his hands to her in honor of reconciliation. But Mia understood that somewhere deep inside her there was still a residue from the conflict. She did not react to his outstretched hands. The commander ordered everyone to pack up and leave. The other team members stood in bewilderment from the whole situation. Some kind of construction site. White shoes and an expensive watch were on the character. Adam stood, looking at this wristwatch. Suddenly he heard someone. It was the team with Mia. The heroine stated that all these achievements were only thanks to the team. But Adam really wanted to talk to her alone. Mia, although surprised, was not against it. It was a sunny day. Adam noticed that the heroine had a worried face and asked about it. She said that she made a mistake. But Adam hurried to please her by saying that no one was hurt and everything was fine. He understood that she still had a bitter taste in her mouth. Adam knew how she constantly improved herself, but he doubted that this was her only goal. The conversation turned to why Adam had come at all. Mia read the news with a terrified face. She realized that he was here because of the flood. Incredible fear appeared in her eyes. Suddenly Mia noticed something in the news. She recognized Chuck in them. Adam confirmed this information and said that he was looking for any information about him. That was why he turned to the heroine. The character asked if he had given in to her. She understood that Chuck was hiding something. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, admitted that she understood that he was not fighting at full strength. Adam tried to ask more and more about what he was hiding. Mia, crying, said that she had had the upper hand only for a moment. The heroine remembered that she had hallucinations at those moments. Adam already understood that Chuck's strength was either limited or he was hiding it. They both understood that everything was strange and he had the upper hand. Chuck took off the heads of entire werewolves with one blow. Adam hoped that Mia had the same thoughts as he had in his head. The heroine did not quite understand what he was talking about. The character stated that this was already the height of irrationality. Mia was full of anxiety. She did not understand when Chuck had managed to grow so much. The heroine reproached herself for not growing as well, but Adam hastened to remind her that she was a first-class fighter with rapid growth. He stated that she even surpassed him when he was a beginner. The character only asked for advice and nothing more. She could only apologize. Adam stated that he would help completely suppress the flood. He decided to collect information and stabilize as many dungeons as possible. The hero claimed that such dungeons were still too difficult for her, but on behalf of the entire clan, he said that he believed in her. Adam invited her to join them on a raid, a large construction site. Mia's team stood and waited for her. The heroine thanked them for waiting. It turned out that the entire team already knew about the flood. The young man tried to find out what Adam was asking about. She said that he was organizing a raid to stabilize the situation there. One of the team had information that Chuck had stopped the flood. Another woman assured that it was definitely him. Mia confirmed the information that it was Chuck. Everyone did not understand how this could be possible. Suddenly, the team invited her to join the raid. The heroine confidently answered that she did, and she accepted the invitation. Her team was perplexed by this, but still supported her in this decision. Mia thanked everyone for their support. In her heart, she understood that Chuck was not a stranger to her either. She decided to reach his level, no matter how high it would be. The heroine set herself the goal of surpassing him. A black limousine was driving along the night highway. Adam was in it, and in his hands was crystal moss. He did not understand where Chuck got such pure moss. The hero was sure that the main character looked like a monster. Suddenly he received a call. He picked up the phone and waited for an answer. It turned out that all the preparations for tomorrow were already finished. A sly smile appeared on Adam's face. Holding the moss in his hands, he wondered if he would succeed. Would he be able to get everything into his own hands? The hero was waiting for the denouement of this story with impatience. A sunny day, a giant office. Everyone was preparing for some kind of conference. Hundreds of reporters were already fully prepared to shoot. The press conference began, headed by Adam. The hero stood on the stage with his entire clan. They were photographed and filmed by hundreds of cameras. Adam began by saying that an incident had occurred last week. The hand briskly tried to beat the air. The shadow on the roof of the ruined city was training with concentration. Adam presented himself as a protector of people from dungeons and terrible monsters. For him, this incident was an alarm bell. The hero stated that they had a wonderful 5-star hunter. The character said that it was this gift of fate that made them rethink a lot. Adam stated that if it were not for Chuck, everything could have ended very tragically. He continued to assure that with the opening of 5-star dungeons, they went too far. The hero stated that all this is thanks to people in close cooperation with each other. Kate watched all this live and was surprised by every word. Adam announced the complete suppression of the flood in the dungeon by their forces. Hunters and soldiers have already protected the places where the flood originated, but the crisis has not yet been overcome. The hero declared that this raid would be supported by everyone, and that nothing would be taken from the citizens for it. The old man immediately understood if everything went according to plan, Adam's clan would get a complete monopoly on monster corpses and artifacts. Charlie already knew that such scams were just in his style. Meanwhile, Adam began to introduce those who were in the vanguard. Mia was completely shocked by this announcement. Old Charlie also did not understand what was happening. Kate simply did not have the words to comment on all this. Chuck continued to train hard. Adam was sure that he had shown what he was capable of. and Chuck understood that Adam would not understand where such great powers came from, and he could only level up with crystal moss. Adam felt an uncharacteristic anxiety right at the conference. Chuck understood that there was only one thing Adam was capable of, namely him, who was in hell right now. He wanted to get him more than anything, despite his pride. Adam introduced the first member, and it was Chuck. The same day, the same giant office. The conference continued with a huge banquet. The girl standing in the corner understood that something big was being shared. Suddenly, she noticed something on her phone. There was an unexpected out in the baseball game. She was indignant, but her indignation quickly turned into anger because of the poor performance of her favorite team. Suddenly, a man approached Stella. The heroine's face immediately changed. The man was extremely happy to meet, as was she. They started talking about the general atmosphere around and his tuxedo. The man trusted his girlfriend to choose it. Chuck used a special artifact to master the etiquette like this. He understood that he would have to match the atmosphere around him. The hero doubted his clothes and thought that it would be better to come in comfortable clothes, like Stella. She said that hunters' meetings usually do not go like this, they are much noisier. The heroine explained that everything around is just Adam's desire. Chuck wanted to know when the meeting with him would start, but he was apparently busy. Stella was eager to get it all started, but she was asked about the great unknowns. She said that they refused to take part in it. The heroine reminded him that they had a terrible relationship with them. Stella tried to explain how it all happened. Adam took their core from their bar, but the heroine still reminded him that they were here for an emergency and they had an important role. Chuck really felt sorry for them. He would be glad if their crazy tiger clan was revived. Suddenly, an interesting idea came to his mind to absorb both clans. At that moment, Adam ended the meeting. Strange people followed him straight behind. One of them was dressed in a priest's uniform. Chuck found it strange that such a person had experience in fighting a flood. Adam began his speech again, thanked everyone and began introducing the group leaders. First, the forces of the Alliance of the Omnipotent were introduced, then the team leader. The overall command was entrusted to Adam. Stella was terribly angry about these decisions. She abruptly tipped the entire glass of champagne into herself. In the end, in protest, she decided to spew gas from her mouth. The heroine decided to say that the great unknowns would not take part in this. She briskly walked towards the exit. Chuck could only shrug his shoulders. He had no idea that their relationship was so bad. All the heads stood in a serious row. Adam wanted to introduce an important person. It was Priest John, who already had experience in stabilizing dungeons. Chuck was shocked that he was invited. The hero thought that after this, humanity went out like a candle. He remembered that he had already been mentioned in hell. The same was said about the priest in the skeleton's notes. He stood calmly with a Bible and a cross in his hands. Chuck realized that this was the one who allowed humanity to hold out until the last moment. The hero remembered that after the priest committed suicide, the days of the monsters were numbered. But wait a second, he committed suicide. The character doubted that these were the same person. Chuck realized that if it was really him, then he was connected with survival. Suddenly, something distracted him. The meeting was going on as usual. Only Adam smiled calmly at our hero, to which Chuck sent a smile back. Adam seemed to shine on the stage. The key to the expedition was entrusted to the priest. He was a high-level healer. Chuck was amazed at the priest's skills, and even more amazed at how Adam gathered such people so quickly. Suddenly, they turned to him. Everyone admired his transformation. He did not look like he was on the battlefield. The guard thanked him for his presence and announced that someone wanted to meet him. The guard asked to follow him. Chuck had been waiting for this moment. The man pressed the elevator button. The hero stood among the men. He walked down the hallway. He looked to the side, walking straight. A huge room appeared. The guy from above said that he was here. The protagonist began to climb the stairs. Sitting at the table, Adam said that he did not know if he would like it. The hero drank the drink. Looking down, the guy asked if it was okay if he asked where he trained and what organization he belonged to. Chuck smirked and said that everything was fine, he trained on his own. Looking at him, the guy said that he could tell him that, but when the government was investigating, he had better come up with a more plausible version. When something uncontrollable appears on the horizon, the government becomes very nervous. The hero lowered his head and said that he was thinking about buying a wheelchair. Adam smirked and said that it was unlikely to help him look less threatening. Looking down, the boy said that he should tell what star he heard the whisper. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Turning around, he grinned and asked what he was talking about. What whisper? To which Adam asked what his level was already. The hero looked away and thought that he had shown enough during the flood incident, but if he wanted to go further, they would start with his information. The protagonist's eyes widened. A sign with his name and level 57 appeared above the boy. It said that due to the effect of the title The Strongest Man in Hell, his abilities increased compared to his level. The hero clenched his teeth and thought that he was a bastard, and he was talking about 4 stars. Suddenly, the boy grabbed his hand. The protagonist looked at his hand angrily. Grinning, Adam said that he shouldn't worry too much, that's not why he called him. The hero looked down and thought that he didn't even see him move. The guy waved his hand and asked for forgiveness. Looking away, he thought that he had failed to react to such a simple capture, maybe he had overestimated him, and then said that he had made such a tactless move because he wanted to make sure that he was okay. He was so nervous, although if he was as strong as rumors say, then he should not relax for a second. The hero grinned and replied that he should tell him how old he thought he was. Looking at him, he continued that he was old, to which Adam said that he did not see why this question was asked, but he would assume that he was about 30. Closing his eyes, the hero thought about it, which became clearer and grinned. The guy, looking down, asked if he really had 5 stars. Looking away, the hero said that he would like to return this question to him. The guy opened his eyes wide. Raising his hand, he said that he must have misunderstood. He was just wondering if he was a higher rank than 5 stars. This was because the atmosphere around him was different from the other 5-star talents he had seen. Chuck smirked, thinking that he was implying that he knew other 5-star talents. Sitting at the table, the guy said that it felt like something out of this world. Asked if it was a 6-star or a 7, it felt like he had achieved something. Looking away, Adam said that it was undeniable that he had surpassed the current level of humanity. The hero sighed and said that it wasn't worth it, he wasn't that strong, and then thought that he had a bad feeling about this. The guy widened his eyes and said that oh no, he was strong enough, but that wasn't the kind of strength he was talking about right now. Holding the glass in his hand, he continued that his question might seem a little strange, and then asked that but did he know the novel The End of Childhood? Looking away, the hero thought that he did not like where this conversation was leading. Looking down, the guy said that according to the plot, a creature called the Overlord appears on the stage. The race of this creature has significantly surpassed human civilization and science. People looked at them as demons and were afraid of them. The demon walked up the stairs, and he added that but in the end, humanity still turned to them for help, and the race of overlords helped people reach a new level. In this work, the process of becoming something new, superior to the human race, is compared with childhood. Perhaps now it seems like a banal story, but when he first read this book, he found this metaphor amazing. Adam grinned slightly. The hero froze, thinking that there were no such lines there. Leaning over, the guy said that however, in the novel, the Overlord maintains his level of development until he brings humanity beyond its capabilities, and even when many of his subordinates have already parted with their childhood and turned into transcendental beings, the Overlord could not end his own childhood. The hero got nervous and thought that he called him to discuss children's books and is looking for a hidden meaning in them, and then asked what and what thoughts. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that while reading this novel, he suddenly thought that the leader and the awakened one were not the same being, just like the countless teachers who taught Buddha before he reached nirvana. Suddenly, he approached the hero. Looking at him intently, Adam said that as soon as he saw him, he immediately smelled the smell of evil and fear, and also the arrogance inherent in those who can predict the future. Chuck frowned and thought that he knew about the complexity of hell. Smirking, Adam said that he meant that it smelled the same as him because he also had some ability to predict the future. The flood in the Koldu dungeon was just the beginning. Earlier scientists had predicted that the overall complexity of the dungeons would increase. Getting up from his chair, the boy said that drastic changes were about to happen, and this was a future that no one could foresee. Taking the glass in his hands, he added that now to the point. Grinning, Adam asked how he felt about working together as comrades who would support each other in difficult times. The hero was surprised to hear that even though he did not know how much evil he was hiding under that human face. Putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the guy asked that if he really had this evil, then why wouldn't he use it for good purposes or for his sake? The hero looked at his hand tensely. Grinning, Chuck said that he should answer one question. The elevator door opened slightly. The hero entered the elevator. Looking straight ahead, he wondered if he had gone too far. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked how loudly he shouted out the names of techniques or magic spells when using skills. Adam's eyes widened. Raising the glass to his mouth, he said that after about 20 years, he basically stopped doing something like that. There was silence in the room. The guy stood up from the table and said that, well, he understood his position quite well. He was glad to talk to him. Looking down, he added that there were some things to do in the banquet hall, so he would leave first. His subordinates would escort him down, he had to take his leave, and then thought how annoying he was. Standing in the elevator, the hero thought that the leader and the awakened one were mocking him. The elevator door opened. The hero took a step forward. The protagonist's shoes were shining. Suddenly, Chuck looked at him in surprise. A dimension of hell appeared in front of him. Grinning, Adam asked, by the way, how did he feel about working together as comrades who would support each other in difficult times? The hero's eyes widened. Chuck found himself in a parking lot. Grinning, he said that nevertheless. Looking away, he added that when someone is so confident in their success, their hands are literally itching to stop them. Walking straight, the protagonist said that besides, if Adam's skills are among the best in the world, then he thinks he can catch up with him in no time. A level 21 Megaspore rat appeared. Smiling, the hero said that seriously, even the squeak is disgusting. The rat suddenly rushed forward. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero said that since it decided to run straight into his hands. Suddenly, he struck the monster. Looking away, he continued that he had no choice but to cut it in half. The hero covered his face with a handkerchief. It was written that if he inhaled the spores released by the spore rat, he would become a parasite and wander in the sewers for the rest of his life. The hero took out a dagger. It was said that the dagger of the Black Hand is legendary, the physical attack is below average, the magic power is low, the coefficient is low. Looking at his hand, the protagonist said that it was good that he did not let the glutton absorb the dagger. In this form it is much more convenient to use. It was written that its special ability can be discreetly hidden and suddenly taken out. When using the item, the speed of the holder increases slightly. Note this is a dagger of the blind and deaf members of the Black Church, that is, fanatical killers. The hero held the dagger in his hand. It was said that many people died because of this dagger that appeared as if by magic. The people who killed the most fanatics were mainly members of the same sect with which they entered into an argument. Sitting by the rat's corpse, the protagonist said that as he thought he was just made for this job, it was written that it was common knowledge that he had never killed anyone particularly noteworthy. Metal was pouring into the tank. Smoke was coming out of the barrel. Goblins were pouring potions. The goblin turned around, hearing the name. Walking towards the hero, he said that he was back, to which the protagonist replied that he should look at it. A menu appeared in front of his hand. Things began to fall. The goblins lowered their heads. Pointing forward, Chuck asked what they were standing there for. Let them quickly take it all away. If they were going to manage to sort it all out by tomorrow, then they were running out of time, weren't they? The goblins rushed towards the items. Having sorted out the things, they ran back. The goblin frowned. Suddenly he turned around and shouted. The protagonist threatened him. The monster quickly ran away. Raising his hand, the hero asked why they didn't spit in his potion, to which he replied that they wouldn't do that because they decided to follow him. Looking at the protagonist, Ben said that rather, they were grateful to him for not eating or killing them. The protagonist remained silent. Lowering his head, Chuck told him to wait. The hero held out the spore. The goblin shouted in surprise that no, why was he giving him such a dangerous thing, to which he replied that he had finally caught that damn spore rat. Standing in front of him, he added that but if he absorbed it in this form, he would become a parasite, right? To which he replied that it was, and the hero continued that it was possible to add this characteristic to the poisonous blood. The hero's eyes were red. It was heard that he was not joking now. He had already added the blood of the hungry to the devil. Looking at the goblin, Chuck said that there was a reason for him not to do this if he. Sticking out his tongue, he added that if he lost his mind last time, then he should just kill him. The goblin looked at him and said that although he trusted him and relied on him, he should try not to go beyond his boundaries. To be honest, he had recently begun to behave strangely. The hero looked at him and heard that even though he had the ability to be reborn infinitely, but to deliberately want to die was madness. Looking straight ahead, Ben said that he thought he needed to reconsider his views on the value of life. A person who was frivolous about his life was frivolous about the lives of other creatures. The hero was getting up from the subway. Walking straight, he asked what Ben, this bastard, was right about something. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. Chuck hid behind the car. He slightly peeked out from behind it. Looking at the monsters, he asked how lucky it was that suitable targets appeared on the horizon. Rats with weapons appeared. The hero jumped up sharply. The protagonist was sitting on the wall. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Chuck made a sharp wave of his hand. A small hellish dart flew at the rat. The hero did a somersault. The rat raised its head up. The monster screamed loudly. Its eyes suddenly lit up red. Saliva began to flow from its mouth. The rat suddenly bit another. The protagonist was sitting on the roof. Blood was flowing from the monster's mouth. The rat was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the monster's eyes lit up red. Grinning, the hero said that for now he was observing the usual picture. The protagonist snapped his finger. The rats began to spit out blood. Looking at them, he said that he was working. The protagonist raised his head up. It was written that there was 87 hours, 34 minutes, 16 seconds left until the next quest. A message appeared that there was 87 hours, 34 minutes, 15 seconds left until the next quest. Looking down, the hero thought that the next mission from hell was in 3 days. Jumping down, he added that if he did not conquer the Kolda dungeon in 1 day. The protagonist frowned, wondering what would drag him here during the raid. Chuck landed on the ground. He smirked, thinking that it couldn't be helped. He had to come up with an excuse to leave in the middle of the attack at all costs. There was a glow coming from the water. A city road appeared. Plants grew around the building. A helicopter flew in the sky. It was heard that there were no monsters in the area around the Koldu dungeon. There was a dead silence, like a harbinger of a storm. Many people were standing near the cars. It was said that the attack on the Koldu dungeon was South Korea's first expedition to the flood zone, and it was expected to be more powerful than any other expedition, and it was due to the joint work of the clan and the alliance of the Almighty. Many soldiers appeared. It was said that this expedition consisted of people whose level ranged from 30 and above. The hero looked at his hand. Someone said that also in the expedition were Chuck, a flood hero whose level information is not yet available, and a priest whose abilities are known throughout the world, making them eagerly await the start of the raid. There were messages asking whether Adam, who had conquered the 5-star level, needed to go to a 3-star dungeon at all. They said the clan was planning to conquer the north next year. Since they had no experience with flooding, they needed to accumulate some of this experience. But in that case, weren't there too few people participating in the raid? I mean, not enough. He heard that the Koldu dungeon was a closed area, so a large number of people there would be no use. And in general, as far as he knew, in cases of flooding in dungeons, the most effective option was a group of no more than 20 people. But how could he worry about anything when Adam and Chuck were on the expedition? Frankly speaking, even if it were just them, he thought it would work out. By the way, he heard that the priest's 4 stars are an ultra-luxurious expeditionary force. It would be strange if they couldn't break through with such a composition. The image of a guy appeared. It was said that Adam was leading all the forces. Looking straight ahead, he said that they were entering. The soldiers began to move forward. Adam turned around when he heard that there was an emergency. Looking at the soldier, he asked what happened. The guy raised his head and said that it was in Gangwon-do in the Chuncheon area. Adam's eyes widened when he heard that there was a flood. The soldiers looked around in surprise. A text message about an emergency appeared. The protagonist looked in surprise and wondered why there was a flood in Chuncheon. Why a flood that was supposed to happen next year? The protagonist stood among the squad and added that if he looked at the records, it said that the flood in Chuncheon happened 10 days after the flood in Jeoldu. Was there some unknown form of communication between the dungeons? A glow appeared in the cave. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he should not have touched the first piece of dominoes. A voice was heard in the office that nothing can be done. The man looked at Adam and said that first, they needed to postpone the expedition and stop the flood where it was now. The guy looked at him and said that the dungeon in Chuncheon had 2 stars, that if they dealt with it, the situation in the Jeoldu dungeon would get worse. The soldier crouched down and said that as for the other dungeons of the changing type, they thought everything was fine. If there was at least one dungeon with a danger signal, reinforcements should be sent there immediately. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that despite the fact that there was no hint of danger in the Hala dungeon, people continued to evacuate inland. The state must show that it can effectively prevent disasters. The guy extended his hand forward and said that the commander, having learned about the situation on Jeju Island, said that he would stay there to prevent panic. Turning around, the squad member said that there was a call from the Great Unknown. Fortunately, the team is currently in Chuncheon. They are subduing the monsters. Looking at Adam, the guy asked what in that case, how about continuing the expedition to the Koldu dungeon as planned? Adam thought about it. Looking straight ahead, he replied that yes, they will do so. He will go to Chuncheon. The squad members looked at him in surprise. The protagonist frowned. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. The guy gritted his teeth and said that they are completely unaware of the situation in the Chuncheon area, so just in case, they need to take measures, because during the flood in the Koldu dungeon, they already encountered a werewolf of no rank, right? He will leave the team here, otherwise let them continue the expedition according to the original plan. The guy looked at him in amazement, hearing that he thought that the head of the branch of the Alliance of the Almighty should transfer control over the operation. Looking straight, Adam said that he controlled the Koldu dungeon and participated in dozens of expeditions, so he would most likely cope with the task better than him. Standing in front of the squad, the guy said that if they had any difficulties, they should ask the priest for advice. He also faced flooding in the dungeon several times. The hero looked at him in surprise, hearing that Mr. Chuck was also here. Looking straight, the guy asked if he could ask him for a favor. The girl looked at the hero. The hero thought about the Koldu dungeon. When it comes to Adam's entry into battle, there should be no casualties, but if he makes even one mistake, then all the reputation he had earned earlier will simply sink into oblivion. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said okay, he'll help as much as he can, and then thought, well, he just needs to make sure no one gets killed. Looking at him, the guy said he was glad to hear it. A huge building appeared. The guy looked at the screen in surprise and said that it seemed like they were heading towards the entrance again. He didn't see Adam, to which the other replied that it looked like they had decided to split up in the end, and the girl asked who was now in charge of the expedition. Kate looked away in surprise. The girl looked at her phone. A message from the hero appeared. He wrote that he would be right back. Looking at the message, she thought that he should come back safe and sound. The squad was moving towards the dungeon. The soldiers entered the dungeon. The guy broke the glowing stick. Suddenly, he threw it forward. A huge number of monsters appeared. The guy shouted loudly that there were ratmen ahead. The squad began to fight the monsters. The protagonist just watched. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that although he had no faith in the alliance of the Almighty, he had to admit that they were professionals. Nia swung her knee, and he added that she had also leveled up quite well. The squad fought monsters, and the hero thought that in the case of the priest, words were completely useless. The soldiers killed monsters, and the hero thought that in a few minutes, about 50 ratmen had been eliminated. The protagonist looked away, hearing that someone had addressed him. Turning around, the guy said that he was the only one here, chilling. The hero grinned and said that he was curious to know what their abilities were, so he was watching from the sidelines. Looking at him, the soldier said that he, too, should demonstrate his abilities to them once. He had seen him fight on TV, but he was very curious to see him in real life. The hero grinned and said nothing. Taking a step forward, he said so. Approaching the guy, he added that he thought he should join the fight. The soldier looked at him angrily. The protagonist closed his eyes. The protagonist leaned towards the floor. He smirked, and the guy looked at him in surprise. Looking to the side, Chuck said that among the ratmen there are individuals who call foremen, and they always carry this whistle with them to call for reinforcements in case of danger. The soldier looked at him in amazement and asked what, said that he had never heard of this before. The hero brought the whistle to his mouth and thought that it was not surprising that he did not know the first time monsters used this against people many years later. Suddenly, all the people looked at him in surprise. Smirking, the hero said that they should wait impatiently, to which he asked what he was doing. Pointing to the side, the protagonist said that here come the reinforcements. The man looked up in surprise. He clenched his teeth in fear and said that he was crazy. The soldier shouted loudly for them to get ready for battle. Looking away, Chuck said that everything was fine, they could rest for a while. The guy asked him what he meant, his eyes wide in surprise. The hero walked towards the darkness. The protagonist went there. The soldiers watched him. Suddenly, the hero disappeared. They looked in fear, hearing sounds. The man clenched his teeth. Strange sounds were heard in the darkness. The man swallowed nervously. Looking away, he said that they were coming. Shining a flashlight, the man turned to the hero. The man shone it on the bodies. There were dead monsters on the floor. He put his hand to his face and asked if he was okay. There was silence in the darkness. The man took out a stick and said that they were moving on and staying ready. Suddenly, he broke the stick. The soldier threw it forward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. There were many corpses of monsters on the floor. Suddenly, he raised his head in amazement. They hit the corpse. The soldier looked down in fear. There was a monster's head on the floor. Standing in the darkness, the protagonist said that such a demonstration was enough for them. He grinned and asked what they thought. The guy looked at the blood in surprise. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked that this was enough to prove his qualifications. Taking hold of his cap, he replied that yes, let him apologize. The hero smiled and said that everything was fine and they were moving on. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The protagonist grinned and thought how lucky it was that Adam was absent now. In this situation, he would be able to fully instill awe in these people because there is no difference between respect and fear. The soldiers walked straight. The squad moved in a crowd. The soldiers looked straight ahead. Suddenly, the man turned around. Looking to the side, he said that they would make a stop here for a short time. The soldiers were sitting on the floor. Looking at the hero, he said that earlier he noticed that he began to prepare for battle a few minutes before the monster appeared. If he could predict their appearance, let him tell about it. The hero closed his eyes and said that of course, a werewolf and a group of ratmen were ambushed at about 150 meters. It looked like they would attack when they turned the corner. And about 60 ratmen were approaching them at about 200 meters, but they probably wouldn't attack until they moved, as he planned to do. Hearing this, the man looked surprised. He lowered his head and said that if they didn't intend to attack right now, then everything was fine. The protagonist turned his head and asked what was more important. He thought he could find the right path. Looking at him, the man replied that the structure of the dungeon had changed more than he thought, before he could see a certain pattern and use it to find clues that would lead him to the boss room. Sitting on the floor, the hero heard that however, the structure was constantly changing, so it would most likely be impossible to finish the mission early. The hero asked how significant these changes were. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the damage received was much more serious than in other dungeons. There are many dungeons of changing type, but what was happening in Koldu now was too unpredictable. Knocking on the wall, he added that these obsidian bricks can be repeatedly destroyed and reassembled, forming a structure, and although the scope is not large, it is best to clearly remember the path. Suddenly, a reverse knock was heard. The man approached the wall in surprise. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Frightened, looking forward, the soldier said that he now felt a sudden attack. Looking to the side, the hero replied that no, this is worse. The soldiers began to fall back. A hole appeared in the wall. Someone shouted that the dungeon was changing. The man shouted that everyone should gather in one place. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they were limiting their number. Smiling widely, he added that the flow of ratmen was like a tsunami. The man looked at him in fear. He stretched his hand out to the side and shouted that they should provide an escape route. The soldier ran forward and shouted that there was. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise. The man looked away in fear. The priest opened his eyes in amazement. The girl opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist frowned angrily. The soldier froze in horror. The soldiers began to fall down, and the thought arose that the way back was cut off. The man looked straight ahead in surprise. A sound was heard in the distance of the tunnel. The man clenched his teeth. The monsters suddenly rushed forward. Stretching his hand out, the priest shouted for them to form a defensive line. The soldiers raised their shields. The ratman ran straight ahead. Suddenly, the soldiers put up their shields. The monsters began to crash into them. A large stream of monsters ran straight ahead. They attacked the squad en masse. Suddenly, they began to attack the guards. The priest suddenly used magic. Pink rays rushed towards the monsters. The glow appeared around the soldier. Walking straight, the protagonist said that they would not be able to hold out for long, so they should get ready. Looking to the side, a squad member shouted that they needed to hold out until the next design change. They should help the priest. The soldiers abruptly rushed forward. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the team was Obsidian. The squad was approaching the shields. Suddenly, they began to attack the monsters. Grinning, the protagonist thought that their willpower was impressive. The monsters attacked and screamed loudly. The guy raised his head in fear. The creature abruptly flew back. The soldiers abruptly froze. Looking straight, the hero thought that it was not bad at all. Well then, he would do what he had to do. The squad abruptly ran straight. The girl frowned and thought that she needed to break the fighting spirit of the ratman. The guy swung his weapon. The priest called upon magic. Looking to the side, the soldier wondered if they could hold out until the next change. The guard looked ahead in surprise. A huge monster attacked him. Putting up their shields, the squad shouted to be careful. Suddenly they fell into the abyss. The monsters began to break through. Someone shouted that it was a curse, a werewolf. The man looked at them in fear. His eyes wide open, he thought that in such a situation, a werewolf would also be there. The werewolf swung, and he added that they could not hold out any longer. Red beams rushed forward. Sitting on the floor, the girl said that it was dangerous. Looking to the side, she said that in order to get out of here alive, they definitely needed him. The man responded with fear and approval. The werewolf looked at the wound. He clenched his teeth angrily. Frowning, the girl thought that with her current abilities, fighting him one-on-one was too much of a task. She ducked and added that in that case. The guy raised his head in fear. The agent raised her hand, thinking that this would be a battle in the air. The monster rushed at her furiously, and she added that it was great. They both approached. Suddenly, she struck the werewolf. The monster grabbed his head. Kicking him with her foot, she screamed for him to die. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the priest. He grabbed him into the abyss with him. The girl turned around in amazement and thought that it was the priest. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. The priest was falling down. The hero began to fall after him. Chuck stretched his hand forward. The priest stretched his hand out to him in response. Chuck grinned and said that if he died now. Suddenly, he chopped off the werewolf's hand. Grabbing him with a web, the hero said that if there was trouble, let him go up. Throwing the man up, the hero screamed that he should save at least one more person. The girl looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand. Looking at the priest, she asked if he was okay. Mia's eyes widened. Suddenly, she turned around. The wall suddenly closed, and she screamed that it was not. The man was breathing heavily. Frowning, he thought that no matter how difficult the flood was, the squad stood with weapons in their hands. It was said that it seemed that there was not a single living ratman here. They had dealt with them all. Closing his eyes, the man thought that after the second battle they had already lost about half of the expedition if the number of victims increased. The soldier clenched his teeth and said that he asked for attention. The squad stood among the corpses, and he said that he had no idea that the transformation of the changing type dungeon where the flood occurred would be so radical. Also, many members of the expedition were missing. Unfortunately, at the moment it was better for everyone to return. Suddenly the girl stopped him. Looking at him, Mia said that many hunters were still alive somewhere in the depths of the dungeon. She was sure of it, to which he said that their expedition team was strong, but to be honest, it would be difficult to survive if she was alone. Looking down, he added that they had encountered a group of ratmen, to which she said that it might be true, but frowning, Mia said that she was sure that Chuck was alive. If they just found Chuck, then wouldn't they be able to successfully clear the dungeon and stabilize it? The man looked surprised to hear that then, if this expedition was successful, the responsibility placed on him, the branch manager, would be reduced because everyone knew that the flood was dangerous. Looking straight ahead, the soldier thought that Mia's words were true. Adam was not here, and Chuck was missing. Then if this expedition failed, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. The hero sat on the corpses, and he added that Chuck was most likely alive, and if, having found him, they successfully completed the operation, then everything that had happened earlier would be just a necessary sacrifice to success. Suddenly the girl turned to him. Looking away, the manager said that he heard her. He just gave in to his emotions for a moment. Not just Mr. Chuck, they would not abandon anyone. The man shouted for everyone to get ready to go. They would conduct checks and search the dungeon. Frowning, Mia thought that the branch manager was right, but she had to check it here and now. Looking straight ahead, she added that why did Chuck look so much like that man? A pink sky appeared. The protagonist raised his head up. Looking away, he said that the timing was perfect. A ruined city appeared, and he asked what but why the quest did not start. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.